morning everybody, and welcome to what is a very overcast Barton Stacey here in Hampshire for live coverage of round 3 of the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship here in 2026. Out of the 9 classes in action today, we'll see 6 championship leaders all looking to defend, maintain and improve on their respective P1 positions in their championship so far. In Elijah West and Travis Rose, we've got 2 drivers there looking at making it 3 championship wins out of 3 as they both start in superb form. We are scheduled today to bring you 23 qualifying heats and 7 grand finals, as over 160 competitors, which is our busiest round to date for 3 championship rounds we've had. They will be battling out for podium positions and important championship points as the 2026 season really starts to gain pace. As we have done for rounds 1 and 2, we're at Speedway Portal in association with Forest Edge Kart Club. We're really pleased and delighted to be bringing you all of the action today. Our first race scheduled for about 9:30 lights out, so we've got about 8 or 9 minutes until we go live for race 1. So at the moment we have just got everybody going out for a bit of a practice session. All the classes get about a 2-minute 2-lap practice. They just get to go out and get a feel for the track. And like I say, at this moment in time, it's a bit overcast. We haven't had plenty of rain around the area yesterday, and there was a deluge yesterday afternoon here. But at this moment in time, we are dry, but we are expecting rain as the day ticks on. So essentially, in terms of tyre choice, it's going to be an open meeting today for everybody. They will be able to choose what tyres they run with, and as the day ticks on and that rain starts to come in, it will prove amazingly important as to what guys go with. Sometimes mid-race things can change, as we saw in round 1, where we had mixed weather round 1, where we had some dry spells and then the rain came in. And then in round 2, we did have a nice dry day for round 2. And today I think we're going to have a mixed bag again. So my name is Lee Kilby. I'm really looking forward to bringing you the action today. It's going to be it's through the stream. You can obviously get the account as you choose. If you go on to Alpha Lifetime, what you can do is you can see a run of today's races. So there's specific drivers in specific classes that you want to try and time. You can just go on there and kind of guesstimate. Once we get rolling at 9:30, each race in the opening heats will be 7 minutes, apart from the NFK Superkart, where they get an 8-minute race. Plus a lap, so you're looking at 7 or 8 minutes per race. But what we will try and do on the streams, we'll try and keep up to speed with what race we're on and what's coming next, to time it right, you want to see. Just flat down all day. Relax Sunday, round 3 of the championship. So what we'll see, our initial run of heats. The junior Rotax will be out first at 9:30, they'll be followed by 177 Rotax Masters, and then it's going to be the seniors, and then the inters, and then we've got the Rotax Cadets and Honda Cadets as well, followed by again heat 2 of juniors. Now with the juniors we will have an additional heat for them because of the numbers of drivers we've got in action today. Everybody will compete 3 heats, as they'll accumulate points to go towards the grand final. With the juniors, it is slightly different because so many drivers. In the 4 qualifying heats, they will compete 3 of them. Again, just trying to accumulate points to go to the grand final. And then what we'll see is we will see a B final, where the top 4 drivers come out of the final will get back for the junior race. So just slightly different junior than everybody else. And then we've got the Superkart KZ, and we've got special entry today in the NFK Superkart 250. So in action today for the day. So we've just got some practice sessions going on now before everybody's had that opportunity to put some laps in. In roughly about 5 minutes, I would imagine we'll be out on track with those opening heats. So with juniors, Travis has made a great start to the Elite Championship. He's won both rounds so far. 6 heats, 7 heats, 3 wins on both those times, so he's the one to aim for. There's a bit more in there as well, Philip Redmore, Shearing, top 5. What we'll do is as we go through lead race tends to move quite quickly, as long as the rest of the car doesn't have to come out, which is going to be at some point. When the car starts broken down, I'm not going to bother. Tends to run pretty crisp with one class comes off, the other class comes on. Rolling starts to foremost, and we'll have a restart to the class to the rolling start. But I will try and bring as much information as I can. I've got a lot of time, I've got Outfly, I've got the YouTube stream as well, so I'll try and keep emails and comments. As the day ticks on, so we'll shout out Bob Rosia. Bob is very races. If there is a bit of echo, I'll just see a comment on there. If there is a bit of echo, we'll have a look and see if you're into the back. Just looking at that, so we try to make a couple of small tweaks. So if that echo is gone or still there, some people drop a little note in comments. That would be really helpful, because I don't get the echo and I don't listen to the live stream. So you sometimes put still a bit of an echo there. So we'll have a look at that. I'll try and improve that today, because I'm really sorry I don't get that in my ears. We'll try and look at what that is. Try and make an improvement on that. If it does change at all, just drop me a little comments and we'll see what we can do about that, so that doesn't take too much of your enjoyment. I just need to turn down a little to start off with. So yeah. As we go through each of the rounds, what I will do is I'll just bring you a quick overview on the championship before we step into that Heat 1, just so you've got a good understanding of what the situation is to that point, following the open couple of rounds. Some runners and riders, some people to keep an eye on, some drivers that hit the ground running this season. So they do have quite a chance to be out in action today. Still running. It's a long season, and we're going to add points as the rounds by. We're looking at that. We're playing away in caves here to try and improve that. Just really sorry about that. Edge. Circuit. These are really fast track, really good corners. Circuit, we just do it to do. Right, do it happening in the meantime. Just do it all those as well. Fine. On the track, there's enough pass opportunities to make a move and get the time right. That's what you can do, go uphill, challenge. Race up through the box as we go into see on screen there. This is a practice session you can see on screen there. That's got on racing up through the box into the pits, which is the right top circuit, now moving towards Spine, into the left hand, to the left hand, to top of the left hand, underneath miners here on the drops, got to start finish line, and then they either carry around the circuit through the Haynes loop, or they put it into the pits at that point. So we do have what you'll see is the day develops in that bottom right hand corner, all our sponsors, information on those as well as the day ticks through. Really pleased to have those sponsors. So what we might do quickly is just, this is still practice sessions that we're watching now, so we're just going to take a really small break to see if we can do anything about the electro online lights. We'll be back really shortly. welcome back. Yeah, so we hopefully what we did is when I came off there, I had a quick listen to the end of the YouTube feed and I could hear the echo. It's quite nice. It's a stadium effect. So we're just again looking to see if we can do a couple of things with it, just to improve that. And again, I might just go silent in a second, just to listen to myself on YouTube, just to see if it's gone or not. And that will give us a bit of feedback. Okay, we think that might well have gone. I think we might have got rid of that echo stadium effect, which I quite liked, but it'd be enjoyable to listen to. And a stadium channel announcement, but that seems to have gone, so thanks for your patience while we just sorted that out. So my vantage point here is on sat right over the start of the finish line, right in line with the flag marshal and with the checkered flag. I can see the top half of the circuit, so what I try to do is I try to commentate on what I can see on track as they come up the left-hand side bus stop into midgets at the top, and then at the start finish line round into the lane. So that's what I can see in front of me, so I do like to watch the action. Obviously in front of me as well I do have the screen, which is might be bringing the battle behind me in the comms box. So I just try and keep a really good handle on what's going out on the track, as we do as a team here doing the stream. If a race leader starts to pull away and is stretching a lead out, what we will try and do is if there's a battle down the field, we'll try and pick up on that battle, and ultimately we want to try and get everybody a bit of screen time and get everybody a bit of a view. That's the aim. Obviously sometimes there's a really good battle out front, and if the battle is out front we do focus in on that, because that is where the big points in the race will be won and lost. But we do our very best to try and cover everybody in the race, not always possible. And again in our lineups today we've got 10 entries in the Honda Cadets, we've got 12 in the Rotax Cadets. In the Inters we've got 26 drivers. There's 40 in the juniors. That's where we'll have that extra heat, of course, because we can't get all of them on track at the same time. And 24 entries in the seniors, 11 in the 177 Rotax, 11 in the 177 Masters, 8 in the KZs, 3 in the Superkarts, and then our one-off NFK Superkart appearance today, there'll be 20. So plenty of drivers here today. The vast majority have been to this track before already in this championship. Many have not. So they will be not necessarily at a disadvantage, because a race is a race. It doesn't take long to dial in and get used to the circuit. They were busy practice day yesterday. It started off in the dry and ended up as a wet practice session. And then as we moved into today, we've had a just short 2-lap, 2-minute type practice that everybody gets. So everybody will have had a chance to get out on track. So there's the grandstand, which is just to the side of the pits, where is the best vantage point. You can pretty much see all of the circuit from there. To the left of that is the pit lane. Obviously you can see all the horns and everybody behind there, all the kart setups. Really busy pits today, like I said, the busiest round we've had. Third round of the championship so far. So you can see everybody, they'll bring the karts down on the trolley into the pit area there to get themselves ready for their race. And the first race that we are going to see today is the juniors. It is their heat 1. So what I'm going to do is, just for this initial period while we've got here, we've got 40 drivers, like I say, in the juniors today, and those 40 drivers are as follows. Elliot Bennett, Barnaby Grubb, Travis Rose is championship leader, Ethan Cossins, Alexander Stefanov, Ethan Hunt, Harry Pittman, Amelia Johnson, Aaron Clark-Nixon, Alex Roach, Kai Pepperell, Fenton Roderick, Spencer Trahorn, Oliver Warren, Stanley Kearley, Thomas Ray, Arthur Way, Harrison Stacey, Jaden Sheerin, Jesse Whitmore, Jensen Hookey, James Finley, Tyler Rackham, Max Smith, Jensen Collins, Zoe Cadet, Tully Grant, Elijah Douche, Tio Jones, Iris Crease, Archie Cannon, Austin Mayhew, Connor Yu, Lucas Nibbs, Stanley Williams, Ethan Critchley, Louis Marchand, Cody Longdon, Max Lovell, and John Reynolds. So they are the 40 drivers, but they won't all be coming out in all 4 heats. They'll have a scatter over the 4 heats of 3 entries. So we will see 3. We will see them, sorry, in 3 out of the 4 heats. You can see the guys there just starting to get ready to come out. We've probably got a couple of minutes. We are slightly over before we come out for this this first heat. And like I say, 7 or 8 minute long is each of the initial heats. So you can kind of time it. If you look at Alpha Live, you can see the upcoming heats. And again, Alpha Live will give you, as soon as the race is finished, it will give you the timing, it will give you the result, and it will tell you what's coming up next on track. So out they come for this heat 1, round 1, heat 1 of the junior Rotax. And we will see 20 of the drivers, in this heat 1. Just a couple of tentative half practice laps, and then we do half the circuit. So we see 24 karts on track for this one. Surnames: Keeley, Reynolds, Rose, Jones, Smith, Hunt, Stefanov, Rackham, Cannon, Stacey. There you can see it on screen as well now. Cadet, Douche, Way, Critchley, Lovell, not Lavelle, as I've been told. Grant Red, you're at home watching. It's no longer Lavelle, it's now Lavelle. So thank you for that. It's always nice to be told how to pronounce his name. So yeah, Max Lovell, Dish Whitmore, Pepperell, Pittman, Grubb, Longdon, Marchand, Ray and Crease. They are our 24 drivers in this opening heat, and they will have a rolling start. And what in each of the heats, they will get a position from the front of the grid, the middle of the grid and the back of the grid. So it's fair across their 3 heats. So they've all got the chance to drive from the front, and we're off and racing for round 3. And Stanley Keeley, who is in that 44 kart, he really has made a great start to this opening heat. And again, you can't necessarily win in this opening couple of laps. You can't win the race, but you can certainly lose it if you get it wrong. So it's all about getting around, getting the feel, getting comfortable, getting the laps in early on, settling into a comfortable racing position, and then looking to improve. Accumulating points all the time. That's a big move going up there into midgets for the first time. Then they'll drop down into climate, and then the left hand into Tollies before they come back over the start-finish line. That's when we'll see timing clicking for the first time. And it does look like it's a few places gained for Travis Rose already over Stanley Keeley, Max Smith. Ethan Hunt's gained a few places in the opening lap, as has Arthur Way, Alexander Stefanov. So a few movers already. 7 places for Jesse Whitmore down the order, up into 11th. Starting in 18th, so some good movement already for those relatively recognisable names after the opening couple of rounds of the championship. But it is Travis Rose who is leading the championship. He's already from the front of the grid, started on par, started in 2nd alongside Stanley Keeley, but already got himself into the lead. He's just starting to stretch away as they come back around. Holly's underneath me here before we go into Parsons. And it is Travis Rose there with the lead from Stanley Keeley, Ethan Hunt, Max Smith, Alexander Stefanov gains a spot, Arthur Ways, Cadet. Jesse Whitmore again has gained another 3 places, up into 8th. Kai Pepperell 9th and Max Lovell in 10th. So that's our top 10, as we've done a couple of laps in a few minutes of this opening heat. And like I say, you can't necessarily win this event today, this round today, in the opening laps. That is why you've just sometimes got to consolidate early on. Sit in, get some points under your belt. So, out front, Travis Rose is just starting to pull away now, just a bit of a gap from the chasing pair of Stanley Keeley and Ethan Hunt. And then there's a bit more of a gap back to Max Smith, Alexander Stefanov and Arthur Way. We've got a cluster of drivers all chasing tails. Really, really close then. And to be honest, only a couple of drivers that have just started to drift away at the back. A couple of small mechanical issues, of course, a couple of problems to a couple of guys at the back of the field. But again, they've got 2 more heats to go again and try and get some points on the board. The 38 car of Fenton Roderick had problems on those opening couple of laps, as did the 22 of John Reynolds. But they'll get the chance to go again. So let's focus back to the leaders. About 4 minutes to go plus a lap on this one. And it is Travis Rose who has stamped authority on this opening heat and pulled away. Probably got about a second or so lead over that chasing pair of Stanley Keeley and Ethan Hunt. Alexander Stefanov, Arthur Ways, Jesse Whitmore up more. So some big movement there, and someone Max Smith dropping all the way down the order. And again, not in my eye line. I don't always see it when someone drops out of action. Just looking, there's yellow flags at the top of the course. But Max Smith has had a problem, and he's got all the way down the field. And he's out, possibly behind me, somewhere down maybe Winger's Dip, or after Johnny's. So we will see. But back to the front of the pack, Travis Rose really taking this race by the scruff of the neck, and he's pulling away. Now is about a 2-second lead from Stanley Keely and Ethan Hunt in second and third, and then again there's just that little gap back to that chasing 3 of Alexander Stefanov half away, Jesse Whitmore. But considering Jesse started like way down 18th, 19th, up to 6th, that's a great opening heat there for sure. You can see that battle on track, that's that battle, that 3-way battle, Alexander Stefanov half away and Jesse Whitmore, that's that battle there as they go up into midgets. So Travis Rose is essentially buying anything mechanical, got this one in the bag. Second and third looking pretty comfortable. Then that battle for essentially that 4th position and a move there just up the inside, I think, from Jesse Whitmore, who continues to move up the order. He's now up into 5th. A really good move there coming around Tollies. Just before the start-finish line there, he's got 55 there, Jesse Whitmore. So up to 5th. So loads of positions gained already. 12 places gained. That's the big mover in this race, and just looking down to 6 places from Matt Clavall, he's gone up to 10th, so 6 gained. Barnaby Grubb's gone up 11 places into 9th, so a couple of big movers in this heat number 1, but we're focusing on that battle, which is a really good 3-way battle between Alexander Stefanov and another move there from Jesse. Will he be able to hold as he comes through? Indeed, up into 4, so big mover. Held it to Duane Haynes Loop. There's 3 or 4 now, just and they've managed to catch up with that pack of Alexander Stefanov and Arthur Ray there. You can just see that's Jesse Whitmore there in the white helmet, 55 plate, got up into 4th position. Will just start, I think, to pull away, but then there's like 1, 2, 3, there's like 6 or 7 carts really tucked in tight behind, which is from Alexander Stefanov all the way back down to the 10th, I think, in that battle. The one thing's for sure, Travis Rose is out front. Driving really well, pulling away, lap on lap. 2.5 second gap now to second place Ethan Hunt from Stanley Curley. Jesse Whitmore in that 4th position, but then really tight. There's nothing between Kai Pepper, Alexander Stefanov, Barnaby Grubb half away, Max all up into 9th, and Barton Stacey in 10th position. So really close battle for those kind of top 10 positions really. The top 3 is looking relatively comfortable at the moment. Travis Rose has pulled away, as has Ethan Hunt in second, so they have got lonely races at the moment, but they are both pulling away. And then there is going to be a battle for that third place in this heat as this last maybe couple of laps develops. Jesse Whitmore really starting to reel in Stanley Keely in the 3rd place. Maybe that's one to focus in on for these last couple of laps. Jesse Whitmore got 2 laps to go here to try and get into that 3rd position, and that looks potentially like the way it's going to go. But there's that battle behind, there's plenty of movement, big move there from Arthur Way, I think, going through, or the Kai Pepperell potentially there. That's a real cluster of drivers from 4th down to about 8th or 9th, so there's nothing to choose between them. So Jesse Whitmore now is looking up into midgets to try and make a move into that 3rd place. 1st and 2nd's looking really comfortable. Out of my screen, my window in front of me, I can see that battle for 3rd, and it really is a good battle for 3rd with a last lap board out. So Jesse Whitmore's been the big mover in this one and has got up into 3rd around the Haynes Loop. Just didn't catch that on screen, but it was a great move from Jesse Whitmore to get up into 3rd position ahead of Stanley Keely. So with the last lap board out, this is our last lap of this opening heat, and Travis Rose has pretty much dominated from that opening lap, with Ethan Hunt really stamping 2nd early on, and then Jesse Whitmore slowly picked through the crowd up into 3rd position ahead of Stanley Keely. So checkered flag is out. Well, let's give us an extra lap. So we do have one more lap. That board is out twice for some of these drivers. There we go. Doesn't matter, we get a bonus lap. So Travis Rose out front on screen will be taking his checkered flag, looking really comfortable through the bus stop here. And chicane right and into the left, up, climbs into midgets. Keep going straight there, you'll end up in Basingstoke, so it's good to take a turn at the top there before you drop back down into Climate. You can see Travis Rose on that final lap, and then this left-hander into Tollies, which then comes under the start-finish line to take the checkered flag. Followed by Ethan Hunt, Jesse Whitmore working through the pack up into third. And it was Kai Pepperell, Barney Grubb, Max LaValle. Stanley Keeley must have had an issue on that last lap that we might not have picked up on. And we dropped down to seventh with Harrison Stacey in eighth, Harkaway ninth. Alexander Stefanov in 10th. So a pretty straightforward race out front for Travis Rose. On Ethan Hunt in second. And there's Jesse Whitmore in third. There we go, Travis Rose, Ethan Hunt, Jesse Whitmore, Kai Pepperell was up into fourth, was pushing in that pack all the way through, and then managed to get up late on into that fourth place. Barnaby Grubb picked up that fifth position as well. And that was our top five. Everybody, I think bar Max Smith, who had that issue early on, and is up in the rescue truck is out to go up into midget. So just a little flick back, a little replay of that opening 28 going off onto the grass there on that opening lap as Harry Pittman recovered to finish in 16th in the end for Harry, but yeah, was on the grass on that opening lap. Again, pretty condensed on that opening lap before it starts to string out. This was that battle there for what was essentially the fourth place at the time, with Alexander Stefanov, Ethan Hunt, Jesse Whitmore away. That was the battle, and that's the 55 of Jesse making that move up the inside there through Tollies. Has continued to do another move there up the inside of Alexander Stefanov up into third. There was a big move, and that was where the action was really in that one, was Jesse Whitmore working through the pack. Many places gained in that one. 13 or 14 places gained in the end for Jesse Whitmore. So Travis Rose would win, Ethan Hunt, Jesse Whitmore third, 14 places, Kai Pepperell 14 places, Barnaby Grubb 15 was the big mover actually. Max LaValle 10 places up into sixth place. So that was the opening heat of the juniors, and we will move on to the 177 Rotax and Masters, which will be our second heat out here. So essentially in this what we have is we have two heats in the one. The two different classes in the one heat, which is well, they're both 177s, the Rotax Max and the Rotax Masters. So for the Rotax Max, we're going to see two brothers in the 24 and 25 karts of Rob Simpson and David Simpson. So a bit of a loving brotherly battle going out on track there. Oliver Hutchins in the 29, 38 of Scott Smith, 54 of Archie Elliott, the 64 of Alexander Colantuno. The 65 of Ryan Taylor Truman, championship leader in the 66 is Samuel Cook, and then the 73 of Kieran Thompson, 87 of Matt Jones, and the 90 of Sophie Jeffrey. That's the Rotax Maxes. And the Rotax Masters, we've got the 12 plate of Jason Gardner, the 14 of Gary Cox, the 15 of Don DeGraff, 16 championship leader Carl Churchill, 22 Scott Cullins, 24 Matt Angus, the 27 of Dean Cluley, 37 of Billy Clark, 83 of Neil Hemming, 86 of Daniel Hammett, and the 91 of Simon Traynor. So that would be our lineup. So 22 karts on track for this one. 21 on screen at the minute. We just lost somebody for lights out on this one. We shall see. They'll just get to be a rolling start. They'll all get to put a lap in. 7 minute plus that additional lap race, and the last lap board comes out once the timing is up on the leader. Get an extra lap in at the end. So Jensen Gardner, Sophie Jeffrey, Scott Collins, Matt Jones, Billy Clark, Neil Hemming, Alexander Consuno. They find themselves at the front of the grid on this one. It's the 12 and the 80 that have made a great start, Jason Gardner, and Sophie Jeffrey I think in the 90. A lot of a collision going through the Haynes Loop. A lot of carnage at the back there. Someone's ground to a halt. Everybody else managed to battle their way through. Hopefully that kart, which we can see from here, will be able to push itself back out. Yeah, I think it will. Focus in as the guys race up through the bus stop. Up into digits for the first time. Jason Gardner, Scott Collins and Sophie Jeffrey that were at the front of that pack for the opening of this one. Come underneath before the first time. Jason Gardner, who started at the front end, it was Sophie Jeffrey, Matt Jones, Billy Clark. They've held on to there's a bit of movement there, and I think 3 or 4 karts involved there, lots of contact. It's the 12 of Jason Gardner that's got through it all. I think it was Sophie Jeffrey potentially that span off there. In the 90 it was Sophie Jeffrey that span as they went through the Haynes loop, and then just caused a bit of a chaos behind as drivers couldn't avoid the spinning Sophie. So Sophie will have dropped down the order somewhat when we come around for the start of this next lap. But Jason Gardner out front managed to avoid all of what was going on behind and comes over that start-finish line, and he's going to already have a bit of a lead over the 66 car. He's moved up the order. Samuel Cook, championship leader. And then we've got Billy Clark, Alexander Contuno, Rob Simpson, David Simpson, the 2 brothers there. The 24 and the 25s, getting close procs. I'm sure they'll work together as a pair, but will obviously want to beat each other as well. And then Ryan Taylor, Truman, there in the 7th. Archie Elliott 8, Don DeGraff 9. Daniel Hammer makes up our top 10 at the moment. And you can see on the screen the black and the white numbers, and that shows you the different classes, whether they're the Rotax Max or the Rotax Masters. So the white plates are the Maxes, and the black plates, Jason Gardner leading in that black number 12 plate there. The numbered plate is out front from Samuel Cook. So we've got a real mix of the karts out front. We've got the Masters, the Max, the Masters, and the Max out front, top 4. And everybody is getting around. Thankfully everyone's managed to get going again after that carnage that we had in the Haynes Loop. So let's focus in as we go up into midgets, down into climate, and it is going to be Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook out front as they come round over the start-finish line. Still the 12 of Jason Gardner leading from Samuel Cook in the 66, then Billy Clark, Alexander Contuno, Rob Simpson, Archie Elliott. David Simpson's just dropped back a few places on that last lap. He's dropped down the order a little bit. But out front we have a leader for the Max and a leader for the Master, essentially 2 heats going on in one, within the 1 heat here. And we've got one each of the Max and the Masters out front at the moment, which is Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook. And then Clark and Alexander Contuno as well. So 1 and 2 for each of the respective classes in the top 4. But the front 2 are pulling away. But then there is essentially going to be at some point a 5 or 6 way battle for that 3rd place, I think, as they come over the start-finish line, which is led at the moment by the 37 of Billy Clark. But again, there's nothing between Billy down to probably Don DeGraff in 7th. That's a really close battle there for the 3rd place in this heat at the moment. And that will continue to develop as this heat goes on for sure. So the front 2, I think, are going to end up in a bit of a battle themselves, Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook. They are out front, but Samuel does seem to be catching lap on lap to Jason. There's less than half a second now, I would say, as they come over the start-finish line next time around. But then we've got a six kart battle for the 3rd places. I thought was going to develop, and some big movement as they come through Tolly's here. Let's have a look who is in. It's the 64 kart of Alexander Contuno at the moment for Billy Clark, Ryan Taylor, Truman and Rob Simpson. That is that battle for the 3rd place, and it is a really good battle starting to develop. And again, if they work together, it's hard to work together as a 6, but they could essentially try to pull in the front 2 of Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook. But there is a 2-way battle for the lead, a really good battle developing as they go up into midgets between Jason and Samuel. That's the 2 guys out front. And then there's a 6-way battle for the 3rd place, and then another 4-way battle as there's some movement going through midgets there. As they come through, the lead has changed hands 2 or 3 times on that lap. And it still is Jason Gardner. It was Samuel Cook there for a moment. 64 of Alexander Contuno still in that 3rd place. As that battle just as Alexander just starting to pull away a tiny bit in that battle for 3rd. Again, that's the problem that the guys have got. The guys are chasing is when you're chasing, you're having that battle. What it does, it allows the karts in front just to pull away, lap on lap, and start to edge away from you. And it looks like Alexander Contuno has essentially made that at the minute. It's about a second of a gap, but the front 2 have pulled away and that is a really good battle with 2 or 3 laps to go on this one. Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook, they both held the lead, predominantly with Jason. Samuel did get himself up into the just for a split second. As we've got Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook, they're out front from Alexander Colantuno, Ryan Taylor Truman, Don DeGraff, Billy Clark, Rob Simpson, Archie Elliott, David Simpson and Matt Jones. That makes up the top 10. And then we've got Oliver Hutchins, Scott Smith, Daniel Hammett, Carl Churchill, Sophie Jeffrey, who was up there at the front, unfortunately had that spin going through the Haynes Loop and dropped down the order somewhat. So in terms of movement, 17 places for Ryan Taylor Truman and Don DeGraff as they've got themselves up into that top 5. Some big gains for those guys in this heat. Neil Hemming, unfortunately, Scott Collins and Sophie Jeffrey, they're the big losers in terms of positions at the moment. They've dropped down 13 and 15 places respectively. But again, it's only heat 1 of 3. They've still got time to put this right in the next couple of heats to get themselves a good starting position for that grand final, which comes at the end of all of our heats this afternoon. So we've got what, 30 seconds, probably going to get two minutes out of this one. Just trying to keep an eye as they go up into midgets here. Yeah, it's still Jason Gardner leading from Samuel Cook as they go through the bus stop up towards midgets. There is a yellow flag out at the moment as they come through the top of the course, but then they'll go to green as they come round to Tolly's for the start-finish line. And it is Jason leading still from Samuel. That's the battle out front, the 12 kart leading the 66 with the 64 of Alexander Colantuno in third, but 2 karts in close props behind is Ryan Taylor Truman and Don DeGraff. So it's by no means going to be an easy couple of laps in third place for Alexander Colantuno, but that's our battle on screen for the lead. And with essentially 2 laps to go, that last lap board will come out when Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook come round to take the final lap. There will be a last lap board. So we've got a battle out front for the lead of this race. Then we do have kind of a battle developing for third. Alexander still a little bit comfortable, still a little bit of a gap back to 4th and 5th. So last lap board is out on this first heat for the 177s, and there's a move going through the Haynes Loop. Yeah, good move there from Samuel Cook to take the lead from Jason Gardner. He just came off that racing line a tiny bit, and that allowed the move from Samuel Cook up the inside. But Jason will keep on that back wheel, keep on those back wheels for this remaining lap up through the bus stop. One little mistake of Jason is close enough, like Samuel just did to him, to land the blow. Alexander Colantuno looks like third place is pretty comfortable. Got about half a second back to the 4th and 5th who are battling, but as they come around the final 2 turns for this opening heat for the 177s, it is going to be a win for Samuel Cook from Jason Gardner. Great battle out front for them two, with Alexander Colantuno taking that 3rd place from Ryan Taylor Truman and Don DeGraff. And then we got back to Archie Elliott, David Simpson, Matt Jones, Daniel Hammett and Oliver Hutchins made up that top 10. Scott Smith and Sophie Jeffrey did recover Sophie to get back up into 12th. So did gain quite a few places after that spin going through the Haynes Loop. They did very well to recover. But obviously we've got the 2 battles in one there. So Samuel Cook, championship leader, was the 1st place kart for the Maxes, and then it was Jason Gardner who took 1st place in the Masters, and then Alexander Colantuno in the 64 and Ryan Taylor Truman in the 65. They were the 2nd and 3rd place karts in the Maxes. Don DeGraff essentially picked up 2nd place in the Masters. Daniel Hammett, 3rd place kart in the Masters. Our Churchill championship leader was 4th. Again, yeah, 4 places in that battle in that middle order, very compact in there for the entirety of that race. Really, the front was 2 or 3 separate battles, and as we went back through, David Simpson. So I'm just jotting down the top 5 in each race. This is my program as we go. So there's good action out front in that one, but it was a real 2-way battle for the win, and there was a little battle in there for the 3rd place. So in the Maxes, it was a win for Samuel Cook. Alexander Colantuno was a 2nd place in the Maxes, with Ryan Taylor Truman 3rd, Archie Elliott 4th, and David Simpson in 5th, just winning that battle of the brothers there. Just looking down the order a little bit. And then, yeah, in the Masters, it was a win for Jason Gardner with Don de Graaf in second, Daniel Hammett third, Carl Churchill was fourth, and Dean Cluley was in that fifth spot. So, good opening heat for the Max and the Masters, as we will move on to the seniors. Don't think we've got a rescue truck coming out on this one. I think somebody did come off, but was able just to get going again. So we will move on to the seniors. Now, in the seniors, Championship leader William Ray isn't here today, and William has finished top of the pile in both the opening rounds, so somebody else is going to stand on that top step today. Bobby Rosier is here, who's second place in the championship at the moment. So our runners in the seniors, we're going to have George Hume, Luca Cook, Roman Vickery, Dylan Morton, Zach Burke, Byron Sly Hewitt, Luke Richards, Kian Downer, Michael Pugh, Will Aldis, Freddie Worlock, Oliver Gussman, Ollie White, Harry Clark, Bobby Rosier, Lawrence Moss, Charlie Hume, James Watson, Jonas Schauskus, Taylor England, Reese Green, Ben Hicks, Ethan Griffiths and Oliver Murfitt. That is our 24 entries that we have. So obviously just a bit of a fluid spill there, as you can see, a bit of sawdust going down, a bit of sweeping going on just to make track safe. So rightly we'll have a small delay just while the guys get that right. So some big movements in that last one. For Ryan Taylor Truman 17, Don de Graaf 17 places, Samuel Cook went up 8 to take the win in the end. But then even down the order, Daniel Hammett gained 5, Oliver Hutchins 6 places, Scott Smith 7. So there were some good movements there from some drivers. Billy Clark and Neil Hemming, unfortunately, Neil didn't see the race out. They both lost 15 places respectively. So just while we have this tiny bit of downtime, while they just get that Haynes Loop fluid spill sorted, and there's a few contacts as they were going through the Haynes Loop on a couple of occasions, and that is what they're just dealing with now. Obviously we just had a bit of a spill at some point. Just while we're looking at the grandstand there, what I might just I'm in the stand. I'm on the standing thing, and I'm in dark purple. You'll have to give us a wave. There you go. I think there's our man. Give us a wave. I might be coming through on a bit of a delay for you, but if you can hear me and you're watching, give me a wave. Purple top. Come on, give me a wave. I want a wave. We won't pan away from you until you give me a wave. Can you hear me? There's a bit of a delay from, just in case I say anything I shouldn't. You have a small delay now, Edge. He is watching good. Give us a wave. Come on, I can see you smiling. Brilliant. So a busy grandstand. The weather's okay at the minute. Everybody out watching the action. There we can just see everybody getting set for this senior race, but they're just trying to get that spillage on the Haynes Loop. Obviously, something came out with the contact that we had as we were going through there. Happened on a couple of occasions, to be honest. Unfortunately for Sophie, she was up near the front of the pack, started near the front of the grid, but just had that spin off as she was going through there. So we will move on with the seniors shortly, but just a chance again just to give a shout out to our sponsors. You can see them rotating in the bottom right hand corner of the screen there. Again, they put so much into the events here at Forest Edge Kart Club. We're happy to have them rolling on the screen continuously throughout the day. And it's great to have them on board. You can just see the guys still just working on the track there. They've got to ensure that there is no slip to that there is no glass effect on the top there, no ice effect. So they'll get the dust down, the sawdust down, and then just brush it off. So DVS, Dan's Vehicle Solutions, and you can see in the bottom right there, based in Christchurch, I think, just down the road. Qualified vehicle mechanic, 18 years of experience, commercial goods, vehicles, maintenance, repairs, scheduled inspections, MOTs, brakes, clutches, whatever you need. Dan's Vehicle Solutions is the person you need. So you can search Dan's Vehicle Solutions, and it is Dan's Vehicle Solutions at hotmail.com if you want to get in touch. So again, big shout out, big thank you to Dan for the support he gives us. So we're just checking the track to make sure everything's all right. He's got a few marshals out on track. I'll just keep an eye on the running order as well. So when you see the guys, they go through the bus stop on the left-hand side, what is essentially the left-hand side of the track. So they go up the hill, they go through the bus stop into Winger's Dip at the top, and it is a really technical corner. If you get that wrong, and you move off that racing line a little bit, somebody will be up inside the line that you've left. That is for sure. There's Collards over the back. And right on cue. Demolish, Dispose and Recycle. Collards in the bottom right-hand corner of our screen there. A double shout out in one screen. So again, a big thank you to everybody at Collards for what they do, again, just to support the action and the racing here. Been going to 994 Collards. Demolition Earthworks has this waste removal, skip hire. Again, pretty much anything you need, those guys will have that covered for you. So just a small delay. We are going to move on to the first heat of the senior Rotaxes. We've had 2 heats so far, which have gone without too much issue. There was a win last time for Samuel Cook, and again we get the 2 classes in the one when we have the 177s. So our winners so far were Travis Rose in the juniors, championship leader. He took the first race by storm from Ethan Hunt, and Jesse Whitmore working through the pack up into 3rd. Kai Pepperell was 4th, and Barnaby Grubb came in 5th in that opening junior heat. And then in the 177s, in the maxes, it was Samuel Cook with the win from Alexander Colantuno. 3rd place was Ryan Taylor Truman, 4th Archie Elliott, and 5th David Simpson, ahead of his brother Rob. And then in the Masters, it was Jason Gardner who took 2nd place in the heat, but 1st place in his class from Don de Graaf. Daniel Hammett was 3rd, Carl Churchill 4th, and Dan Cluther. And what I do is I've got a couple of screens going on, and obviously when they come across the start-finish line, immediately it doesn't always show us if there has been any penalties or anything like that. So I have to then just quickly check back. But I think we had a relatively clean couple of races, a bit of contact, but nothing in terms of there was a couple of 5-second bumpers. So in that opening junior heat, so Kai Pepperell did get a 5-second. So that 4th place might have dropped down a little bit. So yeah, it was a 4th place on track for Kai Pepperell, but a 5-second front bumper penalty is a 5-second penalised 5 seconds. That drops Kai back to 14th, puts everybody from 14th up 1 spot. So that took Jesse Whitmore into 3rd in the end. So again, this is this downtime I can use it effectively. So it was Travis Ethan, Jesse Whitmore, Barnaby Grubb up into 4th. Just make a little amend on my programme, and then that gave 5th place to Max Lovell. So I can give Max that 5th place on my programme sheet. So, just a bit of calm before the next storm, which will be the senior Rotax. You can see a few people waving there, fantastic. Watching the stream as well as the action live. That's great to see, and as you can see, oh, okay, so that is, yeah, and you can tell by the helmet actually, yeah, that is the, they're not Lavelles, they're Lavalls. So I did put on the stream last time. If anyone's watching and I'm getting names wrong and you've got the ability to comment on YouTube, I will try to look and let you know if, and you can let me know if I'm getting names wrong. So yeah, to the Lovell boys, I'm sorry for the first couple of rounds, but I now know that you are Lavalls and not Lavelles. I'll put that right. So there was a thumbs up on screen for that. So we have sorted the track out. The guys will come out and put in a couple of half laps. The seniors here, a couple of half laps of the track before we'll go live with a rolling start. for their first heat. And in terms of the championship with the seniors, like we're saying, it is William Ray is not here today, so it's a chance for Bobby Rosier to get in amongst and Zach Burke, who sat third in the championship. James Watson's currently sat fourth. Oliver Gusman as well in fifth, so they're all here today. So an opportunity for all of them just to wheel in really a little bit in that championship standings, but also just to get on that top step of the podium here today. So a couple of tentative laps: Reece Green, Ethan Griffiths, Oliver Murphy, Michael Pugh, Freddie Worlock, Zach Burke, Oliver Gusman. They are going to be the front of the grid in this one. They will go from the front. You can still see if they're able to really put a marker down in that opening lap. Get to Haynes Loop, which is that first corner first. And then maybe hoping to pull away. I think they're going to go around and do another tentative one here. But everybody a bit more condensed than that to make the start. So everybody's got to get back into their respective positions. First to start this one off, so they'll go down through the Windsors dip, then they'll turn right for the bus stop. You've got to get in formation really by the bus stop before you turn right to come across the start-finish line. Still think we are going to have to... there we go, we're slowing everybody down now, so we're looking good. So there is the front two. Taylor England I've got down as third. Currently sat second on the grid there. There we go, let's see what happens. It is the 71 and the 68 of Reece and Taylor that are out front. And it is Reece round the outside of the Haynes Loop. Really good to hold it. Certainly does. The 71 of Reece Green. Great opening lap. Onto the 27 kart there, just going onto the gravel. That's Michael Pugh. That'll cost him a couple of places early on. Again, like I say, you can't win it in this opening lap. You can certainly lose it. So the 71 of Reece Green. Great opening Haynes Loop right-hander there. Down through Johnny's into Windsors dip, really taking advantage, and he's going to look to try and pull away here, but there's two cars right on the back wheel of Reece on this opening lap as they come round start finish line for that first time. It is the 91 and the 31 of Freddie Worlock and Ethan Griffiths, Zach Burke, Oliver Gusman, Bobby Rosier, Michael Pugh, and then Jonas, Luca Cook, James Watson and Byron. They make up that top 10 and 11 positions at the minute. There's the top three there, so that is Reece Green, Ethan Griffiths and Freddie Worlock. They've already just stolen a bit of a gap over the rest. They go through the bus stop. Everybody that's off track has now managed to get back on track. That is the 68 of Taylor England and the 95 of Olivia Murphy. They're back on track, thankfully. They can continue their race. The front three come round Tolly's over the start-finish line in that same order they were. Reece Green, Ethan Griffiths, Freddie Worlock, and then we've got a three-way battle: Oliver Gusman, Bobby Rosier and Zach Burke from fourth through to sixth. But to be honest, there is nothing to choose. After the front three, there is nothing between the next maybe 8 or 9, 10 karts, all on top of each other in this one. Not a lot to choose between anybody. Big movers at the minute. Bobby Rosier has gained 7 places. So's Harry Clark down the order a little bit, has done very well. They're the two big movers at the minute. Oliver Gusman as well up into fourth, has gone up 5 places. But the front three are pulling away. So they are, if they work together, they can keep on extending that advantage. Freddie Worlock moved up into second at the moment ahead of Ethan Griffiths. But then there's what, there's like 8 or 9 karts then in that battle. But there's nothing much to choose between the rest of the field as they go through Haynes Loop, really tight there, and there's movement at the front of the order as well. The 31 of Freddie Worlock and the 91 of Ethan Griffiths come underneath Reece Green there, so movement at the front, them three coming through the bus stop as they head up 2 midgets before that right-hander. So the most interesting lap of this race so far for sure is them three trading places out front. They have pulled away, there's no denying that. They've got their own race going on. They're catching up to the 95 of Olivia Murphy at the minute. But it is Freddie Worlock, Ethan Griffiths and Reece Green. Bobby Rosier still hold on to that fourth, and Zach Burke, Oliver Gusman, Jonas Schauskus in seventh. Michael Pugh, Harry Clark, Luca Cook. They make up the top 10, but there is nothing after that front three, which is the three you can see on screen, and it is a battle, so we're focusing in on that at the moment. Just a small gap into the fourth place at the minute of Bobby Rosier. So if Bobby can get his head down, he's looking to reel in that front three. and just get himself in amongst that top 3 battle in this one as well. Remember, these are just the heats. They're accumulating points to go towards the final, and a big move through Tollies through the 91 there of Ethan Griffiths, done really well to get ahead of the 31 of Freddie Worlock. With Reece Green in the 71, just keeping an eye, but again through the Haynes loop, big mistake from the 91 there of Ethan Griffiths, who was holding the checker, holding the lead as he went underneath me here in the start-finish line, but is now going to be sat in 3rd place. There you go, there you can see the battle. 31 now with Freddie Worlock from Reece Green and Ethan Griffiths. That's your front 3, beard of dust coming up there as they go through the bus stop, and a move up the inside from the 91 as Ethan Griffiths fights back into 2nd place ahead of the 71 of Reece Green. So a really good battle out front. Bobby Rosier is really reeling them in as well. So this 3-way is going to turn into a 4-way, that is for sure. And then just 3 or 4 karts, 5 starting to string out a tiny bit in the battle for those placings within the top 10. But the front 4, there's the 49 of Bobby Rosier that's joined that battle, which was a 3-way. It's certainly now a 4-way battle for the lead of this race. Good race so far. 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go on this opening heat for the seniors. And it's been a good one. We've got a 4-way battle out front. Keep an eye on Bobby Rosier here. We might just catch him yet as he goes through midgets and gets that place ahead of the 71 of Reece Green. So Bobby Rosier really starting to move into the action here as they come across the start-finish line. Still the 31 of Freddie Worlock from Ethan Griffiths, and it's now Bobby Rosier up into 3rd from Reece Green. But still those 4 out front. They're battling has really given the opportunity to Zach Burke and Oliver Gusman just to keep tabs on them, maybe just bring them in a little bit. In terms of the timings, there's a 40.49 for Reece Green, and that's that 40.41 from Ethan Griffiths. He's got the fastest lap time so far from Freddie Worlock as well. So 40 points are down to the 39s now. 39.66 from Bobby Rosier, really meaning business, and has taken the lead. Bobby Rosier up into the lead from Freddie Worlock and Ethan Griffiths and Reece Green. That's now your top 4 order. But them 4 have been battling away, and what that has done is that has allowed Zach Burke and Oliver Gusman just to reel them in. There you go. We've now got a 6-way battle for the lead in this one. So the lead has changed hands on numerous occasions already. Bobby Rosier now finds 11 places gained for Bobby as he's got up into the lead of this one. Freddie Worlock 4 places gained. Ethan Griffiths started in 3rd, is still in 3rd. But has been in amongst that battle for the lead throughout the entire race. So we've got maybe 2 or 3 laps to go on this one, and this is a really interesting battle that's developing between these front 6. And then there's probably a battle between 8 karts for top 10 finishes as well. So an interesting end to this race, that's for sure. As Bobby Rosier now has taken the lead on this one. He's just starting to pull away, but Ethan Griffiths not making that easy. And then Freddie Worlock, Reece Green, Zach Burke, Oliver Gusman, Jonas Schauskus, Harry Clark, Michael Pugh, Luca Cook, James Watson, Ben Hicks, Luke Richards, Charlie Hume, Will Aldis, and Downer. They make up the top 16. Then it comes Ollie White, Dylan Moore, and George Hume. So let's keep an eye on this then. We've got a bit of movement there in the 5th and 6th places. They came through midgets. Yeah, we can see that on screen there. Bobby Rosier just starting to look like he's got this one. There's going to be 2 laps to go on this one. Bobby Rosier and Ethan Griffiths, they've got a bit of a gap, as does Freddie Worlock in 3rd. But then there's a real battle for 4th, 5th and 6th with Zach Burke, Oliver Gusman and Reece Green. There's a really interesting battle developing there. And then the 27 of Michael Pugh just trying to hold on to them as well, if he can improve on the points in this one. So Bobby Rosier out front. Lap and a half to go here from Ethan Griffiths in the 91. Them 2 looking comfortable, as does Freddie Worlock now, to be honest, in 3rd. Those 3 have all got a good half-second gap between each other before we go back to the 4th, 5th and 6th kart of Burke, Gusman, Green. That's where that battle is. So Bobby Rosier over the start-finish line. No, there was a last lap board out there. So this will be the last lap. And Bobby Rosier looks pretty comfortable. The 91 and then the 31. Of Ethan Griffiths and Freddie Worlock, that's the 2nd and 3rd karts, and then there's that battle. Zach Burke, you can see it on screen, that's the 20 there. Zach Burke leading that little battle for 4th place from Reece Green and Oliver Gusman. With half a lap to go. The front 3 looking pretty settled. I don't envisage we'll see any change there. 4th looking pretty comfortable for Zach Burke as well. It's just whether or not Oliver Gusman can make a move going through Tollies. Everyone's looking pretty comfortable as we end this heat. Really interesting heat, a lot of movement there. Bobby Rosier with the win, Ethan Griffiths in 2nd, Freddie Worlock 3rd, Zach Burke in 4th, Reece Green 5th. Then came Oliver Guston, Michael Pugh, Harry Clark, Luke Cook and James Watson was our top 10. So really good battle out front there. Bobby Rosier joining the party and then taking the win in that 49 car. Really impressive as he's working his way through. The 91 in second of Ethan Griffiths. The 31 of Freddie Worlock in third. Zach Burke in the 20 was fourth. And Reese Green in the 71 picked up that 5th spot. And outside the top 10, Charlie Hume, Ben Hicks, Jonas Schauskus, Luke Richards, Will Aldis, Kian Downer, Dylan Morton, Ollie White, George Hume. And then it was Byron Sly Hewitt, Lawrence Moss, Oliver Murphy, Roman Vickery, and then Taylor England. So really good heat out front that one, 4 or 5 karts. Dictating the race really, but Bobby Rosier working his way through from what was a 13th or 14th starting position up to take the win. Jostling going on there. This was the early battle between those front 3, which was Reese, Ethan and Freddie, before Bobby joined the party. Oh, I can just see the 71, that's where he got it wrong. Just pushing really hard there. Reese Green and got his back wheels on that gravel, just on the inside of the track. Nice move from the 91 of Ethan Griffiths there. They came through. Just see there Bobby Rosier in that 4th place, just starting to reel him in. And that's a great example of that little battle there, where you're coming inside each other, great moves, but what that's doing is that's slowing you down all the time in terms of allowing others to catch, and Bobby Rosier took full advantage of that. See Bobby starting to work his way up into the positions, looking inside, looking outside. That's great track craft up there, look. 2 places gained, great camera work from our team to catch that, really good. And then Bobby just pulled away. So there is our grandstand. Everyone's still okay. Man in the green hat, not overly happy with his day so far. Might be a little bit tired. So we'll move on to the Inters. That will be our next race on track. And if my numbers are right, we are going to see 26 karts on track. So again, another busy grid. There's the 17 kart there. That's just our small delays. The 17 kart of Roman Vickery just getting rescued there. Unfortunate end for Roman, but he'll get to go again in his second heat. So we will have 26 karts out in this one, and we've got championship leader and double round winner Elijah West in the 99 kart. Gold helmet. You can see the 44 there of Henry Perrin. He's going to be near the front of the grid in this one. So in our Inters we have Ollie Garlinge, Kian Kosler, Jensen King, Lenny Dorrington, Rishan Kosler, Arthur Kayser, Amelia Jade Hay, Warren Atkins, Louis Lavall, Oliver Dan, Freya Bond, Ethan Coughlin, Henry Perrin, James Devereaux, Callum Williams, Roman Takata, Jack Daniels, Thomas Gulliver, Zane Williams, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson, Lucas Gray, Aurelia Simpson, Max Thompson, and then in the 99 is Elijah West, our championship leader. Let me just have a quick look at the championship. It is Elijah West from Harvey Ball, Oliver Dan, Freya Bond, Max Smith, Arthur Kayser, Warren Atkins. That's our top 7 or 8. Charlie Dickinson and Lenny Dorrington make up the top 10. At the 2 rounds we've had so far in the 6 heats, it's been 5 heat wins for Elijah West and 1 heat win. Ethan Copland in round 2 managed to get ahead of Elijah West, who finished second. So yeah, 5 heat wins and a second for Elijah West. Harvey Ball's had a couple of second places. Zane Williams, a few third places as well. So Elijah West is the one to beat, that is for sure. And in this one, Elijah will be starting in 18th. So again, that's an interesting dynamic to this heat, to see what Elijah can do early on, working his way through. Is there anybody that's got those front run-ins and is able to pull away? So just a nice calm up the hill there before they turn right. To come through Tollies and then under the start finish line. Everyone looks in order. Looks like we're going to have a good start to this one. Henry Perrin, Zane Williams, Callum Williams, Lucas Gray. They're the guys at the front of the grid. And it is the 68 and the 44 of Henry Perrin and Zane Williams that look like they've made a good start. Whoa, some spin and movement at the back, and we've got 6 or 7 karts that are ground to a halt here at the back. We just pan, there it is, as we pan backwards. The 11, the 96. Really disappointing. So I think we're going to go again on this one. The red flags have come out, so I think we will stop and start again on this one. With that number of karts in that first turn, everybody's going to be very disappointed. You can see arms in the air from a few of the guys. Ollie Darling, just see if we can see it again here. It's always tight going through the Haynes loop, and all it takes is a little bit of contact. The 96 of Max Thompson there just going off track, but recovered. But then as we looked in there, it was the white helmet in the mix. I couldn't quite see the number. Somebody with a white helmet just span as they went through there. That caused, there's a few white helmets in there, so I'm not going to call which one it was, but it just meant that those guys ground to a halt. Just a precaution, we'll have the ambulance just coming out just to check that everyone's okay. Always in that kind of incident, when you're going in and you get spun or you end up hitting somebody in front, there's always that potential for a bit of whiplash, and that's what we'll be checking, just to make sure that the drivers are okay. So there's a couple of drivers just in that corner still. And again, everyone's vying for that same piece of track. It happens. It happens as much as we want to give racing room. Everyone is fighting for that same piece of track, and when you get that bit of contact and it is so condensed and congested, you get a little bit of a spin, a little bit of movement, and yeah, what that does is give us what we've got there. So we'll just keep an eye there on the rest of the field. They'll just sit and wait just for a second, just while we get these two checked over. And the paramedics are concentrating on one young driver. Hopefully they're okay. We obviously won't panter them because they're being seen by the paramedics. But we will just go again. There we go. So off and moving. I think that's the 18. Is that Rishan? Yeah, that's Rishan Kosler, who's okay, which is great news. And can rejoin, not going into the pits. Oh, it is going into the pits. So Rishan's gone in. I'm not sure. Just go into Alpha Live a second, just while I'm screen hopping. So yeah, that was the 18 of Rishan Kosler that's gone back into the pits. Whether Rishan will rejoin, we will wait and see. And the paramedics do just seem to be taking somebody away. Can't quite see the number from my screen. I think it's Aurelia Simpson, I think. The paramedics are just checking over. Yeah, I think it's Aurelia. So walked away from the car, so nothing serious. Maybe just a bit of a impact or whiplash kind of effect from the incident. As everyone was diving through. You carry so much pace as you come under the start-finish line. Across the start-finish line you go, you take a left-hander then up into what is Parsons before the right-hand into the Haynes Loop. And the Haynes Loop is a long corner, essentially. You might not necessarily see it on the screen, but it's a very long corner. And it's one of the trickiest ones to get right, but especially when you've got so many karts into there. You almost want to enter it from the left and come across the corner carrying as much speed as you can. You make it quite a late apex on it, and then you try and keep right to carry your speed down through Johnny's. And when everyone's looking to do exactly the same thing, that is when we get those issues. So hopefully Aurelia's okay. The car has been rescued. Yeah, there's the 91 car just getting taken away. And hopefully Aurelia is all right. The rest of the field just wait patiently. Just in that main grandstand, waiting for the guys to go again. So we've just got a little cluster of drivers still on the Haynes Loop that are just waiting to come back round. That's our main grid there, which is just before the start-finish line. Kian Kosler there, number 12 at the front. Okay, so everyone's just heading back in. So that was the little group that were involved in that incident. That was the 6 or 7 karts that were in. So they've all gone in. Whether we're not going to see them again in this one, maybe they're in. We're going to lose 7 or 8 karts. It'd be a shame, but that might well be the case. As they've gone into the pits, everybody else starts rolling. red flags are still out on this one, so this isn't the start of the race. We're just going to go around and just do that formation lap, get everybody in position. Those cars, so we have lost 7 or 8 cars from this race, which is a real shame. Yeah, they're all okay. Is everybody going to go in, and are we going to see this race delayed? I think that might well be the case. Yeah, indeed it is. Everybody heads in. It looks like we will just move that first heat of the Rotaxes, the Inters, sorry, and just delay that a little bit, only right and proper, so we can get the full grid out again. That does look like what is going to happen. I'll just shuffle my papers around. So there will be a delay on heat 1 of the Inters. And it looks like we'll move on to the Cadets, the Rotax and the Hondas. Rescue truck still out on track. So yes, we are going to be going with the Rotax and the Honda Cadets, and we're going to see 22 karts on track for this, which is terrific. And again, on your screen, you'll see slightly different coloured plates because there are 2 classes racing under the one heat in this one, the Hondas and the Rotaxes. So in the Hondas, we've got Callum Gain, Felix Finn, Max Skilton, Avir Bartiu, Cruz Jenkins, Harrison Maxwell, and Mason Day, Jamie Daly, Harry Price and Max Saunders. They make up the Honda Cadet group. And for the Rotax Cadet group, you can see the 23 plate there on the left. That is Wilfred Tomlinson. And there's also Buddy Dorr, Alfie Muller, Oscar Taylor, Oliver Daniels. Championship leader is Johnny Butterfield. And then we've got Munro Wilcox, Jackson Haynes, Oju Store Perstis, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Otley Simpson, and Reggie Peters. So that is our lineup for this one. And again, Oju Store Perstis. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I'll do my best on that one as the race develops. Oju Store Perstis. So Johnny Butterfield, he's leading the Rotax Cadets. So it's pretty close. Not everybody has raced in both rounds so far, which is why we've got a bit of a slightly different picture in the Hondas. So yeah, just a small delay, just while we've shuffled there's an incident in the Inters where going through the Haynes Loop, there was contact, 7 or 8 cars, maybe even 10, up to 10 involved. So we've just taken those guys off track, and what we've done is we've brought on the Cadets. Cadets will go slightly ahead now of them. So we're just trying to get everything in order to go again. And if you've joined us slightly late, thank you so much for joining us. This is round 3 of the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship for 2026. Through the course of today, we are going to see 23 qualifying heats. And we have 7 grand finals, and we also have a B final in the juniors. So plenty of racing to enjoy. If you go into Alpha Live timing, you can see a running order. And we don't run to time because as soon as you get an incident, it just knocks it back. But it'll just give you a general idea on who's going to be coming out on track next. So are we off and running? We certainly are. No messing around with the Cadets. All the time. Oh, Lord, it's fun. Time hasn't started, so they are going to be coming around again. Again. Never tell with the Cadets whether they're racing. they're racing. They don't necessarily do the warm-ups, the Cadets, they just race. So sometimes you can't really tell whether they are racing. But the yellow flags are out, so they're going to bring the guys around again for the start. And you can see Wilfred Tomlinson there, Johnny Butterfield, Oatley Simpson, Oliver Daniels, that's the front of the grid. And now the time is going and off we go. So it looks like the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson's already dropped down to second or third in that opening exchange, and it looks like the 25 of Johnny Butterfield has already moved up into the lead of this race from the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson. And there's just a little cluster of drivers there as they go down the bottom through the Winger's dip, and then they'll come up through the bus stop. Chicane slows you down to the right, back to the left, and then you race up the hill into midgets before the right-hander. Already a lead there from Johnny Butterfield in the 25, who is doing really well in his respective championship this season. Really putting it to the course and to this group already. As we come around the start finish line for the first time, it is Johnny Butterfield from the 24 of Oliver Daniels, Wilfred Tomlinson, Monroe Wilcox up to fourth, and Oak Simpson, Buddy Dorr, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, Alfie Muller, and then Reggie Peters. That's our top 10 as they race through. Johnny's down into the Winger's dip. Just a bit of movement there from the 28. Monroe Wilcox looking up the inside. A lot of pressure on. Stick as they go up through the bus stop. 5 cars there going through the bus stop at the same time. Everybody gets through safely. Bit of gravel action there from the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson. It's still the 28 there of Monroe Wilcox, who gained quite a few places there. I think past Wilfred Tomlinson. Oliver Daniels as well, I think. Maybe Simpson's up there. So as they come over the start-finish line, it is Johnny Butterfield with the lead from Oliver Daniels. Then the 28 of Monroe Wilcox. Wilfred Tomlinson, Buddy Dorr, Odie Simpson, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, Alfie Muller, and Harrison Maxwell. They make up the top 10 in this cadet group. 60 cut there, Harrison Maxwell just pushing for that top 10, looking up the inside. Thought better of it. Clever driving, just come off the gas. The gap doesn't always mean you can get through it. That's the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson just leading that group through the bus stop as they go up towards midgets at the top. That little cluster of drivers. The front two have pulled away, Johnny Butterfield and Oliver Daniels. They're both in the Rotax Cadet group. They've pulled away from third place driver, which is Monroe Wilcox, also in the Rotax Cadets. And then what we'll do is we'll drop down, we'll just keep an eye on what's going on with the Hondas. It looks like Harrison Maxwell is the leading Honda from Max Skilton at the minute, so we'll just keep an eye on those two different classes as they battle their way around. You can see the different numbered plates. The reds are the Hondas, and the black numbers, that belongs to the Rotaxes. So the Rotaxes are pulling away in this one at the moment. There's Buddy Dorr, the number 12. He's leading that pack there as they all bounce through the bus stop. Again, just a bit of movement as they come out of the bus stop up towards midgets. So the front two have pulled away. Monroe Wilcox comfortable in third place, but then you've got a group of maybe, 10 karts, all looking to try and get ahead of one another. So that's the real, it's Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels, Monroe Wilcox, but then it's the 12 still, with Buddy Dorr in fourth, Wilfred Tomlinson, Odie Simpson, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, Harrison Maxwell, and Alfie Muller. That's your top 10. Again, pretty set, not too much movement, but a really content group there. The 29 car just having a little look there, see if there was anywhere that Max Skilton could make a move up the inside. So Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels, Monroe Wilcox, they're the top 3 in the race. They're the top 3 in the Rotax Cadets, and at the moment in the Honda Cadets it looks like it's Harrison Maxwell down in 9th, but leading out of all of the Hondas at this moment in time. From Max Skilton and then Cruz Jenkins. That's the top 3. That's the top 3, I think, for the Hondas. The front 3 are pulling away. Oliver Daniels and Monroe Wilcox up in 2-4. Bit of an incident there on track, I think. Just caused a bit of a change in position. So there's the 24 and the 25. That's the front 2. As they race up through the bus stop. Monroe Wilcox now green helmet, is in third place. Buddy Dorr fourth, Wilfred Tomlinson fifth. So let's keep an eye on the front 2. That is where the race is. Monroe Wilcox slowly but surely dragging those front 2 in as well to make it a 3-way battle for the lead. Plenty of speed carried through climate as they come down into Tollies over the start-finish line now. We've got a front 3 racing away. We've got a 3-way battle, less than a second between all 3 of them. And there's just a little groove, little gap back to the next 2, which is Buddy Dorr and Wilfred Tomlinson. Harrison Maxwell moving his way through, up into 7th in the Honda, racing really well. Contact warning for Oliver Daniels at the front as well, so just keep an eye on that. So yeah, Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels and Munro Wilcox, that's the front three. They're out front. If we go up into midgets, that's what we're keeping an eye on here. That's your front three, and then there's a bit of a gap back. Got a yellow flag out here as they come through midgets, and that's because we've lost somebody here in Tollies as the front three just come through. 24 and 25 have swapped places there, but will Oliver have to give that back? He might have done that on a yellow. That seemed to be the gesturing from Johnny Butterfield, was that Oliver might have made that move under a yellow. So keep an eye on that. That comes pretty, as you come through Climate down into the left-hander of Tollies, it comes at you really quickly. So when that yellow, you come round the right-hander of Climate, that yellow flag comes at you really quickly, and if you've already committed to making a move, it might be seen a little bit different. So we've lost, I think it's the 18 car of Alfie Muller. He's the one stranded in Tollies at the minute. That's causing this yellow flag as the guys come around. It is still Oliver Daniels from Johnny Butterfield. That's how it is at the minute as they come across the start-finish line. Johnny having a good look. And Munro Wilcox up the inside through Hainslow. Will he look to make a move up the inside of Johnny Butterfield? I think he has. Can he make that stick as they come back into the left-hander? Yes. Good move from Munro Wilcox there to get up into 2nd place. So it is Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox. That's your top 3 in the Rotaxes, and then in the Hondas, Harrison Maxwell has moved up into 6th, and Max Skilton has moved up into 10th. That's your front 2 for the Hondas, and then we drop back, I think, to 14th to Cruz Jenkins, who's the next one down the order in the Hondas. So that's your top 3 in the 2 respective classes in this one race. Just keep an eye on the live timing as well as what's going on in front of me. Harrison Maxwell in the 60 Honda, he's really gone up the order. 8 places, sorry, gained up into 6th place. Max Skilton in the 29 Honda has gone up 5 places as well. So it's a good movement from those Hondas as we get in amongst the Rotax Cadets. But that's our front 3 on screen. Munro Wilcox in 2nd, Johnny Butterfield 3rd, chasing down Oliver Daniels. And we're on that last lap. So they're going to be the front 3 for the Rotaxes. In what order remains to be seen. We've still got the yellow out. I think the yellow will remain. We've basically got this one corner here through Climate to try and make a move, because the yellow is still out as they come out of this. So yeah, that's going to be the end of the overtaking. You can't overtake on a yellow, so it is going to be an Oliver Daniels win from Munro Wilcox and Johnny Butterfield. That's your top 3 in the Rotaxes. Good little battle from them 3 out front. Obviously a championship leader, and up into 5th for Harrison Maxwell, who is the leading Honda driver in that race. Really good return. Max Skilton as well, likewise, has gone up through the pack, and Cruz Jenkins will pick up that 3rd place in the Hondas. So a good race. Max Skilton and the 29 Honda gained 5 places in that race. Oliver Daniels, race winner. He started on the 2nd row, but got himself up ahead of Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox to take the win. Unfortunately, was the big dropper down. Harry Price down there in 15th did gain 6 places. So Oliver Daniels, Munro Wilcox, Johnny Butterfield, Buddy Dorr. That's your top Rotaxes. Harrison Maxwell in 5th, Max Skilton in 8th. That's your 2 top Hondas. So the 2 classes in one there. So top to bottom, Oliver Daniels, Munro Wilcox, Johnny Butterfield, Buddy Dorr, Harrison Maxwell, Wilfred Tomlinson, Oscar Taylor, Max Skilton, Reggie Peters, Oatley Simpson, Lucas Otley Thistlewhite, Jackson Haynes, Cruz Jenkins. Then it was Arjuice in 11th. Arjuice in 14th, and Harry Price, Felix Finn, Jamie Daly, Mason Day, Abir Batu, William Woods, Alfie Muller, and then Callum Gain down at the bottom there. So some action early on in that one, and it was Munro Wilcox grabbing hold of those front 2 that were pulling away to get in amongst it. And Wilfred Tomlinson was in the mix there for a lot of that race. And then something just went wrong off cam for Wilfred in the 23 car, and that just dropped him down where he eventually finished in 6th. So consolidated in 6th, and it was in amongst the front runners at the start of that. About a good move there from the 24 kart of Oliver Daniels to take the lead. I think it was clean, I think it was okay. Just because it was under yellow. And that was what Johnny Butterfield was contemplating. But a good race. We're just rescuing the 18 kart there of Alfie Muller. So we've had a couple of heats to go, and then that will be our full round of heat ones for everybody. And what we'll probably try and do is we'll get through a couple of heats for each class, a couple more potentially for the juniors because they get an extra heat before we take a lunch break. So we've got another set of heats to come, but we've still obviously got to get the Rotaxes, the Inters on track, as well as the KZs, the Superkarts, and then for today only the NFK Superkarts as well. So we've still got 3 more heats to go in this opening block. What we're going to see next, I'm not sure. And we're going to get the Inters back out on track, we think, but we will check if that is indeed the case. If we've just delayed them by 1 race, we will find that out in due course. See if I can clock a number. That's the 44 there. Is that Henry Perrin on the left? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. And there's the 23 I can see on screen as well of Louis Laval. And that helmet, the distinctive red, white and green. So yeah, we're going to go with the Inters again. So if you've just joined us, there was an incident in the Haynes Loop on the opening lap of the initial running of the Inter race, which caused us just to delay it because it was a good 8 to 10 kart incident through there. So we got everybody off track. Thumbs up there from our marshal mid-screen tells us we're almost ready to go. We've saved every car on track. Everyone's going to move back in, and we will go with the Inters. And the Inters are going to be 26 entries on track. Oliver Garlinge, Kian Kostler, Jensen King, Lenny Dorrington, Rushan Kostler, Arthur Kaiser, Amelia Jade Hay. We hope he's okay. Oh no, it was Aurelia, wasn't it, Simpson? Was involved in that incident. Warren Atkins, Louis Laval, Oliver Dan, Freya Bond, Ethan Copeland, Henry Perrin, James Devereaux, Callum Williams, Roman Takata, Jack Daniels, Thomas Gulliver, Zane Williams, Harry Reid, Oakley Poulter, Charlie Dickinson, Lucas Gray, Aurelia Simpson, we hope is okay. We'll see if Aurelia comes out in the 91 car. And then Max Thompson and championship leader Elijah West in the 99. So they are our runners for the Inters. Hopefully everyone's going to be out on track. Looked over by the paramedics, seems okay, so I'm just going to keep an eye out for the 91 car as they come underneath me. And then there's not a competition for a second heat later on. So again, same thing, 7 minutes plus a lap for these guys. Just got to put in a couple of half practice laps before they get in formation for a rolling start. Again, the weather today, the sun's out now, which is terrific. Rain is forecast this afternoon. I heard the part of the marshal briefing, they said, look, we are to expect rain after lunch. So at the moment, everybody will be on respective tyres. We won't be on wets at the minute, that's for sure. So here we go, as they come round, everybody looks in comfortable position, in formation. As we come over, and it is the 44, 37 and the 68. Big move as Zane Williams there. I think Zane's taken the lead. Hopefully everybody gets around the Haynes Loop safely. Yes, they do. That's great. So a clean start to this race is the 37 and the 44. Henry Perry chasing, and there is movement. That was a 90 kart there, came off track as they were heading down towards the Windsors dip. But there's our leader. Really made a move early on. 68 of Zane Williams. Races up towards midgets. And everybody safely through as well. Bit of movement down in that middle order of the field. That'll all come out when they come across the start-finish line for the first time, which is about now, with our race leader, which is the 68 of Zane Williams. And that is Jack Daniels, Henry Perrin, King Kostler, Louis Lavelle, James Devereaux, Louis Lavelle, sorry. That's the first time I've done that today. There's some good movement in the middle of that field. Elijah West is up 8 places into the top 10. Starting in 18th, championship leader at the moment. After 2 very impressive opening rounds. James Devereaux up 5 places into 8th as well. So we'll just keep an eye on Louis Leval there on screen. Head down as they go up into midgets. The leader is coming under my nose here in the start-finish line. Then Williams out front from Jack Daniels to 61 and Henry Perrin. Louis Leval has really gone up into 4th place. Kean Costa 5th. Elijah West into 6th already. Arthur KZ, James Devereaux, Henry Perrin. That makes up our top 10. So let's keep an eye on those names that have done really well in the championship. You see them just going off screen there is the gold helmet of Elijah West up into 6th, started 18th. So massive movement there from him as he goes past somebody through the bus stop as well. So I think 5th place or 4th will be for Elijah West as they come round. But he's got a long way to go to catch up with Zane Williams here at the front. Leading from Jack Daniels. So it is the 68 of Zane Williams, then Jack Daniels, Freya Bond in that 37, Louis Leval in the 23, Elijah West is up into 5th from Kean Kostler, Arthur KZ, James Devereaux, Lucas Gray. They make up the top 10. As the sun comes out and shines on us here. First stage this afternoon. We'll take the sun at the minute. Some racing going on right down at the bottom end of the field as well, where there is their own little battle going on. But let's keep an eye on the front 4 or 5 here. Zane Williams, Jack Daniels, Freya Bond, Louis Leval and Elijah West. That's your top 5. I think Elijah West has just got the better there on screen, yeah, of Louis Leval. Go up into 4th place. Start finish line, yeah, it's still the 68 of Zane Williams from Jack Daniels, Freya Bond, Elijah West and Louis Leval, and Kean Kostler, Arthur KZ, Kean Kostler. Race through safely, which is wonderful. Little run down there from maybe 5th or 6th kart there. 43 of Ethan Copland, battling away for that top 10 finish with the 81 of Lucas Gray. Good little battle developing through the bus stop from them two. That they're fighting for the top 10, and just keep an eye there at the inside. Good move for me from Copland as he moves ahead of Lucas Gray into 9th place. So they make up the 9th and 10th, those two karts. Now the front runners are still the same top 5, no change in the top 5. Zane, Jack, Freya, Elijah and Louis. And then 6th through Arthur, Kean, Ethan, Lucas. So top 10 pretty comfortable at the moment, no big changes. A little bit further down the order we have seen some drivers making some great gains. 14 places from Elijah West, 5 from Jack Daniels up into 2nd. Oakley Poulter's gained 6, Thomas Gulliver 7, Jensen King 8. So some good movement down in the middle of the order. Might not be battling in the top 5 or 6 position, but has indeed gained some good places. So the front 2 have pulled away here, that's for sure. Zane Williams and Jack Daniels, they pulled away at the front. They've got a gap now from Freya Bond, who's got Elijah West all over the back through the Haynes Loop. That might be something to pick up on, because that's where the here we go, perfectly done by our camera team there. That's the battle for 3rd. That's Freya Bond and Elijah West as Elijah looks at the inside. No, just can't make that work. He's pushed Freya Bond wide. He's made that stick as they head up towards the bus stop. So Elijah West up into 3rd. Really working through the field. That's maybe 14 or 15 positions gained now. So Elijah West will have head down and will be striving to reach up to the front 2. But they've probably got a good couple of 2.5 seconds, I would say, maybe 3. Zane Williams and Jack Daniels. That's the front 2. Let's see what the timing is back to Elijah West. It is 3 seconds. So with a minute and a half plus an extra lap to go, Elijah's got enough to catch up to them two on screen, which is our leading pair of Zane Williams and Jack Daniels, who have led the 2 of them from the start here. Really, and they're battling away as they go side by side into the bus stop, and it is a move from Jack Daniels to take the lead from Zane Williams. Now Zane should just tuck in and chase, because them 2, if they're clever, will be able to pull away from Elijah West. They're just coming through screen. That is the key for these 2, if they can work together and just try and pull away, just to stop Elijah from catching. There's still a couple of good laps to go here. And it is the 61 of Jack Daniels now leading from Zane Williams. Elijah West in 3rd, Freya Bond still 4th, from Louis Leval in 5th, Oliver Dan, Arthur KZ, Ethan Copland. There's a good half a second or so between those karts in those top 7 or 8 places, and there is a bit of a battle still with Ethan Copland going on in there. With that 81, they've been developing for the whole race really. a little battle in that middle order. But there's your front two. There's your third driver of Elijah West. So 40 seconds plus a lap to go. That's the four back markers essentially still racing away there, which is great to see. And attacker to Ollie Garlinge and Amelia Jade Hay in amongst that battle. That's the front two. Jack Daniels comes across from Zane Williams. What is the gap now to Elijah West? Still just under 3 seconds, so there might be too much to do for Elijah. It's crazy to think that of all the heats he's raced in so far, this would be the lowest finish, which is the third, which is not bad, let's be fair. Especially when you started so far way down the order. That's Elijah West, your championship leader on screen. That's your front two that just dashed through the screen there of Jack Daniels and Zane Williams. And then we've got Freya Bond, Louis Lavall, Oliver Dan, Arthur KZ, Ethan Copland, Kean Costler and James Devereaux. That's made they're making up the top 10 at the moment. As the front two come around, and they are going to get a last lap board for the front two. Got a 2.6 second gap, so it looks like Jack Daniels looking comfortable out front from Zane Williams, Elijah West, then Freya Bond, Louis Lavall, Oliver Dan, Arthur KZ, Ethan Copland, Kean Costler and James Devereaux. They make up the top 10 as we speak. Then it's Henry Perrin, Thomas Gulliver, Jensen King. Warren Atkins moves up into 13th, and so Jensen's got a problem and is dropping down the order. But let's keep an eye on our leaders as they come around. They are catching up with the back markers, but they're not going to get them before the checkered flag, I don't think. Be a clean race for everybody. These guys are all going to get another lap in, all the way back to 55 kart. So across the start finish line, it is a win for Jack Daniels in this heat number one. From Zane Williams, Elijah West, Freya Bond, Louis Lavall, Oliver Dan, Arthur KZ. Oliver Dan moves up to 5th, just ahead of Louis Lavall there on that last lap. Ethan Copland as well was battling away, got up into 7th eventually. So the 61 of Jack Daniels takes the win from the 68 of Zane Williams, and the 99 of Elijah West, with Freya Bond in the 37 in 4th, and Oliver Dan in the 24 coming in 5th. So that was our top 5. Then Ethan Copland, Arthur KZ, Kean Costler, James Devereaux made up the top 10. So that's the opening heat for the Inters. We had to go again. We needed a rerun on that one. Finger in the air from the 55 kart. Roman Takatosi came across the start-finish line there. So Jack Daniels, Zane Williams, Elijah West, Freya Bond, Oliver Dan, Louis Lavall, Ethan Copland, Arthur KZ, Kean Costler and James Devereaux made up your top 10. And then from 11 down to 20 was Henry Perrin, Thomas Gulliver, Warren Atkins, Lenny Dorrington, Roshan Costler, Oakley Poulter, Jensen King, Charlie Dickinson, Lucas Gray, Max Tomsit. And then still enjoying a race and a battle at the back was Harry Reid, Amelia Jade Hay, Roman Takata, Callum Williams and Ollie Garlinge. There's a few contact warnings as that race developed, but no penalties I can see at this moment in time. So it was a great start from Zane Williams, up into the lead. Jack Daniels there working his way up as well. Jack Daniels just got through screen there. So you've got to take the win, just in to 96. Max Tomsit. Recover and end up finishing 20th. Safety through, nice move here. Just come up the inside, so we are moving on. And it is going to be round 2 of the juniors. They need an additional heat because of the number of drivers that we've got out on track. We'll go with the juniors again. So for this heat, we are going to see Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, Stanley Williams, Lucas Nibbs, Ethan Critchley, Alexander Lecheski, Travis Rose, Barnaby Grubb, Fenton Roderick, Jaden Shearing, Jensen Collins, Harry Pittman, Theo Jones, Archie Cannon, Ethan Hunt, Amelia Johnson, Austin Mayhew, Spencer Trahorn, Stanley Kearley, Oliver Ratton, Louis Marchand and Elliot Bennett. Now some of these, this will be their second heat. For some of them, this will be their opening heat. So some of these guys out on track for the first time. The sun firmly beats down on us, but that black cloud over the top of midgets there is looking ominous in my view as they come over the start finish line, and we're racing for the first time, and it's the 17 and the 77 of Connor Yu and Ethan Cossins. Bit of grass tracking from someone back down the order a little bit there as they come around. Oh, big off there, huge one, cones going everywhere, arms in the air, big off. greenhounds there. Can't identify who that is slapping away. That's Ethan Crossland's leading the way. Are we going to see reds? Continuing again, someone's just got that wrong going through the bus stop there as well. Chaotic opening lap to this junior heat 2. The reds coming out. The red's gone back in again. So it is a yellow for the 17th of Conor Yu, the 84 of Stanley Williams up into second, Barton Stacey from Brixton Jagan Shearing, Tyler Rackham, Austin Mason, Conor Yu, Ethan Hunt and Jensen Collins. But it is a big yellow because, as you can see down the right hand side of the screen, we've got track divides and karts everywhere. Going through, and it was Alexander Lacheski, I think, was one of the karts involved. Let's have a quick replay if you can. This is the opening lap. See a bit of crash tracking from the 74 there. And just to the left of your screen here, whoa, 2 or 3 karts up in the air. When I think it was the 16 of Travis, who was it? I'll grab that. So we're still on track. We haven't pulled everybody off. They're going to have to run on yellows for a couple of minutes at least. Full course yellows. Just while they sort out that wide Haynes loop line. We've lost a couple of karts from it, that's for sure. There's your leaders. That's the front 2 or 3. Ethan Cross and Stanley Williams, Barnby Grubb. Everybody just running under yellows. To slow down by the marshals. Keep an eye out for the 16 of Travis Rose, who is our championship leader. Heat 1, he was involved in that, and it is a red. We've got a full red there. You can see the flag being waved just to the right of your screen. So we're just going to hold that shot there for the moment, just while we see what's going on. But a couple of big contact as we were going through there. And a couple of big losers in that. Travis Rose down 11th, Lucas Nibbs, Alexander Lacheski and Fenton Roderick. They were the ones really involved in that incident, have dropped all the way down the order. 11, 7, 16, 15, 13 places lost respectively. So they were the ones really that lost out. But Conor Yu, as the race developed on that first lap, Conor Yu was at the front, and then somewhere around the bottom end of the circuit, around midgets or up into the bus stop, has lost 7 places down to 8th. So Conor Yu lost out as that opening lap developed. So the reds are just out. Big incident through the Haynes Loop there. We've seen a couple on Haynes Loop today. And it's hard because you want to get everybody to give racing room and think about who's around you. But when you're diving for that same piece of track, that is when we get those incidents. And it does happen. So just a bit of a pause for this Heat 2 of the juniors. Everyone's staying out for the moment. There were 2 or 3 karts that were involved heavily. Travis Rose was in there but managed to get rolling again. And has got himself back out on track into 19th. So we'll just see what happens here. Might just get the cones back in order. Track divide. And then we'll get everybody rolling again. So a couple of big incidents in Haynes Loop so far. Just for the drivers to consider as they go through there. But all it does when we get these small delays, it just knocks back all those other heats, which is exactly why we don't give out timings for each of the race starts, because it would be impossible to do. So busy grandstand today while the weather is nice. Hopefully the weather is moving over a little bit, and the forecast rain might not come with the just gonna have a quick weather check while we've got this tiny break. Let's have a look what we're saying. So yeah, we've still got 30 or 40% chance of rain after lunch, and then it goes up to about 50 when, as always, when the grand finals are about to hit. So we can only hope. So it looks like we're taking the juniors off track here. And it might well be that we drop this heat down the order, a bit like we did with the inters. I think everybody's going to go back in, and we will start this one again from fresh a bit later on. Just keep an eye. So yeah, just a little bit of disjointed start to our day today. I think we'll move on to the 125 KZs and the Superkarts potentially. So a much smaller grid, only 11 karts out in this one. You can just see I'm starting to line the karts up there, and Lucas Howell, I think they're on the left hand side, the 69 of Reese Paget Low. So yeah, I think the 125 KZs and the Superkarts are getting ready to go. And we'll just take the juniors in. So again, if you're just joining us, welcome. I'll try and keep tabs on the stream as we go. Great to have you watching. So of our races so far this afternoon, this is round 3 of the championship here at Forest Edge Kart Club. Heat 1 of the juniors went to Travis Rose, 177. Max and Masters, Jason Gardner took the win. Tuno as well in that one in the 2 classes, and then in the senior Rotaxes, Bobby Rosier eventually got that restarted and won that one. Jack Daniels won the first Inter's race this afternoon, and in that last Honda and Rotax Cadet race that we just saw was Oliver Daniels from Munro Wilcox and Johnny Butterfield, the top 3. As well as Harrison Maxwell, Max Skilton and Cruz Jenkins, the top 3 for the respective Rotaxes and Hondas. So it has been slightly disjointed. It's not been the start that we would have hoped for with these short breaks in between. So the juniors will just pause for a moment. You see a slightly shorter race as well for the 125 KZs and Superkarts that are coming out. It'll be 5 laps plus a race for these guys. Plenty of power and speed you'll see from these. Marshall's again having a bit of work to do early on in these opening exchanges. We'll just delay our race proceedings slightly. What it do? It might even shorten the lunch break. Everybody might have to squeeze lunch in a bit quicker today. We'll see. Just getting the Superkarts and the KZs ready. And in terms of the championship so far, with these guys, Harry Morris is leading the Superkarts from Joel Hersey, Fraser Everett, and in the KZs it's Jack Price from Lucas Howell and Milo Manderson. So Lucas Howell is here, Jack Price is here today, and Milo Manderson as well. A few of the names from the leading pack of the 125 KZs are here today, which is great. And in those heats, Lucas Howell has dominated the last it was a quieter round 2, to be honest, than round 1. And Lucas Howell did dominate that one. Ashley Lewis was the winner in the opening round. And James Beecroft and Milo Manderson. And in the Superkarts, I think we've just got the 3 karts, the 3 entries, which is the 13 there, the black kart. You can just see to the right hand side of your screen, that's Joel Hersey. The 42, which is just behind the Marshall post there, is Daniel Buckland, and the 55 of Fraser Everett. Now we've seen those guys in all 3 rounds so far, I believe. They're ever presents. Championship leader is Harry Morris, not here today. Joel Hersey is sat in 2nd, Fraser Everett he was sat in 3rd, and Daniel Buckland in 4th. So those 3 have all got an opportunity to move into top spot in the championship today. Massive map points that separate them all. So we'll get these guys out on track. So the only difference you'll notice with this is as they go, the right hand of the wing just dip up, essentially through the chicane bus stop. That is gone. So these guys will just go flat out from the hinges dip all the way up the hill into midgets, full speed up that climb before they have to get on the brakes through midgets. So it's just a different angle on the racing for these guys because they're so quick, and they'd have to come off the speed massively to get that chicane in and that bus stop in. So I think we are going to run with a 7-minute race for these guys as well today. So, Lucas Howell in the 19, so these are the 125 KZ. Lucas Howell in the 19, Sebastian Sullivan in the 45, Ryan Silverthorne in the 49, Oscar White will be in the 61, Reese Paget Lowe will have the 69 plate, Jack Price in 71, championship leader, Milo Manderson and in 82, and Anthony Bolton in the 99. And then the 3 white-plated karts you can just see on the screen there, 42, 13 and 55. That is your Superkarts, which is Daniel Buckland, Joel Hersey and Fraser Everett. So a much quieter track for these guys. And again, we've just got the 2 championships going off, the 2 classes in the one heat. So they will have a grid start as opposed to a rolling start. And again, it's a much smaller grid, but principle's still the same. 1 near the front, 1 in the middle, 1 near the rear of the grid, so we make it fair. So it is the 19 and the 49 of Lucas Howell and Ryan Silverthorne that are on that front row. 82 Milo Manson, Jack Price behind. From the 45, Sebastian Sullivan and then Reese Paget Lowe. So they race away. So lights go out and away we go. It's a great start from the 19, the 71 also of Jack Price made a great start going up through there. You want to see them all get through the Haynes Loop, especially after the heats we've had so far, which they do. Less karts means less contact, and everybody's through, which is great. 55, bit of movement early on there. The 42 down the Buckland off track early on as he came off that left-hander at Johnny's. Flat out from the 49 and the 71. Jack Price looking early to make a move. He does it. Will he be able to hold as he goes round? Indeed he does. So that's about for 2nd and 3rd that you're watching on screen there. On this opening lap, it is the 19 of Lucas Howell that is out front. Lucas Howell is leading the race. I can tell you, he's on the bottom of the screen on what you can see, but the 19, he is winning the race. Lucas Howell, got no time there at the bottom, but he is leading this race from Jack Price and Ryan Silverthorne in 2nd and 3rd, Milo Manderson 4th, Anthony Bolton in 5th. And Fraser Everett, he's currently leading the Superkarts. They race up. It does look like Lucas Howell made well, not a worldie of a start, but he may well have jumped the start, hence the fact that his timing is where his timing is. So he is a lap down at the moment. So he is leading the race on track, but he is actually last because he jumped the start. Probably we'll get that information while he's out, or whether we'll get that at the end. Either way, he's going to get his head down and try and essentially got 7 minutes to try and catch everybody up. That's the crux of it. So the battle for the lead is the 71, as you can see on the screen, and the 82 of Jack Price and Milo Manderson. So that's who we're going to focus on as they come round. Nothing between the 2 of them, and then the 49 Ryan Silverthorne not that far behind before we get the 61 of Oscar White, Reese Paget Lowe, 45. So everybody through, everybody rolling. Lucas Howell, the reason he's 35.85 there behind is because he jumped the start. So he's a lap behind everybody else. What can he do in the next 4.5 minutes plus a lap to eat his way back up into the field? We'll see. So there's our leaders. At the inside, 82 Milo Manderson had a look, couldn't make that work, so it is still Jack Price out front from Milo Manderson, and then the 49 of Ryan Silverthorne, the 61 of Oscar White, Reese Paget Lowe in the 69, Anthony Bolton, Fraser Everett, Joel Hersey, Sebastian Sullivan, Daniel Buckland, and then Lucas Howell. What's our running order as we speak? So just a look up the inside from the 82, Milo Manderson to take back the lead of the race from Jack Price. Those two trading places on this lap twice. They look to battle out for the lead in this opening heat. For the Superkarts and the 125 KZs. So just getting a little note through that the 19 car of Lucas Howell, they're just checking to see if he did jump the start. That is why his lap time is like it is. He is leading the race on track. He is out front of the two you can see on screen there, Milo Manderson and Jack Price, but it's under review as to whether he jumped the start or not. So, come the end of this race, he will either be out front or back, essentially. So we are reviewing that as we speak. Thank you very much for the updates. Very helpful on comms. So we're just keeping an eye, 82 and 71. They're your race leaders for the 125 KZs. Just looking down the order, you can see the three white plates on the left, 55, 13 and 42. That is your Superkarts, which is being led by Fraser Everett at the moment, from the 13 of Joel Hersey and then the 42 of Daniel Buckland. So they're the top three in their class, but they're way down the order in terms of the on-track race itself, which does still see Lucas Howell there, the 19, leading the race on track, but is under review as to whether he's jumped the start or not. So at this moment in time, he's leading on track, but he's at the rear of the field on paper, so to speak. So the leader of the race, as we see it at the moment, is that man there, the 82 of Milo Manderson from Jack Price, who's just tucked in behind him, coming on screen now. It's still Ryan Silverthorne, Oscar White, Reece Paget-Lowe, Anthony Bolton, before we see the three Superkarts are Fraser Everett, Joel Hersey and Daniel Buckland, before Sebastian Sullivan and Lucas Howell on my screen right at the back. So Sebastian Sullivan just moving ahead of 13 Joel Hersey on track. Lucas Howell still under review as to whether he jumped the start or not. I'm not sure that he did. I was watching the start and I don't think, the naked eye, I didn't see that it was a jump start. Essentially the lights went out and then he rolled, but that's under review. So keep an eye back out on track as they race up the hill. Milo Manderson there. Milo Manderson is actually catching Lucas Howell. Joel Hersey, I think we've lost Joel in the 13. Joel dropped out of the race somewhere, not in front of me. Actually in yellow, it's safely off track somewhere. But the 19 of Lucas Howell is now being caught by the 82 of Milo Manderson, with the 71 of Jack Price in second stroke third, depending on what's going to happen with the review. I think there's Anthony Bolton and Joel Hersey there at the bottom. They're 2 and 3 laps down respectively. Lucas Howell will be catching up to the back markers as they come around here. The 42 and the 45. They're the two that are chasing the back of the field at the minute. The 19 and the 82 with Milo Manderson and Lucas Howell racing at the front of the grid. They're at the front of the field with Jack Price in third. They are going to catch up to Sebastian Sullivan and Daniel Buckland any moment on this lap, I would have thought. So there they are on screen as they go up the hill. Right out from the 19 there yet. It's going to start getting very confusing with Lucas Howell as he starts working his way through the field. He's out the front but still working his way through the field. The 42 of Daniel Buckland just holding up the front two, that moves out of the way as they go through Tolly. Well done. Gets the front two through. Oh, sugar. I'm glad we didn't catch that on camera. There was a marshal being struck just, and that's going to be reds for sure. See, the marshal sat up just as, I didn't see what kart it was as they came through Parsons. The back end came out and just straightened up and went across the track and took out Marshall on that post just on Parsons. So head in hands moment here as Marshall's race over. They will put the reds on. I was watching the screen. As they came around, because it was somebody towards the back end of the field. It might have even been the 42 of Daniel Buckland potentially. Just lost the back end coming through as he came through Tolly's under start finish line. Lost the back end as he was heading through Parsons and just straightened up, just went across the track. And the marshal with absolutely nowhere to go. And you can see a couple of people there. Hands over mouths as we hope that marshal is okay. And again, we are going to have a bit of a break here. We hope this is all okay as apparently the ambulance is coming round. Just see the field being held there. So there wasn't very much of the race to go, to be honest. It was almost at its conclusion, but there was the race battle out the front was really starting to take shape. There's the pits, and as you can imagine and understand, there's a lot of concern at the minute for our track marshal, who was on that post just after Parsons. So hopefully that's all right. There's our pits. It was a good race developing out front. Lucas Howell was out front and was really getting chased by Jack Price and Milo Manderson. That was the three-way. That was the three-way battle at the front there. So obviously our thoughts at the minute with the marshal that's involved in that incident. We hope everything is okay. Paramedics are with. That is primary concern for everybody here. All the carts have just been stopped up near midgets. So Fraser Everett, sorry, from Daniel Buckland was leading for the Superkarts when that happened. But I think I didn't really catch the cart number, but I think it was the 42. It was the 42 of Daniel Buckland that just lost the back end. So just a bit of calm here, just while we've got the paramedic on track. And the ambulance is on track, so they're just tending to the start marshal that's just been hit. Unfortunately. So this would be a time if you want to go and pop the kettle on, grab a drink, and obviously keep you updated. Never nice to see. Completely unfortunate. Just lost the back end. It's such a fast part of the track. As you come over the start-finish line, you carry all your speed through Parsons as you head towards Haynes Loop, where you go from the right to the left and then keep it tight as you go through the Haynes Loop. And it doesn't take much just to lose the back end, which is what happened there. So absolutely no real fault in terms of driving, just one of those things. So we'll just keep the shot panned on the crowd gathered on the little grandstand there and our pit area. So this opening block of heats has been eventful, I have to say. We've had a couple of stoppages. So now there's the 42. I can see the 42 on track there of Daniel Buckland. We get 4 in there. Anyway, we won't. Doesn't really matter. The drive was okay. It's the start marshal, is the track marshal that we're more concerned about. So yeah, this is a good time to put the kettle on if you want one. Just while we have a bit of a pause. But yeah, this opening block of heats, we had more incident in this opening block of heats, I think, than we've had in the opening 2 rounds of the season. Obviously the opening round was partly wet, so you get a lot of spin-offs and a lot of incident and collision, but we've had 2 big incidents going through Haynes Loop today, in the juniors and the inters, and now we've had this incident in the KZs, 125 KZs and the Superkarts. So it is just a little bit of calm and downtime while we sort this out. We send all our best wishes to our track marshal. Hope they're okay. So what they'll do is they're just going to bring all the carts off track. We'll probably potentially call that race. We'll find out a little bit in due course as to what's happened, but ultimately at the minute that's not at the forefront of anybody's minds. All that is at the forefront of everyone's minds is okay. many kart races down the years, and I've seen it before. It's unfortunately a situation that can happen. Everyone just very slowly will work their way on track. Just popped out, or this wasn't necessarily a race that we were focusing on today because we're watching somebody on the other classes. We've just had an incident on track where a car has caught a track marshal. So the paramedics are just with the track marshal at the moment. We sincerely hope they're okay. It's just an impact kind of injury. It's been picked up. But I think this will just rejig our plans for the day in terms of timings. Where we go from here. So I would say thank you for your patience, but I'm sure nobody out there is thinking anything else other than hopefully hopefully the marshal is okay. They do such a great job, the marshals. They're stood within inches, well, inches obviously, but meters of the track, because they've got to be in close proximity to be able to call incidents and collisions and penalties, and it's a very dangerous job. I ran an indoor track for many years, and I saw this on quite a few occasions in the indoor circuit, and I've seen it outdoors as well. So we're sending all of our best wishes to the marshal. It will just give us a little bit of downtime. So what we'll try and do is we'll try and just get a grip and an understanding on what is going to happen over the next 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then we might just drop a holding screen up just for the moment. Okay, so really positive because it's in my eye line. I can see the marshal is sat on the stretcher. So from that point of view, the marshal's moving, which is wonderful news. And he's on the stretcher, about to go into the ambulance. So that's a really positive thing, is that the marshal is sat up. That's great news. They're just getting the marshal off track now. Just a very freak incident. They do happen. It is part of the racing, unfortunately, and again due to the nature of the karting tracks, because of where marshal posts are. There's not barriers all the way around the track, and the marshal posts are a good 5-10 meters off of the racing line, so to speak. But this just seemed to be an incident where the driver just lost the back end and was just trying to save it really, but was carrying plenty of speed and just shot off of the track. Okay, so what we'll do is we're just going to pop the paramedic is the ambulance is just going to get off track. So good news that the paramedic, the marshal was sat up, so that's positive. So we're just going to drop a holding screen up just for, I say 5 or 10 minutes. What I'll try and do is I'll try and drop a comment in the comments on the right hand side as well, just so that we can give you an idea on when we'll come back on track. But we're just going to put a race delay graphic up just for the moment, just to take 5, and then we'll get back to you very soon. Hey guys, welcome back. Obviously we've just had the delay due to we've got both ambulances on track being in use at the moment. One with the marshal that was struck by the cart, which happy to report is in the main okay, suffering from a little hip and leg pain. So they're just looking after the marshal, and there's been an incident with somebody just here today as a spectator. So we're just waiting for one of the ambulances to become available before we can get back on track. So there is just a bit of a small delay, but I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Rob, who's the main man overseeing everything that goes on here at Forest Edge. First off, Marshall, okay, Rob?
Yeah, glad to hear that. More shaken up than anything else, but that's to be expected. You know, she didn't. That wasn't on the agenda this for today. Being no,
and it wasn't. It was just unfortunate. The driver just lost the back end and spun, and
that's it. I think these guys are going a fair old speed, so things happen very, very quickly, and thankfully, the things we got in place. It's more of a shake-up than anything else, really.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing, is the marshal's okay and can come through this. But let's talk 2026.
Yeah.
Are you happy with the start to the season? This is obviously round 3. We've had a mixed weather first round. We had a good second round in terms of the weather. But is the season, is it living up to expectation for you guys at the moment?
Yeah, I think so, especially on the entry side, yeah. The way the karting is at the moment is very, very popular across the nation.
Yeah.
So there's lots of championships, etc., which we're going to clash with. There's only so many weekends in a month.
Yeah, of course.
So what tends to happen is, the start has been quieter than what we normally have, but I think that's good. We're getting all our sort of ducks in a row, if you like.
Yes, yeah, of course.
And like today, it started with yesterday we had over 200 testing yesterday, which is fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant.
So there's a lot of new people coming into the sport, and then you've got people that are doing other championships. They're coming back to us as well. So I think from here on in now, until November, it'll just get busier and busier every month. I would have thought we were going to be averaging about 160 to 170, which is good on anybody's scale.
Terrific, yeah, it really is. And do you find that? You obviously have your core of drivers which have been with you. Do you get many that come over just to test the water and try, and then go, wow, that's fantastic, we can stay and compete as well? Do you find we get a lot of that?
Yeah, definitely. Before, years ago, the sort of corporate sector was sort of frowned upon, whereas now I think it's more incumbent the sport.
Yes, for sure.
More, everybody's following Formula One, and everybody's a fan these days. They know a bit more about motor racing, and they want to get their little son or daughter into it, which is great. And I think clubs like us are a great feeder to get them involved with that and progress it and make it as a career. Maybe not as a driver. It could be they want to be a mechanic, engineer, or data analysis, or even a commentator.
Yeah, there's lots of things that come off of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely. And in terms of getting involved, how can somebody that is maybe involved in another championship, or for a lot of kids, they start off indoor karting and they just dabble in it, they like it, they enjoy it, and then they go and do maybe a rental championship. Yeah. What would you say is a nice, easy path for them to get into kart ownership? And
I think that, as you said there, that seems to be the route these days. A lot of people, it's surprising how popular the corporate karting is, and they've got their own little championships nationwide as well, which is fantastic. And then, as you said, there's only a certain level they can go to, and then they start looking, right, we'll try some of the outdoor stuff. Well, with social media and the likes of the streaming now, everything's getting more accessible.
More accessible, yeah.
So what they tend to do then is they make a comment on the Facebook, or they'll send us an email, and then we try, because there's several teams in the paddock. We try and get them out for a test day.
Brilliant.
So they can get out there, see if it's for them. It's not for everybody,
No.
To be fair, I would say 9 times out of 10, it's going to be, they're going to be racers.
Well up for it, yeah.
But it's like, it's totally different. I've had, he's very, very good. He's won this on the indoors. He's done this, he's done that. Yeah. And when they come here, it's like, wow,
it's another world.
It's a different sport. Yeah, it really, really is. But I think the passion for it, if you've got these youngsters at that young age, they got the passion for it. It's fantastic. Because it means the racing will grow, and the club will as well.
Yeah, and the community around the club as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. To me, that's a very important part, and,
Yeah.
I think that's where Forest Edge, we really do
Have the edge.
We have the edge. I like that. I like that. But it's sort of, you know, we're quite unique, really, because we are a members club.
Yeah.
So it's run by the members for the members. There's not many tracks like that these days. There's a corporate back somewhere. You know.
I'm with you.
So it's quite nice. You know, all the guys on the committee, they give up their time free of charge. As are, you know, everybody else that's here today trying to put the event on.
And that's exactly that was going to be my next point, actually, is the work that goes in behind the scenes from people that are essentially giving time just for the enthusiasm and the love of it. You possibly can't speak highly enough about these guys, can you?
No, you're absolutely, you know, you're stuck without them. It just wouldn't happen.
No.
You know, all the marshals, they're all here. I'm sure there's other things they could be doing. But again, it's their passion.
Yeah.
And they've all almost got their own little club within themselves,
Yeah,
you know,
good.
which
Yeah,
is
it's
great.
excellent.
They're all bouncing. They'll go, oh, well, next month we're going here. Do you want to go? Oh, I've never been there before. So they'll end up marshalling somewhere else.
Brilliant. Yeah.
They'll
brilliant.
meet somebody else, and then what they do then is invite them back to our club. So that's why we're a lot of clubs really suffer for, you know, of not being able to field a full complement of marshals, but we seem to be very, very good at that.
Brilliant.
And I think it's because everybody can see we're all working together as a team, and it works really nicely.
And that's testimony to the environment that you've created for them and for them to be in, which is really good. So talk to me. We're seeing some terrific opening rounds of racing. Elijah West, Travis Rose, they're dominating their respective fields. Is there any other success stories that people might not have heard about, that are drivers that have left Forest Edge and gone and done a higher level of racing anywhere else?
Oh yeah, there's loads. There really is. You know.
Name drop. I need some name drops.
Come on, I don't know. Yeah, the biggest one ever is obviously Lando Norris.
Well, there we go. There's the name drop. That's fantastic.
That's drop number one.
And there's a nice association.
There is. Yeah. Lando was in my team for
brilliant.
6-7 years when
brilliant.
he started. George Russell, he won his first major championship. He won the O Plate here as a 10-year-old cadet.
Superb.
There's another guy then fortunate to be in our team, Phil Hansen. He's won Le Mans twice now. He's only
Amazing.
26, and he's just signed for Ferrari. He's in they've signed him as a works driver now. So there's lots, but it's not just the drivers. You know, we've got a lot of guys that have been here racing. Obviously, unfortunately, motorsport, you have got to have the backing.
Yeah.
They might not necessarily have that, but what they're able to do is they've become mechanics, engineers, etc.
Yeah.
And they're making good
work on the other side of the track.
Other side of the track. They're making a good career out of it. They're travelling the world, and it's great. I remember a couple of years ago we went over to watch over at Le Mans, and I was blown away just walking through the pits, and God, there's him, her, whatever. You know what I mean? They're all karting backgrounds, you know, and it is, as you said, it's a really, really wide community, not just nationwide but worldwide. You bump into, you know, there's always somebody that knows somebody, and which is fantastic for the sport, I think.
So what you're indirectly telling us is, not far down the line is the 24-hour Forest Edge race.
I'd like to think so. Certainly. Why not? You know what I mean? It's sort of, you know, little Lando, he only started here. We just haven't, you know, he just like. Quite often say, you know, he was just a young lad chasing his dream, and
it just shows you, you know.
It just shows you, and when and when you get, you know, one person it happens to, you think, okay, yeah, that's where it is, and then there's another one it happens to, then there's somebody else it happens to.
That's brilliant.
And you just look back and you go, wow, that, you know what I mean, from a little club in Hampshire, and we've created 4 or 5, you know, we've created world champions from karting, British champions, European champions, all from this little club, which is crazy, superb. Really.
And that's the testimonial right there, isn't it? That's the testimonial. Rob, amazing. Thank you for joining us for 5 minutes. We can see a bit of movement going on. They can see a part of the ambulance coming back out, which is great news. So let's What do we think? Is the sun gonna stay, or?
I'd like to think so. I did say this morning I want to get things cracking
Yeah.
before the rain comes.
Famous last words.
I'm living to. I think I'm going to live to learn.
Just be quiet.
Be quiet.
Just be
yeah.
quiet.
But no, as I said, it looks like we're getting back to action now, and I think we're in for a great afternoons of racing. You know, the 250 gearboxes that's a visiting championship.
Yes,
this
we're looking
weekend.
forward to that. Yeah,
that's really good. You know, these guys are reaching well over 100-mile-an-hour up the straight. It's phenomenal.
Amazing. We love that. Rob, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolute
Enjoy
pleasure.
the rest of the day. I don't think you're going to go and put your feet up. You're be a busy man for the rest of the day.
Probably about 10, 11 o'clock tonight with the Chinese.
Yeah, brilliant, Rob. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations on a wonderful event and championship.
Absolute pleasure, and thank you for your help as well.
Top man, brilliant. Good man. Enjoy the rest of the day. There we go. Great to catch up with Rob. That's really, really good. So as we've said, you know, this championship has been a great. Not stepping stone, but you know, when you see what drivers are achieving out there in the world, it shows you that there is a platform for this to really help somebody kick on and make great strides in many different aspects of the racing world, whether it be on track, off track, working in the engineering side of it, or creating some noise and some history on the track. So wonderful to catch up with Rob. Big thank you to him for giving us his time. So there is movement. We have a paramedic back out on track. We have an ambulance that's back into position, which is wonderful news. And we can see some karts lined up there, just on the left-hand side of your screen. So we are going to see some action. I'll find out in a minute who it's going to be and what we're going to see on track, and whether they called that race there with the KZs and the Superkarts, because it was looking pretty set. We'll see. We'll get you an update on that as and when we get it. The wonderful news is the marshal is okay. What looked, I have to say, from my eye line, pretty horrific, ended up being okay. So she is fine. She's obviously going to be feeling very second-hand and very battered and bruised, but in terms of anything bigger, is okay. So that's wonderful news. Which means we can kick on with the rest of the day. The driver involved in the incident can move on from that as well. We'll get back on track, and I think as we've popped up there on the screen, we're going to go back to our heat 2 of the juniors, which was again another heat that was called slightly early due to incident, and we will get to go again with the juniors. They obviously get an extra heat compared to all the others because of the volume of karts that we've got in that class. So 40 entrants. So for this race number 2, I'll just bring that back up on my screen here. And that is what we're going to go live with. And I'll get a running order for that race in a moment. Drivers for that heat number 2. So we've still got to complete the potentially the 125 KZs and Superkarts. That's got to get back on track. This is the still in the first block of heats, really, this heat 2 for the juniors, which will be the first time on track for many of them, and a second time for some of them, or the other way around, some of them, many of them. But we will see some faces from that heat 1. And it was a heat 1 that was a win for Travis Rose. Ethan Hunt was second in that opening race. Jesse Whitmore was third. And Kai Pepperell did finish in the top 5, but due to a penalty, 5 seconds, that dropped way down the order. So Barnaby Grubb ended up in 4th, with Max Overall in 5th. So that was the heat 1 of the juniors. We'll move on to the heat 2s now, which is a good news. We'll get back on track following that incident with the marshal. Again, sunglasses and t-shirts at the moment in the grandstand. Long may that continue this afternoon. Not that I'm not bothered, because I'm in the commentary box. It's nice and dry in here. It's actually quite warm, very warm in here this afternoon. So a big thank you for joining us. It's great to get your support here, watching on this this round 3 of the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship for 2026. I've seen some action-packed heats so far today. It is an extended morning already due to incidents that we've had on the track. So I think what we're trying to do is just establish what happened. What happened in that last heat, which was the KZs and the 125s. So I think the juniors are going to be making their way out, which is great news. So here we go then. Kart's back on track, which is wonderful. We can get back to some racing, and what we'll establish is whether the KZs and Superkarts heat was called, or whether they will see them again. So for race 2 for the juniors, we're going to see Lucas Nibbs, Alexander Chesky, Fenton Roderick, Ethan Cossins, Stanley Williams, Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Critchley, Jaden Shearing, Tyler Rackham, Austin Mayhew, Connor Yu, Spencer Trahorn, Jensen Collins, Ethan Hunt, Stanley Kearley, Amelie Johnson, Elliot Bennett, Tio Jones, Archie Cannon, Oliver Warren, Louis Marchand, Travis Rose, and Harry Pittman. That is going to be our heat number 2 for the juniors. And again, first time for some, second time for others. So they'll just come round in front of me to begin the race. Rolling start, and we're back racing here at Forest Edge. It's the 77 and the 17 out front. Oh, and that is going to be another big incident, as we've got people out of karts, flipped away. Thankfully up on the feet there, the 70 of Tio Jones. That looked really nasty as Tio came down, really uncomfortable. He's going to need to lay down, and this is going to be a red potentially again. Everyone going for the same part of track. So the race is continuing at the minute. Tio Jones in the 70 car. He's up on feet, but the race continues at the moment. Can't even see yellows at this present time. So let's just stick with the race as we are seeing it, which is the 17 and the 77 leading the way. Ethan Cossins and Connor Hughes, Stanley Williams, Barnaby Grubb, Travis Rose. Unbelievably, he's already up into the mix, gained a few places. And way down. Tio's okay, I'm walking back. That's the most important thing, because that was a nasty looking incident there as they were going into the Haynes Loop, as the chaos of today. It's just continuing for the minute, but thankfully up and about. So let's concentrate back on the race. And there's plenty of activity at the front as they go through midgets for the second time here. And it is the 17 and the 77 still leading the way, but a big move up the inside there, I think, by the 15th of Barnaby Grubb into third place. The 84 and 63 of Stanley Williams and Tyler Rackham are right on top of each other. Just a bit of a gap for Ethan Cossins out front now, before what is a real big battle as the 15 car of Barnaby Grubb is up into second place as they go down into Winger's Dip. There we can see them coming out of the Winger's Dip up as they go into the bus stop, and loads of movement. And forced off in the bus stop there, I think. Was that the 77 of Connor Yu that got forced off the wrong side of the bus stop there? We shall see. So the yellows are out as they come down into Tollies, just as a slow entry, but then they'll get back on the gas here as they go across the start-finish line. And yeah, the 15 and the 84 of Barnaby Grubb and Stanley Williams, they've got themselves now up into that top 3 behind Ethan Cossins, who's pulling away. Connor Yu was the big loser, unfortunately, in all the melee that was going on in that heat, as they went through the bus stop, and has gone down to 12th from what was a front position early on in the race. He's dropped 11 places. Barnaby Grubb up 7 into second, Ethan Hunt up 11 into 6th, Spencer Trahorn up 13 into 7th, and Austin Mayhew up 10th into 9. So a couple of big movers in the middle of the field there. So Ethan Cossins, Barnaby Grubb, Stanley Williams, Tyler Rose and Tyler Rackham at the minute, Travis Rose, sorry, go across the start-finish line. That front 3 is the same as was. And then that chasing just Austin and Mayhew there, just a bit of movement for Austin up into 7th. But a battle of 3 out the front, with the 3 chasing not that far behind. So it could be a close race, this one. There's head down as they race up the hill from Ethan Cossins, followed by Barnaby Grubb and Stanley Williams through the bus stop. Now that front pack is just starting to get condensed, with the top 3 just being reeled in there by the 4th place kart of Travis Rose, and then the 5th and 6th of Ethan Hunt and Tyler Rackham. Somebody just goes off the top there at midgets, but gets back on again, doesn't lose any places. It's just a bit of grass tracking. There's no positional change for the 5, 6, 7. Oh, 3 across the line there, 3 abreast. In that battle for what is, I think, 7, 8 and 9 as they bash their way through Haynes Loop. Pretty physical battle that is there between the 76 kart of Austin Mayhew, Jaden Shearing, Lucas Nibbs. That's a real battle as they go down into Winger's Dip, before coming back up as they attack the bus stop. There's a real battle in there around that top 10 position, but the front 5, 6 have just pulled away a little bit now and have got a battle going on, and it's still the 17 of Ethan Cossins out front there, you can see on screen, with Barnaby Grubb and Stanley Williams right on top, and then nothing between Travis Rose, Ethan Hunt, and really back to Tyler Rackham there in terms of battling away in that top 5 or 6. So really interesting battling developed. The 63 of Tyler Rackham is just a little bit back from that initial pack of front runners. There we catch the action as they come out. The front 3, nothing between them at all as they go through the front 4 now. As Travis Rose has reeled them in as well, the 16 car was involved in that initial running of this heat in the incident and ended up way back down the field. But front 4 really on the pace, really on the gas, and fast times coming in as well from them. They come round Tollies over the start-finish line. Is that movement from Travis Rose? No, had a look, but then just held back as Ethan Cossins, Barnaby Grubb, Stanley Williams and Travis Rose. Those 4 are out front, but Ethan Hunt and Tyler Rackham are not that far behind, and that 4 has turned into a 5 in really quick, in no time at all. And then Tyler Rackham, and just behind Tyler is Spencer Trahorn, then back to Jaden Shearing, Austin Mayhew, Lucas Nibbs and Lucas Nibbs are having a real battle in there. Front 5 are starting to pull away. That's what you're seeing on screen. That's the race at the moment in this Heat 2 of the juniors. A minute and a half plus the lap to go, and what is looking like a really good battle out front between these 5. Travis Rose just looked a little bit wide, looks to switch it back up the inside, but again, no movement in terms of positions. No change, but there is going through Haynes Loop, that is for sure. Big move. The green helmet driver in the 84, which was Stanley Williams, has moved up into 2nd place. Just a hand gesture there as Travis Rose into 3rd as well. And it's the 15 kart of Barnaby Grubb that lost out there in that battle through the Haynes Loop down into to Winger's Dip. But it is still that same story. Front 5, 6 karts now all on top of each other. Tyler Rackham has been able to just reel those guys in while they're battling away for that lead. And this is going to be an excellent last couple of laps to this race, with these 6 all wanting to take top spot in this heat. Ethan Cossins, Stanley Williams, Travis Rose, that's now your top 3 from Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Hunt, Tyler Rackham, and just down the order a bit, Spencer Trahorn, Jaden Shearing, Austin Mayhew, Lucas Nibbs. They make up your top 10. Really good battle out front though. That is where the interest is in this one. There is some minor battles going on way down the field. There's a good 3-way battle there, right down with the 74, 87 and 32 of Ethan Critchley, Archie Cannon, Amelie Johnson, but the front is where it's at. We've got 6 karts going for that lead. Ethan Cossins, Stanley Williams, Travis Rose, Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Hunt, Tyler Rackham. That's the race. That's what we're focused on. We are going to get 2 laps out of this. Bit of movement there. Was that Travis Rose moving up into 3rd? Up into 2nd with Barnaby Grubb back into 3rd. So we are going to have 2 laps left on this one. Last lap board didn't come out. They just managed to get by, and there's a change out front. It looks like Travis Rose has got into the lead now, has he? Bit of movement there. Definitely swapping places, that front little pack. Definitely a race on as they go through the bus stop. And I tell you what, their battling is allowing others to really reel them in as well. As they come round safely, as they go right into Climate and then left back into Tollies. It's the 84 of Stanley Williams. From the 16 of Travis Rose, Barnaby Grubb still in 3rd with the 23 of Ethan Hunt. Tyler Rackham has now moved into the top 5. Just had a look there up the inside into the Haynes Loop, but didn't have enough speed or the right position to make it work. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we've got top 6, 7 really all going for this now as we're on our last lap. Great heat this one, worthy of being a final. Through the bus stop, any changes from that top 6, 7? No, everyone's still as they were. Anybody have a look as they go through midgets? Just keep an eye on the orange helmet there. No, or Tyler Rackham might have a look, but just not close enough. Anybody going to twist, or are they just going to stick with what they've got as they come around the final two corners? Contact there between the front two, and will that send him off? And it will. Don't know whether there'll be any comeback there for Stanley Williams. Definitely a nudge on the back of Travis Rose to take the lead on that final corner, and Travis Rose is gesturing as he goes round into the pits. He's not happy with that whatsoever. There was contact from Stanley Williams, who just seemed to push, encourage Travis Rose off of his line. But for the moment, the 84 of Stanley Williams crossed the finish line first from Travis Rose, Ethan Hunt, Barnaby Grubb. And then came Tyler Rackham, Ethan Cossin, Spencer Trahorn, Jaden Sheeran, Austin Mayhew and Lucas Nibbs. Great race out front. That was our focus throughout the race. We just need to wait and see whether anything will come back on Stanley Williams. Then it was Alexander Lecheski, Connor Yu, lost out early on unfortunately, Fenton Roderick, Jensen Collins, Amelie Johnson, Archie Cannon, Louis Merchant. I think there might be some comeback there. There's that big incident. Thankfully, up and walking back from that was the 70 car of T.O. Jones. He did go down but got back up again and walked. He stood next to his cart at the moment, so he's okay. That is obviously paramount, because that was a nasty looking incident as he flipped over the top there. There's a real battle out front. There's the lead changing hands. Travis Rose got into the mix at the front there, so I'm just going to keep an eye on Alpha Live to see whether on that last corner, the big and most important move of that race really was Stanley Williams getting himself back into the lead. Was it at the expense of a nudge on Travis Rose? There's a 15 nice move from Barnaby Grubb, who was involved in that race from the outset. There's the front two battling. They're the two that we're talking about when it came to that last corner. So keep an eye. Was that enough? I'm not sure it was on second glance. I'm not sure it was. So thumbs up from T.O. Good lad. Pleased to see that. It was a nasty looking incident. And I think that will, the 87 car as well of Ethan Critchley, didn't see that one out. I think that result will stand. I don't think anything will come back there on Stanley Williams. Although he has got a few contact warnings in there. There was 3 contact warnings for not just that one incident, but there were others from Stanley Williams. So we may well see a slight change in the positional finish on that one. For the moment, Stanley Williams took the checkered flag. So it's fair to say, yeah, what have we got there? Is that the Superkarts coming back out? Let's have a look. It's all jumbled up here. Our normal routine is going out of the window with all of these incidents, action-packed. So I think this is going to be the NFK Superkart. So you can see the 48 kart there and the 73, Matthew Duncan and Marcus Hudson. So it's going to be great. These guys go so quick. As Rob said, they reach up to 100 mile an hour, these guys. So this is going to be an excellent heat, the 250s. So we will be moving on to them. So we're still waiting to see whether the heat one of the 125 Superkarts was called, or whether we're going to see them back out on track. And Stanley Williams might not be getting that win for that last one, because there's quite a few contact warnings from him. But let me just read you through the NFK Superkart. So these are our one-off, like Rob said, when he was with us for today, which is wonderful. It's going to be great to see these guys in action. So we've got the number 1 car of Jack Bliss, 3 is Don Brown, 4 is Tim Woods, 5 is Aaron Powell, 7 is Kieran Metzen, 11 is Nathan Caddick, 13 is Justin Parker, 24 is Jack Rolfe, 27 is Reese Woods, 30 is Dan Brown, 34 is Chris Lawson, 36 is Matt Allner, a name we've seen before, 38 is Adam Brooks, 41 is Harry Morris, 48 is Marcus Hudson, 53 is Ryan Lawson, 56 is Martin Smith, 59 is Sam Harrison, 73 is Matthew Duncan, and 82 is David Good. So they are our runners in this one. And Harry Morris, of course, who's out in this one in the 41 car, has been racing all season and actually won round 1. back to the here and now. I'll get you an update on that Junior Heat 2 when I get it. For the minute it is Stanley Williams with the win, but with a few content warnings there, we may well see that change. In contact going into that last corner at Tolly's. We shall see. Let's move on to the Superkarts, where we're going to see the 20 karts on track. Names and numbers we've just been through. As you can see, totally different in terms of look and style of these karts. The bus stop goes out the window because these guys will go flat out from the Rangers dip all the way up to midgets, reaching up to speeds of 100 miles an hour. This is going to be fantastic to see. We are going to roll back round and do a grid start. Harry Morris is obviously a name that we know, and Matthew Duncan. So, nice big grid of 20. Harry Morris and Matthew Duncan, names we know, on the front there. Going around again, just while they get everybody together, because we've got a staller at the back, so the race hasn't started. We're just going to get everybody back into position. Tentatively, so it'd be good to see these guys out on track. Like I say, the bus stop goes out the window because they'll go flat out from bottom to top. We reach some superb speeds. Should be really pleasing on the eye to see these guys racing today. This is the busiest round we have had so far, and like Rob said, there's 200 karts practicing yesterday. Harry Morris 73 and Matthew Duncan there. And 2. Martin Smith and very good down Brown but Bliss. Chris Lawson, Justin Parker, Ryan Lawson, Aaron Powell, Sam Harrison, Nathan Cadet, Tim Woods and Reese Woods. Full lineup here for the NFK Superkart race. And away we go, it's a good start from the 41. Gets ahead, Harry Morris at the 73, Matthew Duncan. They blast around and somebody's already off. Hopefully going to get that kart going again. Keep tabs on who that is, the 48 kart. Marcus Hudson has held on to that third place at this moment in time. An early race finish. Yes, we can get that kart going. Somebody's just come off again on the entry to Haynes Loop. Looks like the number 3 kart of Don Brown. He looks like he wants to try and get it back out on track, but I'm sure he'll have any success. So, round for the first time, here we go. It's the 41 kart lead-in of Harry Morris from Matthew Duncan in the 48 and 36 of Matthew Hudson and Matt Allnutt, Martin Smith, Dan Brown, Jack Bliss up a spot, Harrison, Tim Woods. It's a totally different sound and experience from these guys as they look up the inside. Big move there from the 36 of Matt Allnutt. Yeah, he moved up into third place ahead of Marcus Hudson there. They fly up flat out towards midgets before they take that sharp right-hander, drop down, carry the speed. There is a yellow out at the moment. Fortunately for Don Brown, his race ended on that opening exchange going into Haynes Loop. So no positional changes for the front 4-5. Harry Morris, Matthew Duncan, Matt Allnutt, Marcus Hudson, Martin Smith and Dan Brown. They hold the top 6 positions at the moment. With Jack Bliss just tucked there into 7th, sorry. Just looking at the inside there, the 48 of Marcus Hudson looking to strike back. Matt Allnutt at the 36. So just a bit of a gap for the front 2 now, Harry Morris and Matthew Duncan. They've got a bit of fresh air, but then there's a 5 or 6 way kart battle for that third place, which is being held at the moment by Matthew Duncan, I think. As Matt Allnutt is into 2nd, yeah. So first and second looking comfortable, but then you've got 2 that are racing in close prox really, which is the 73 and the 48. of Matthew Duncan and Marcus Hudson, but there's not much between them and the chasing 3 or 4 karts behind them either. So we've got the race on in this one as they race up the hill. I think Chris Lawson, that marker's already been reeled in. So 41 of Harry Morris, Matt Allnut in second. That's the close race between those two out front. And it's the 73 and the number 1 of Jack Bliss. And then the 48 of Marcus Hudson. So Marcus Hudson just dropped down another spot on that last lap. But again, nothing in it. The front two are kind of checking out. And there was a 3-4 way battle for that third spot. Look at these two right on each other, and a big move from Matt Allnut there as he goes up into midgets. Just tailed and then got that wind. Got that slip and then moved up the inside. So 37.46, 36.98 from Matt Allnut, so he's down into the 36s in terms of time. And he's got himself out front now, Matt Allnut in the 36. It's starting just to pull away from Harry Morris in second there. So he's the only one, Matt Allnut, at the moment in the 36.98, so he's just crept into the 36s. But from him it goes all the way up to almost 41 seconds. And Justin Parker there, so good stretch in terms of time. And Matt Allnut really putting his foot down. Let's have a look when he comes over the start-finish line here, what his time is on that last lap. 36.66, so he's getting down into the mid-36s now. Really putting his foot down. So Matt Allnut, Harry Morris, Jack Bliss up into third place now ahead of Matthew Duncan with Marcus Hudson, Martin Smith, Tim Woods, Sam Harrison, Dan Brown and Ryan Lawson making up the top 10. Marcus Hudson just having a bit of a wobble there with the back end as he's trying to chase down Matthew Duncan in fourth place. That is Matthew Duncan in 73 there. So this is, you're looking at the battle for fourth here. The front three really have all got fresh air. Matt Allnut, Harry Morris and Jack Bliss have all got fresh air between themselves. Over the start-finish line comes Matt Allnut, and he's got a 2.5 seconds pretty much over Harry Morris, likewise Jack Bliss. So there is a bit of a gap between those front three, but then we've got a really nice battle between them three there. Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith. So that's the battle for fourth place, and that's the one that's given us the most interest at the moment. They're all in close prox and could all land a blow, whereas the front three, although sending that big move up the inside there, that was just on a back marker there up through midgets. I thought it was a positional change, but it's not, it's just picking off that back marker. Matt Allnut comes across in front of me, followed by Harry Morris. Yeah, it was just the 38 kart there. Baden Brooks just at the back of the pack. Still, that battle worth watching is for that fourth place, Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith. That's what we're focusing on. 73 there of Matthew Duncan as they go past again the back marker. So those three, Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith, having a great battle here for fourth spot. Can't see anything changing at the minute out front. Matt Allnut's got this one looking comfortable, but it is under 2 seconds now to Harry Morris and only just over 3 back to Jack Bliss. So maybe the front three, there's more in it than meets the eye at the minute. We've got a minute and 10 plus a lap, but that Duncan, Hudson and Smith battle, that's the one that we're keeping an eye on, because they're all in close. And then there's a good little battle at 24 and 38 karts there as well. I think that was Jack Rolfe just picking off as they start to mingle in with the back markers. But there's still that battle, well worth keeping an eye on this one for fourth place, and good points in terms of trying to get a good grid start for that final. Front three as they were. Over the line here comes Matthew Duncan still from Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith. They're going to have a couple of laps to go on this one in this battle for fourth place. Matt Allnut is comfortable, as is Harry Morris. But Harry Morris has got it down to 1.36 seconds now, so he is catching. That was almost 3 seconds a couple of laps ago, but I think he's got enough laps to really make that work. We'll keep an eye. We've got somebody else up there just as on the entry to Climate. We've got another kart gone down, which we'll find out who that is in a moment, but let's keep an eye. Matt Allnut, then 41 and 1, very close now, Harry Morris and Jack Bliss. That's turning into a race in itself. We've got 2 laps to go on this one, and then we have that additional race, Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith. So we have got a couple of races going on in this now. Matt Allnut looks comfortable out front. Harry Morris and Jack Bliss, they were pretty close going through Haynes Loop there, but it looks like it's stretched out again a little bit. So we're going to see a last lap board come out here, I think. From Matt Allnut, yes, last lap board for Matt Allnut, who's leading the way here from Jack Bliss in second, and then the 41 of Harry Morris in third. So a move from Jack Bliss up into second. And then we've still got this three-way battle between Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith. They haven't changed position for a few laps, even though they've been on each other's back wheels and chasing each other down. But let's focus in on our leader, which is Matt Allnut. He's led from the front, dominated this race. Jack Bliss was having a good battle with Harry Morris, who started to reel in Matt Allnut. Something went wrong at some stage. But it is going to be a win for the 36 of Matt Allnut as he hand in the air. Second place for the number 1 of Jack Bliss, and it is the 41 of Harry Morris in third, followed by Matthew Duncan, who held on in that little battle for 4th, 5th and 6th from Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith, who eventually came in 6th. So it was a good battle out front. Matt Allnut had the race in the bag. There was a battle for that second place for a couple of laps, and that three-way battle between Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson and Martin Smith kept us entertained on our toes. So yeah, you did win, Matt Allnut. Matt Allnut with a win from Jack Bliss, Harry Morris, Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson, Martin Smith, Aaron Powell, Kieran Metzen, Sam Harrison and Ryan Lawson. They made up the top 10. And then it was David Good, Nathan Caddick, Dan Brown, Justin Parker, Tim Woods, Chris Lawson and Don Brown. That is how that one has ended. A little bit of movement from the 73 there of Matthew Duncan at the start, and it didn't do any favours initially. Trying to get that good jump, and it just didn't work. Matt Allnut really dominated, and he got out front, got into that lead, pulled away, looked fast. The fastest lap of the race as well. It's 36.66. Fastest first and third sectors as well, so really dominated that one, Matt Allnut. Took that win. So great to see those guys in action. A couple of names that we recognise from previous rounds. And again, like Rob said, people don't just drive in this championship, there are other championships they compete in as well. We've just got the rescue truck out, just getting a couple of people off track. Don Brown, Chris Lawson, we lost both of those in that race as well. And there is the 27 of Reese Woods as well. So yeah, just looking at decisions made on previous races that I said I'd bring you back to, which was the juniors. So in the end it was Stanley Williams, no further action taken. So Stanley Williams did get the win in that second heat of the juniors from Travis Rose in second. Ethan Hunt then took the third. Second and a third so far for Ethan Hunt. Barnaby Grubb in the 15 car. There's a 2 fourth place finishes, so consistent in his opening 2 races. Tyler Rackham in the 63, he picked up that 5th spot. So a first and a second for Travis Rose, 2 fourth for Barnaby Grubb in the juniors, Ethan Hunt a second and a third. They're the most consistent drivers so far in that field. And I think what we're going to do now is we are going to go back and get an end to our 177s, the Rotax Masters. Going to be round 2, and again 2 classes in one here. Jason Gardner and Samuel Cook won their respective classes in that opening race from Alexander Colantuno and Don DeGraff, respective seconds. Ryan Taylor Truman third, as was Daniel Hammett, Conor Churchill championship leader, was in 4th. Archie Elliott was 4th as well, with David Simpson winning the Battle of the Brothers, and Dean Cluley was 5th as well. So, yeah, the 2 classes, so we'll just keep an eye on that as the race develops, as the heat develops. So, rescue track, just helping those guys off track. See what is happening. So we are on heat 2 here, round 9. So I think what we'll probably do is after round 12, so after our 12th, once we do finish 12 heats, a bit of drawn out one today, once we get there we will take a quick break, which we anticipate probably be around 20 past 1. So again, slightly delayed due to incidents we've had on track. Thankfully everything and everyone that's been involved in them is okay. First and foremost, that is the most important thing. But best made plans don't always go the way you want them to, and that has indeed been the case today with some big incidents. So yeah, thank you so much for sticking with us. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I do try to keep tab on the stream in any comments. If there's anybody you want to give a shout out to, I'll try and keep an eye on that as well. And then the stream will remain on YouTube for you to go back and enjoy and whiz through at your leisure and pleasure. So again, weather's still really nice here. Sun's still out, but we have got the clouds that haven't really gone that far away. Rain is expected, and of course once the rain comes it just changes the dynamic of the racing. Guys have got to put wets on, and then you're down to who's good on the brakes, who's got the control going through the corners, because braking in the wet is a challenge. So that may come our way this afternoon, or we may fight off the weather. So we've got the 177s here coming back out for their second heat. And again, we'll just keep you updated as this race develops in terms of the difference between the Max and the Masters. Two classes in one, 22 drivers: Rob Simpson, David Simpson, Oliver Hutchins, Scott Smith, Archie Elliott, Alexander Colin Tuno, Ryan Taylor Truman, Samuel Cook, Kieran Thompson, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey. And for the Masters, we've got Jason Gardner, Gary Cox, Don DeGraff, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins, Matt Angus, Dean Cluley, Billy Clark, Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammer, and Simon Trinol. Again, when you look on the left hand side, you can see the green number plates, and then you've got the white or the black numbers within. That dictates the two differences between the two sets. So we're off and running. The 65 there of Ryan Taylor Truman, I think, has got into that first turn first, round the Haynes Loop, got himself a bit of fresh air from the 91 and the 15 of Simon Trinol and Don DeGraff, as everyone races down into the Rangers Dip. It's that right-hander, and they'll take in the bus stop. They race up the hill, heading towards Basingstoke off in the distance before they take that right-hander, which is Midgets. So all these guys out for their second heats, looking to accumulate more points to get as good a starting position in that final as they can get. And looks like he's doing that from the outset, and this one is the 65 of Ryan Taylor Truman, as he leads from Don DeGraff, Rob Simpson, David Smith, Scott Smith, Oliver Hutchins. Trenor has dropped down to 7th. Jason Gardner, Scott Collins and Neil Hammond, they make up the top 10 so far in this one. Two classes in one as always, with the Rotax 177s, the Max and the Masters. So that's the 23 kart there. Down up the hill. Everybody safely around me as they drop down into Farmer, left into Tollies. Underneath me, so the front three just starting to edge away a little bit now. Still the 65, 15 and 24 leading the way. Rob and David Simpson, the two brothers in third and fourth there. Ryan Taylor Truman out front from the Graph in second. Down. Front three are looking relatively comfortable. This battle here, this is the battle in behind the front three. David Simpson, Scott Smith and Oliver Hutchins. That battle there for fourth. He's developing nicely, and then as you drop down there's a real cluster of karts fighting to get in towards that top 10. So at the moment Ryan Taylor Truman is bossing this one from the 15. Don de Graaf, Rob Simpson, Scott Smith up into fourth, Oliver Hutchins fifth, David Simpson drops down to sixth, Jason Gardner seventh, Neil Hemming in eighth, Sophie Jeffrey at the moment in ninth, and Archie Elliott in 10th. That's our running order at the moment. Yellow flags are out. It's an incident going through Haynes Loop again, but everybody back on track and moving. Seems involved in that incident. It's like the 27 kart. Dean Cluley, I think, who came fifth in that opening heat. A bit frustrating for him. That front three come round halfway through this race, and still the front three unchallenged, not challenging each other, as is the group behind them as well. Jason Gardner just does go up above David Simpson and just gains a spot, and there's a real cluster down there, the 73 and 16 having a real battle. Carl Churchill and Kieran Thompson. That's a battle that's developing down in the middle of the field, having a real go at each other down in the middle of that field. So the front three close enough to keep themselves each other on their toes, but not close enough to make a move or look to get inside of anybody at the moment. And that's a very similar story to 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th as well. So pretty set as they come round over the start finish line again. Front three as they were, 4th as was Scott Smith, and then all the way down to 10th Archie Elliott just gained a place above Neil Hemming, down to Samuel Cook in 10th, who is the championship leader in the Maxes. They're all safely get through the Haynes Loop this time. So front two just a little bit closer than they were last time out. Ryan Taylor Truman and Don de Graaf. That's your front two, and not a million miles away is Rob Simpson in third. So we might get a bit of action out the front, but then behind that it's pretty comfortable for everybody at the moment. But that gap has been shortened by Don de Graaf. 3-2 now, and Rob Simpson not that far away in third either. Scott Smith having a bit of a lonely one in fourth at the moment as that battle has settled down. And everybody just at the moment is just in a position where they're looking relatively safe. Maybe apart from the front two, who are possibly the closest two on track at the moment. As they head up round midgets down into climate. There's not a lot between. There's our leaders. That's Ryan Taylor Truman and Don de Graaf. That's your front two. And if they start to battle, and if Don de Graaf does try and put pressure and put a move in on Ryan Taylor Truman, that might open the door for Rob Simpson just to gain some distance on the front two. Very lonely for Scott Smith at the moment in fourth, and a small battle developing between Oliver Hutchins and Jason Gardner for that fifth spot. And again, all the guys are racing for points at the minute in these heats to go towards that grand final. So focus on the front two. That's the race at the minute. Everywhere else pretty settled and comfy. There is a move just behind though from 5th and 6th. I think that was Jason Gardner on Oliver Hutchins, but we'll see when they come back round. The front three as they were. Scott Smith still having a lonely drive. Did Jason Gardner make a move? I think he did on Oliver Hutchins as they went up through midgets there, just behind the front pack. That might be 12 and 29. Jason Gardner and Oliver Hutchins is one to keep an eye on. Jason Gardner obviously won the Masters in that opening heat. So front three still as they were. Still a very similar picture for Scott Smith in fourth. Big move there up the inside. Did we just catch that coming on to screen there on the 54 kart with Archie Elliott, making a move on Oliver Hutchins, who's lost out to Jason Gardner and Archie Elliott in the last couple of laps. Tough on him. We'll be looking to get those places back as it develops. But it's Ryan Taylor Truman who's leading for the Rotax Max at the moment, from Don de Graaf, who is in the Masters, followed by a couple of Maxes after that in Rob Simpson, Scott Smith, and then comes Jason Gardner in the Masters as well. So, got a real mix of the Max and the Masters as the race develops here. We are going to get 2 laps left out of this one, in the front 3, as they have been for the last 4 or 5 laps, as they were, as is 4th. Just settled down a little bit, Jason Gardner and Archie Elliott now in 5th and 6th. Still a battle there, still a race on for that 5th and 6th. Oh, contact again through the Haynes Loop. Got a couple of karts there, but everybody safely through. And we lost one car, I think we do. We lost somebody in the Haynes Loop there. There was contact as they came through. So there is a yellow out for this last lap. And that is just going to slow people down. Last lap board's going to come out here for our leaders. And our leader is Ryan Taylor Truman, as it's been. Don de Graaf in 2nd, Rob Simpson in 3rd. That has been the order, with Scott Smith in a lonely 4th. The 54 kart of Archie Elliott has gone back above Jason Gardner in that battle for that 5th and 6th position. So we're on to the last lap. Ryan Taylor Truman is leading the way here in his class from Rob Simpson and Scott Smith, with Don de Graaf leading the way for the Masters from Jason Gardner and Neil Hemming, who's back in 10th but in 3rd in the class. So we'll just keep an eye as they come round here. Nothing's going to change here. There's enough time and distance between all 3, 4, 5, the front 7, 8 really. So it is a win, as it's been looking like, for Ryan Taylor Truman. He holds on to it from Don de Graaf, Rob Simpson, Scott Smith in a lonely drive in 4th. Archie Elliott holds on to that 5th and 12. Part of Jason Gardner. Over the line comes David Simpson, Samuel Cook, Oliver Contuno. That was the top 10. That's how those guys ended up. So Ryan Taylor Truman, 3rd first in the first heat. He picks up a good finish in that 2nd heat. Rob Simpson, he gets himself on the top 3 into that 2nd place. So there we go, run top to bottom. Riley Taylor Truman, Don de Graaf, Rob Simpson, Scott Smith, Archie Elliott, Jason Gardner, Oliver Hutchins, David Simpson, Samuel Cook and Alexander Colantuno. That made up the top 10. But you can see the black and white numbers that differ the classes. And then Neil Hemming, Matt Jones, Kieran Thompson, Carl Churchill, Billy Clark, Scott Collins, Daniel Cluley. They made up that top 15 to 20. Down on paper, I don't think there's a few contact warnings in there, but not multiple. And have to change positions, I don't think. So yeah, Rob Simpson came 2nd in the class in the Maxes. Scott Smith in 3rd. There's Archie Elliott and then Oliver Hutchins in 4th and 5th. And then in the Rotax in the Masters, win for Don de Graaf. 2nd first time out, win 2nd time out. Jason Gardner, win 1st time out, 2nd time out. And Neil Hemming, 1st time in the top 3 for him in that 3rd place. Carl Churchill picked up a 4th, as he did in heat number 1, so 2 4th places for him. And Billy Clark, he picked up the 5th place, 1st time in the top 5 this afternoon for him. So picture's getting a bit clearer in that class. Ryan Taylor Truman, a win and a 3rd, looking good in the Maxes, and 2 4th places for Archie Elliott. And then down in the Masters, a bit more consistent in the Masters, Jason Gardner with the 1st and 2nd, on the Graaf with the 1st and 2nd, 2 4th places for Carl Churchill, and a couple of 3rds for Neil Hemming and Daniel Hammer. So we're going to move on to the senior Rotaxes there, heat number 2. One was won by Bobby Rosio, worked his way through the field wonderfully well. Ethan Griffiths came 2nd, and Freddie Worlock, Zach Burke and Reese Green. That was the top 5 in that opening heat. We go again, heat number 2. This time we're going to see George Hume off the front of the grid with Ben Hicks, and then Charlie Hume as well in 3rd off the grid. Then Byron Sly Hewitt, Luke Richards, Jonas Schauskus in 6th, sorry there, and then James Watson, Zach Burkman, Vickery, Dylan Morton, making up the top 10 on the grid for Ethan Griffiths, Roland Wood of course, Reese Green, Freddie Worlock, Harry Clark, Taylor England, Oliver Gusman, Kian Downer, Luke Cook Will Eldest, Bobby Rosier down in 20th, got some work to do to get through the field. Olivia Murfitt, Michael Pugh, Ollie White and Lawrence Moss. So that is our lineup for the 24 kart senior Rotax grid. Rolling start next time they come round, if we can get everybody in order. First time out, Bobby Rosier was the checkered flag taker, and he finds himself right down the order in 21st in this one, so that'll be something interesting to keep an eye on. Second was Ethan Griffiths, and again he's starting in the top 10. Ethan, he's just in that 10th spot. But it looks like they're good to go, and we are going to get good going. 84 in the SC plate out front. That is George Hume and Ben Hicks. Everybody through Haynes Loop, please. Yes, we do. As they come round, it is the 84 plate that's just stolen that lead from George and Charlie Hume, two boys in second and third. Everybody down through Winger's Dip. There's our leaders. That's Ben Hicks in the 84. The SC Southern Champion plate of George Hume in second. I think Charlie Hume is up into third. Fairing's the same on those two guys. Let's keep an eye as they come round. Everybody safely round, which is great. Left-hander, Tollies across the start-finish line, and it is Ben Hicks in the 84. Charlie Hume and George Hume in second, third, respectively. As we said, Luke Richards fourth, Byron Sly-Hewitt, James Watson, Jonas Schauskus. They race down, everybody safely through. Intermediates, and we've just got a train of karts at the moment. No one changing spot there as they all came through. Can the Hume boys here keep tabs on Ben Hicks? That's what they're going to want to do, work together. So as they race up, bit of dust coming up as they come through, and I tell you what, that fourth place kart now of Luke Richards is really starting to put the Hume boys under pressure in second and third, and looking to make a move. And Haynes Luke, yes, up into third. Clean move there from Luke Richards as he moves up into third place, into that top three. So he's the big mover on that lap. Ben Hicks, George, Charlie Hume, second, third, Luke Richards, James Watson, Jonas Schauskus, Ethan Griffiths, Dylan Morton, Roman Vickery, Byron Sly-Hewitt. That's our top 10 with Freddie Worlock and Reece Green just outside. Had good opening heats, them two, and they're just outside that top 10. So the front three or four, as they crossed the checkered flag. Start finish line, sorry, last time out. And a few laps gone on this one, and it's still Ben Hicks from George Hume. Luke Richards, as we saw, moved up into third. Charlie Hume, as we watch him going around Haynes Loop as well. Just keep an eye. There are some battles developing back down in the minor placings, from 15 to 20, maybe 20 to 25. There's some positional changes and some close racing, but the focus for us at the minute is out front. Race up through the front 4-5, still looking the same as they go through the bus stop. Nothing to choose between, and there is a bit of movement there. Just the orange helmet making a move there. In seventh, I think that was. We'll see when they come round. To keep tabs, was it the 33 kart of Dylan Morton? Yes, making a move on Jonas Schauskus, gaining a position there. So there is a few positional changes, but nothing to dictate or change the front. But again, there's not a lot to choose between the front 5 or 6 really, as they come out of midgets, at Winger's Dip, sorry, as they go through the bus stop heading towards midgets. Yeah, there's not a lot to choose. It's a train of karts. You wouldn't want to be making a mistake when the field is this closely contested. It could prove massive. Move there from the 91 of Ethan Griffiths, I think, has come up into 5th place there, ahead of James Watson. Yeah, as they came through Tollies. Again, just another move. Front 4 the same. Now maybe the 91 of Ethan Griffiths looking to move up and challenge for a top 4 spot. Very relaxed there, the 25 of Luke Richards, sandwiched between the Hume brothers with Ben Hicks out front. Ben just managed to get a little bit of a gap on the 3 behind, who Luke Richards is up now into 2nd place. And he has overtaken both of the Hume boys, George and Charlie, as we come round. So that again is a big mover on that lap, as Luke comes up into 2nd place. Dylan Morton again gains another spot ahead of James Watson. Jonas Schauskus now down in 8th place. Freddie Lurker into the top 10 with Bobby Rosier into the top 10 as well. trying to keep tabs on big movers in this one. Bobby Rosie's gone from 21st up into 10th, so he's hit the top 10. It's a great return, especially in a field like this where everybody's very similar in terms of timing. There's not much gap between either one. 39.8 from Bobby Rosie, who's got the fastest lap time. Pretty much everybody else is in the 40s. So the 91 really starting to push now. Ethan Griffiths in 5th place. He's starting to push the Hume brothers in 3rd and 4th. That's the battle that's going to develop, and that's what we can see. There's the 91 there. That's Ethan Griffiths as he goes off track. Just gets back on. Didn't really lose out there too much. Fraction of a second. Ben Hicks is looking comfortable out front. Luke Richards really starting to pull him in. 0.73. We'll see what they are when they come across start-finish line next time around. We've got just under 2 minutes and a lap to go here. Front two, then it's the Hume brothers, then it's Ethan Griffiths, who's worked his way through the pack, gained about 6-7 places. And then we see the change. Ben Hicks, Luke Richards, Charlie Hume, George Hume, Ethan Griffiths, Dylan Morton, James Watson, Bobby Rosie up into 8th. Jonas Schauskus dropped down to 9th. Freddie Worlock into that top 10. That is our top 10 with a couple of laps to go, I would imagine here. We'll get 3 out of it, maybe 2. So leader is now Luke Richards. He's got himself ahead of Ben Hicks, and that front pack there is really congested now. You can see the 55 there. George is Charlie is right back into it, as is his brother behind him, George. Front 5 now. We have a battle all the way back to the 91 of Ethan Griffiths. We've got a couple of laps to go. It's going to be an excellent end to this race. That front 5. To be honest, the 33 and 64 of Dylan Morton and James Morton, they're not James Watson, they're not that far behind either. So this race has been really intense at the front. We've had that lead change hands a few times. Currently sits with Luke Richards from Ben Hicks, and then Charlie and George Hume, Ethan Griffiths in 5th. That's what we're focused on, but it's really close. There's not a lot to choose between the front 7 or 8 really, and we may even get 2 more laps out of this because we've still got 25 seconds to go here for the guys to get around. So we're definitely going to see 2 laps on this race, which is great because this is close out front as they come over start-finish line. We're going to have 2 laps to go on this one. It is Luke Richards from Ben Hooks, then Charlie and George Hume, Ethan Griffiths, Dylan Morton, James Watson, Bobby Rose is still in 8th, Freddie Worlock up now into 9th with Jonas Schauskus dropping to 10th. Still in that top 10 though, Jonas. One of them going to hold on to that top 10, but that battle out front is really good. 2 laps to go on this one. We're into the penultimate. And it looks like Luke Richards might have just stolen a bit of a gap here. Luke Richards out front in the 25. Didn't come in the top 5 in that opening heat. So this will be a great return from him. Nor did Ben Hicks either. And neither did the Humes. So this will be a really good return for these guys. But with a lap to go, not a lot to choose between any of them. Ethan Griffiths has gone above Charlie and George Hume now into 3rd place, and there's a real battle from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. That's really close. And I tell you what, a couple of guys have got beaten up in there, and I think it's George Hume that's lost out a little bit and gone back maybe to 6th or 7th. But let's focus on the front 3 because they have now pulled away from that chasing pack of 5 or 6. And it is Luke Richards, Ben Hicks and Ethan Griffiths. Checkered flag is out in front of me. We've lost Michael Pugh. So it looks like Luke Richards has done enough. He's got enough fresh air here to take that win. Yes, he does. It is a win for Luke Richards. Oh, really close on the line, Ben Hicks and Ethan Griffiths. They are pretty much dead heat there in 2nd with 0.86 behind Luke Richards. But looks like Ben Hicks has just got the nod. And Charlie Hume holding on to 4th. Dylan Morton up into 5th. Bobby Rosie, a great return with 6th from that 21st starting position. A really good race out front. There were some good battles going back down the order, but we had to focus on that front battle of 6 or 7 karts. With Luke Richards coming out on top from Ben Hicks, Ethan Griffiths, Charlie Hume 4th, Dylan Morton 5th, Bobby Rosie up to 6th. George Hume was the loser, unfortunately, in that battle. Just got beaten up going through there and ended up going back a little bit. And again, a few contact warnings in there, but not enough, I don't think, to adjust the finishing positions. And it was a great return for Luke Richards. It's on the in the top 3 for the first time. Heat number 2, that'd be great points going towards the grand final for him. Ethan Griffiths as well. So that top 3, Charlie Hume picked up in the 4th spot, and then it's Dylan Morton in 5th. So yeah, 5 totally different drivers there from the opening heat, finished in the top 5. Rosie picked up that 6th spot in the end. So great race out front, but heat 1 and heat 2, it's only Ethan Griffiths who's got 2nd and a 3rd in there. So Ethan Griffiths, the most consistent driver in that seniors at the moment. So we're going to move on with heat 3 for the junior. And again, might be some of these guys' 2nd heat. Might be some of them's 3rd heats. They won't go again after this, some of them. So we are going to see Arthur Way, Jaden Sheeran, Barnaby Grubb, Cody Longdon, Amelie Johnson, Max Lovell, Ethan Hunt, Spencer Trahorn, Jensen Hookie, Kai Pepperell, Aaron Clark Nixon, Conaghu, Austin Mayhew, Lucas Nibbs, Jensen Collins, Arthur Chesky, Ethan Cossins, Harrison Stacey, James Finley, Zoe Cadet, Elliot Bennett, Oliver Warren, and Thomas Ray. So there are 24 juniors in this race, and again, for some of them this will be their 3rd race and final heat. For some of them it will be their 2nd one. So we've got a nice controlled pack as they come round here. And here's Arthur Way, Jaden Sheeran and Barnaby Grubb off the front. And we're off and racing, the 54, 47 and 15. Arthur Way, Jaden Sheeran and Barnaby Grubb, they lead going through Haynes Loop. And again, there's a bit of activity going through the Haynes Loop. Who's come out clean? It is the 47, 15 and 32. Amelie Johnson up into 3rd amongst all that melee. So there are front 3, everybody else safely through. Everyone's rolling. There was incidents in Haynes Loop, everyone's come through it. And we've got everybody back on track. So we have a race on, everybody through the bus stop. A couple of people off the pace as they came through there, but we've got everyone safely through. Now let's keep an eye as they come around start finish line. It is a move early on from Barnaby Grubb, who looks like he's got himself up into the lead from the 47 or the 23 kart, just pushes the 47. Ethan Hunt encourages Arthur Way onto the grass there just for a moment. So not happy with that, I don't think. Kai Pepperell there as well in the 37 kart. He's got himself up into 4th place. I think Ethan Hunt lost out there, really. Again, when they come back round, or was it Amelie Johnson who lost out? We'll see as they head up towards midgets. The front 3 just got a bit of a gap from the following 5 at the moment, and it is the 15 of Barnaby Grubb that leads the way. From 2nd place, Ethan Hunt from Kai Pepperell. Arthur Way lost out in that battle. Amelie Johnson held on to 4th at Austin Mayhew 5th. Jensen Hookie, then Arthur Way, Max Lovell, Jensen Collins and Harrison Stacey. That's your top 10. Front 3 pretty settled at the moment. They've just pulled away. You can see there's a gap there from them. Back to, I think it's Amelie Johnson in 4th in the 32. Pink helmet. She again has just got a bit of a gap going backwards there to the chasing pack. A bit of a move up the inside from the green helmet there, just off screen, didn't catch it on screen. But activity there going through. So it's 15, 23, 37 up the inside as they come underneath my nose. No, Ethan Hunt holds on ahead of Kai Pepperell, 32. Amelie Johnson has got that 4th place comfortable at the moment as we drop back to Jensen Hookie, Austin Mayhew, Max Lovell and Arthur Way, making up that top 8. So everybody on the pace here, everyone's getting round. Cody Longdon, I think we've lost Cody up towards midgets maybe. So Kai Pepperell up 9 places, Austin Mayhew up 7, Harrison Stacey up 10 into 9th, 6 for Jensen Collins, 7 for Ethan Cossins. So some good movement from some of those drivers. The leaders come back under my nose here. 15, 23, 37 as it was before. 32 Amelie Johnson there in 4th. In 5th. Jensen Hookie has got himself up into 4th in the 56 car. And that's the challenge. It's the front 3, they're not really pulling away, but again, a bit like previous races, everybody's in close prox to each other. So one little mistake or somebody makes a move and pushes you off your line, if you leave the gap, somebody takes it, chances are you might lose not just that place but 2 or 3 places behind. The sun's still cooking everybody here. It's really warm on track. So just settled down on that last lap. Big mover there was Jensen Hookie up into 4th, still holds that from Amelie Johnson. That's Austin Mayhew, Max Lovell, Harrison Stacey, Ethan Cossins up into 9th now with Arthur Way 10th. So again, for some of these, this will be their final heats. They're going to want to get some good points from this to put towards the grand final. For others, they will still have a race to run. Harrison Stacey now up 11 places into 8th. Big mover down there, just outside the top 5 or 6. Austin Mayhew, sorry, has gained 7 places. Arthur Way, unfortunately, has lost 9 in those opening exchanges. Has dropped down to 10th place. We'll look to consolidate that if possible. Front 4 as was. Front 5, 6, 7 as was. All in close. The 76 car, Austin Mayhew there, has just pushed the 32 of Emily Johnson off the racing line, and exactly as I said, if you do that, it gives somebody else the chance. And Max Lovell was close enough to land the blow there and get up the inside of Emily as well. So that's the nature of this racing. When everything is so close, you get pushed off the line, you don't just lose that one spot, you're potentially losing 2 or 3 as well. Unfortunately, that is what happened to Emily Johnson there. She came through, but it's really congested. The front 4 together, second 4 together. So those 2 packs of 4s, there's a move up the inside, I think, from Jensen Hookie in the 56. Over the 23 of Ethan Hunt into second place goes Jensen Hookie. So front 4 is now a second, the 5 behind her in a battle now as well. So we've still got plenty of time to race on this one, as Harrison Stacey's really starting to make noises there in that chasing pack. As they come up past my left hand side, it is still Barnaby Grubb out front. So Barnaby Grubb had 2 4th places under his belt from his opening 2 heats. This is his 3rd race, and is out front at the moment from Jensen Hookie in 2nd, and Jensen as well. Yeah, he's holding on to that 2nd from the 23 and 37 of Ethan Hunt and Kai Pepperell. Emily Johnson was the loser out on that lap with a couple of carts moving up the inside, but the front 4 are the front 4, and then we've got a battle of 5, and then it's a lonely drive back then to 41, which is Spencer Trahorn, sat in that 10th spot, not really challenged at the moment in 10th, so looking relatively comfortable. So let's keep an eye. Barnaby Grubb out front, Jensen Hookie 2nd. That's the 2 looking up the inside there, just was Jensen Hookie, as is Max Lovell there, just having a look, but nothing, no move made. Front 2 starting to move away now. We've got a battle for 1st, a battle for 2nd, a battle for 3rd, and a battle for 4th. Some good racing going on here. The front 2 putting out, and there's Jensen Hookie, but he's got it all wrong. Went big into Haynes Loop. Got the advantage for about 22. He's just waving the hand in the air there, and he's lost out again. So Jensen Hookie really got that wrong. Tried to put a move in on 1st place, and is now finding himself in what, maybe 4th place. So with 2 laps to go, we're going to get around here before the board clicks to 0, I think. Just about, as long as the leader crosses that line, which I think 15 of Barnaby Grubb is going to. Oh, a bit of contact there from Jensen Hookie. So yeah, we've got 2 laps left on this one, and it is Barnaby Grubb from Ethan Hunt. Kai Pepperell, Jensen Hookie dropped down to 4th, and he went for that move through Haynes Loop and just got it wrong. And I'll tell you what, there's a 4-way battle now for that 3rd spot. The front 2 are starting to pull away, Barnaby Grubb and Ethan Hunt. But then, this is what we're watching. That's Kai Pepperell, Jensen Hookie, Austin Mayhew and Max Lovell. That's the battle there now for 3rd place, and it's really tight. It really is. There's nothing to give between those 4 karts chasing for that 3rd spot and bigger points. Again, for some of them, this is their last outing, so they're going to want to get good points on the board in the hope of getting a better starting position in that grand final. The first 2 last lap board is out. The 15 and the 23 there as they were, Barnaby and Ethan. But then there's a real battle. Keep an eye on Max Lovell. Max Lovell up the inside here, and he's going to make it work. Max Lovell, I think he has yet. He's gained a place through that battle there. It's still the 37 of Kai Pepperell holding 3rd, but Max Lovell has got himself up into 4th, I think. Let's keep an eye on helmets as they come up the left. Yeah, indeed he has. Back into 5th, I think Jensen Hookie. He's still in 4th, so real battle as they go up into mid. Just keep an eye on this. Really tight from that chasing pack. Barnaby Grubb's got the win from Ethan Hunt, no question about that, but what is going to happen here? Through the last 2 corners, a bit of contact again from, I think, Jensen Hookie, but it is the 37 that holds on. Really close. Kai Pepperell, Jensen Hookie, Max Lovell, Austin Mayhew, Ethan Cossins, Harrison Stacey, Amelia Johnson got back to 9th. And Spencer Trahorn holds on to 10th. Great race out front there. The guys really putting it to each other. But Barnaby Grubb, he's a 2 4ths and a 5th, and a 1st, sorry, in his 3 outings. Likewise, Ethan Hunt, a 2nd, a 3rd, and a 1st. Kai Pepperell was 3rd in the 37. That's his best return of the day, but he did get a penalty earlier on when he finished high up the order. Then Jensen Hookie, Max Lavelle, Austin Mayhew, Ethan Cossins made up that top 5 or 6 places. But there were some big movements. All of the front 8 gained places. Ethan Cossins, Barton Stacey, big movers with 11 places respectively. Kai Pepperell up 9 as well. Finishing in 3rd. Jensen Hookie, well, there's a few contact warnings there. That's enough. Jaden Sheeran also with a few contact warnings. We need to keep an eye on it. That will affect positions at all. Good up at Jensen Hookie down as 4th for the moment. There's always been in the mix in races, that's for sure. Jensen Hookie, Max Level there in 5th. 2 5th places for Max in 3 heats. So some great racing out front. Front 2, the lead changed hands on a couple of occasions, but it was really that battle behind. 5 or 6 carts all in close box going at each other. 7, that was a move there, the inside. Really good heat there, up 9 places into 3rd place. And like I say, Austin Mayhew gained 7, Jaden Sheeran lost 10 spots in that race, half the way all the way down to 21st from the front starting grid position. So, excellent heat, that one really enjoyable from the juniors. That was heat 3, still another junior heat to go, of course, as we move on to the inters. We can see a couple of people enjoying still enjoying the weather, which is terrific. We've got the rescue truck just out, just getting a cart back in. So we're going to go with the inters for their second heat, 26 drivers in this class. Winner first time out was Jack Daniels from Zane Williams. Elijah West was 3rd, Freya Bond 4th, and Oliver Dan in 5th. That was the top 5 in that opening heat. His little sister there's giving up the ghost. Time to sleep on mum. So chances are we are going to go for a break. So this could be the last in this set of heats before we take the opportunity to get some lunch in, which I think everybody needs at the minute. It's been a long old morning of racing with quite a few incidents, action-packed. So I think a break is probably needed by the vast majority, just for half an hour, take stock, get some work done on the karts. Keep an eye on the weather forecast. We can see how the afternoon develops. So we are going to see out in this one. Let's get the running order for this one. Arthur Kayser and Louis Laval, they're going to find themselves on the front of the rolling grid in this one. Rishan Kostler and James Devereaux, they're going to be in 3rd and 4th. Aurelia Simpson and Oliver Dan, 5th and 6th. Harry Reid and Elijah West. Then comes Max Thompson, Warren Atkins, Lucas Gray, Oakley Poulter. They make up the 11th and 12th. Ethan Copland, Jack Daniels. Called winner first time out, Jack. One to keep an eye on starting down in 14th. Charlie Dickinson, Freya Bond. Freya had a great return as well in that opening heat with a 4th place finish. See how she can do from starting back down there in 16th. Callum Williams, Henry Perrin, Kian Kostler, Zane Williams. Of course was 2nd first time out, so we've got quite a few of the guys that did well in the last heat near the back of the pack in this one, so that's going to make for some interesting viewing, something to keep an eye on. And then we've got Ollie Garlinge, Roman Takata, Lenny Dorrington, Jensen King, Thomas Gulliver and Amelia Jade Hay. So you can see some of the guys have got black plates which will indicate a novice driver, so they're essentially proving where they're at in terms of their driving. So thank you for sticking with us. If you're enjoying the stream, you're flitting in and out as expected. Flimbees 1946, we love the stream and the commentary, thank you very much, we're really enjoying it. Speedway Portal, bringing you all the action this season from the Forest Edge Championship. And did Teo flip? Yes, indeed. If you watch back, thankfully okay. A full flip, and just had to take stock. Probably a little bit winded, a bit dazed, but okay. No big damage done. So again, thank you so much for joining us. You can see our sponsors, Collard, on the right hand side of the screen, FEKC Racing. Sponsors continually flip there on the right hand side of the screen. It's great to have them on board supporting the championship this season. Give them as many shout outs as we can as the day evolves and the season evolves as well. And there's the distinctive helmet on the 23 of Louis Leval. Get these guys around for a couple of tentative half laps before we get them in a grid order. Elijah West has won the opening 2 rounds of the championship. He finds himself out in this one. He was 3rd in the first heat. He will be going from 5th or 6th. Did I see Elijah in this one? Yeah, 8th place start for Elijah in this one. So we group everybody together. Come round underneath my nose here in the comms box for a rolling start on this second heat. Here we go. Heat number 2 of the Inters, and away we go. 46, 19 and 23. James Devereux, Arthur KZ and Louis Leval, they've made a great start. Everybody through Haynes Loop safely. Yes, that's what we like to see. So let's see how this now pans out. Front 3 as was. 22 and 16 there, looking to make a move. Warren Atkins looks like he's made some great gains. But we will go again. Yellow flags are out. My excitement is quashed somewhat as we go again on this one. Race director stroke start marshal not happy with that start, so we'll look to go again. We'll get everybody in line, which will be Arthur KZ and Louis Leval on that front grid from Rishan Kostler, James Devereux on the second grid, Aurelia Simpson and Oliver Dan on the third, Harry Reid and Elijah West on the fourth, Max Tomsic, Warren Atkins fifth, Lucas Gray, Oakley Porter sixth, Coughlin and Jack Daniels on the 7th. So everyone in, they're all looking tidy. As they come back round, let's get a tidy start to this race then. Away we go. How is it going to develop this time? It is the same Ford, the 46 kart. James Devereux getting in the mix on this occasion. It looks like the 19 kart there of Arthur KZ from the 46 of James Devereux. And then the distinctive helmet of Louis Leval, I think, is in 3rd place at the moment. Everybody through. As they come up out of the Wingers dip round the bus stop. Yeah, that front 3, Elijah West started down in 8th, is up into 4th. As for the front 3, they're going to have to drive defensively or just get their head down and disappear. Try and work together to get some distance. So as we come round for the first time over the start-finish line, it is Arthur KZ who's held on to that pole that he had. James Devereux's done very well to get up into 2nd, Louis Leval in 3rd, Elijah West 4th, Oliver Dan 5th, Rishan Kostler in 6th. Warren Atkins, Lucas Gray, Oakley Poulter and Jack Daniels, they make up the top 10. Down, that's Elijah West there just looking on those front 3 or 4. Already looking to put the pressure on, but there's nothing to choose really between the front 5 or 6. They start, that's the gold helmet there of Elijah West, just looking up the inside and making a move on James Devereux. I think he's lost out on this lap and has gone backwards a little bit. So look, Arthur KZ, he's held on to that lead. It is Louis Leval in 2nd, Elijah West in 3rd, and then the 46 of James Devereux, Oliver Dan, Rishan Kostler, Warren Atkins, Jack Daniels, Lucas Gray and Oakley Poulter. That's your top 10. Just keep an eye on them for the moment before we look back down the order and see what's going on. See if we've got any big movers. Elijah West is up into 2nd. Flick of the hand to the chasing Louis Leval just to say, come on, let's race together, let's chase, let's catch up with Arthur. Elijah, 5 places gained up into 2nd place at the moment, chasing down the 19 of Arthur KZ, who's led from the front. How long can he hold off the ever-charging Elijah West here? Louis Leval in third place and holding on to that at the moment, but again nothing to choose between really. Elijah West going big, looking to chop left and right. Is he going to make a move going down? But keep an eye at the inside. Is the 23. Great move from Louis Leval there, and there's contact. And there's contact between Elijah West off my screen, and that's caused both of them to lose mad places. Louis Leval did so well. Rode up on the back there. Elijah West and Louis Leval were riding each other for a bit, and that's cost them, and they've gone back down the order. Yeah, I think there will be contact warning there. Elijah West was looking to go big. Louis Leval was carrying for a while, so all change at the front. Oliver Dan, Arthur KZ, Jack Daniels, James Devereaux, Rashan Kostler, Warren Atkins, Elijah West down to 7th. Zane Williams 8th. Louis Leval was the big loser, unfortunately, in that battle. Dropped down to 9th, and Lucas Gray in 10th. Be interesting to see if we grab that on the replay, because it just came out of my eye line as I was watching them go down out the back door of the comms box down into the Wingers dip, and then I could just see the ride starting from Elijah West on the back of Louis Leval. But there we go, we've settled down again. The front two have just got a bit of a gap to the chasing 4. So 3.5 plus the lap to go. Let's keep an eye on what we've got going on. There's Elijah West, he's the man out at the moment. He's giving us something to talk about. Jack Daniels up into second. So Arthur KZ, who led from the front for the first opening few laps, has now dropped down into third. So Oliver Dan, Jack Daniels, Arthur KZ, James Devereaux, Elijah West, Shane Kostler, Zane Williams, Warren Atkins, Louis Leval just needs to take stock for the moment in 9th and just get his head together and go again with Lucas Gray down in 10th. So movement there from the 61 kart of Jack Daniels. Takes that lead spot in this race. Of course, Heat 1 as well. This could be a great opening to his day with 2 race wins if he can hold on to this, but there's a lot of racing to go here. The front two have probably just got a 2.5, maybe 2. As Elijah West puts a moving up the inside into 3rd place, ahead of the 19 of Arthur KZ, who's dropped down to 4th now. So the front two have got a bit of a gap, about 2 seconds over the chasing pack, which has got Elijah West leading the way, bumping off the curb. There was James Devereaux. He went across track. You do feel here that the front two really should work together. They should really work. Don't try and overtake for a couple of laps or so. Just tuck in, get some race pace, pull away, see what you can get. Distance between yourselves and Elijah West, and then that pack of 4 behind Elijah West, Arthur Casey, James Devereaux, Rashan Kostler and Zane Williams, because they're not that far behind either. So 2 minutes plus the lap to go on this one. It is the 61 of Jack Daniels leading the way, as he did first time out, from Oliver Dan and Elijah West in 3rd, which is where he finished in that opening heat as well. And then it's a chasing pack of 4. And Louis Leval, yeah, back up into 8th, so he's done well. Just to take stock of that incident and not lose any more places. I imagine that we are going to see a contact warning come in for Elijah West for sure for that incident, no question about that. So we keep an eye as the guys race up into midgets. It's just knocked the cloud over a little bit here. Some rain this afternoon, but front 3 starting to pull away now. 61, 24 and 99 Jack Daniels, Oliver Dan and Elijah West. They've got a gap now to that chasing pack of maybe 5 or 6 karts there, all in close proximity. But in truth, there's 8 or 9 karts in that pack that are relatively close and just looking to get some good points under their belt in this heat number 2. But at the moment, the front 3, probably about half a second between each of them. A little battle going on for 4th and 5th between Arthur KZ and Zane Williams there. And Zane Williams looks like he's made the move on Arthur. Unfortunately, Arthur's just gone backwards from leading those first 2 or 3, but he's had to go back. Fair play as Arthur comes back straight away. Wasn't taking that line down. Crosses himself back into that position, but he's got 5 or 6 karts really chasing him down. Arthur KZ in 4th. So he's got a really tough couple of laps to go on this one. So 2 laps to go on this one. Keep an eye on our leader. He really does have good space, Jack Daniels. He's got good time, over a second I would say, back down to Oliver Dan, and Elijah West is really pulling in Oliver Dan in 2nd. And then I think Arthur KZ has lost out to Zane Williams again in that battle for 4th. but with a last lap board coming out. Jack Daniels is looking comfortable out front from the 24 of Oliver Dan, who is going to be under pressure for this last lap from Elijah West. And it is the 68 now. Zane Williams got ahead of FEKC. But there's a 6-kart, 7-kart battle there for that 4th spot. Out front, Jack Daniels looking comfortable. There's that battle there. Louis Leval in the middle of that. But Jack Daniels is out front. Let's keep an eye as he comes up through the bus stop. Second place, Elijah West makes the move, makes it stick as they go through the bus stop. So Elijah West up into second place ahead of Oliver Dan. They're not going to catch Jack Daniels out front. He's going to get his second heat win on the trot. Great return, good start to his day. Good round 3 for him so far. Really happy with that. Nod of the head. And I'll tell you what, there was an incident as they came through. And what was the contact between Oliver Dan? Because that's dropped Elijah West back down to what was 5th or 6th in the end. Again, I was just watching Jack Daniels come over the start-finish line, nodding his head, and then there's contact between Oliver Dan and Elijah West. But to what extent and whose fault it was, I don't know. But we'll keep an eye on that. But it definitely cost Elijah West, because he was sat in second, having that battle with Oliver Dan, and took him as they went through the bus stop for the last time. So, on paper, the race is finished. This is how it has finished. Jack Daniels, Oliver Dan, Zane Williams, Arthur Kaiser, James Devereux, Elijah West lost out through Tollies for the last time with Shan Kostler, Louis Leval, Ethan Copland and Fred Bond. They made up the top 10 in the race. Warren Atkins, Max Thompson, Lucas Gray, Thomas Gulliver, Kian Kostler, Aurelia Simpson, Henry Perrin, Harry Reid, Charlie Dickinson, Oakley Poulter made the top 20. Lenny Dorrington, Roman Takata, Amelia Jade Hay, Callum Williams, and then it was Ollie Garlinge and Jensen King. So that is how it's finished on paper and across the start-finish line. But a big incident in that last corner. Whether it was just a racing incident, whether Oliver Dan saw the gap, decided he was going to take it, and Elijah tried to close it. So that was where the contact came from. But the big loser out in that one, unfortunately, was Elijah West. As a little bit early in the race, Louis Leval, who was sat in a really comfortable position, ended up taking Elijah West for a ride, and Elijah West got contact warning for that. Maybe see that. Hopefully we caught it. Keep an eye here. Look, that's Elijah West with the gold helmet. Yeah, just up onto the back there, and he's getting carried on screen by Louis Leval. So a good race, really good race that one. Jack Daniels comes out on top. There's no question about that. And I think the race result is in. The race result is in with Oliver Dan in second. I think it is Oliver Dan in second. I think they've awarded Oliver Dan, so a 5th and a 2nd for him in his opening 2 heats. So that is where we're going to call it. So I think lunch is set for half an hour. So we're on 25 past now. So yeah, around 2 o'clock-ish, 5 to 2, I'd imagine we'll be back. So thanks for joining us this morning. Have a spot of lunch, get out in the garden before it rains, and we'll see you this afternoon. Welcome back everybody, and we are ready for a hopefully a calmer afternoon of racing in terms of incident. On track action, bring it on, but in terms of incident, yeah, we're hoping we don't have as hectic a morning as we've had. And anybody that's following closely, you'll notice that we are moving into race 13 of 31. We should be far further ahead than we are, but we are where we are, and we're going to just continue to get through it. If there's any adjustments made to timings or to finals or whatever, we will let you know. Obviously we can't run all evening into the night, so we just got to closely watch in terms of the timing side of it, and we might have to shorten some of the heats, but we can't reduce or take away heats because everyone gets 3 heats. Everyone gets the front, middle and back starting position, so it would go against some people if that was to happen. So we will be completing all of the scheduled races. Just how long they will go for is open to debate at the moment, but we are looking forward to an afternoon of racing. So what I'll do as well, there's obviously, once the racing's finished, each heat finishes, it then goes to scrutineering in the pits. All the karts have to go back into the pits and go through scrutineering quickly, where they check for the bumpers, if there's any bumper issues, and if there is, then penalties can be issued. So a lot of the finishing positions that we present you on screen 10 minutes later are slightly different because of the penalties that are incurred during it. So what I'll do is I'll talk you through them as we go into each respective heat from here on in, because a few people have finished in slightly different positions to what we announced them as. So we're going to come back with the Rotax Cadets and the Honda Cadet group, and from our initial race there was only one change, which was a penalty for Oliver Daniels in the Rotax Cadets, and that just changed things a little bit. Excuse me, he went from what was essentially a winning position to 4th, so that's one change there. But in the opening race for the Rotax Cadets, it was in the end a win for Monroe Wilcox. It was Johnny Butterfield in 2nd, it was Buddy Dorr in 3rd, Oliver Daniels in 4th after that penalty, and Wilfred Tomlinson in 5th. And in the Honda Cadets, it was a win for Harrison Maxwell. Max Skilton was 2nd, Cruz Jenkins was 3rd, Harry Price was 4th, and Felix Finn was 5th. So that is where we will return to action shortly. I can see them lined up in the pits, ready to essentially go. Our paramedics, who are hoping for a quieter afternoon. So yeah, the paramedics are in place. The marshals are all out. So we are just. I was just watching a car move from A to B there. But it's all good. So yeah, everybody's as they should be. So we will get racing very shortly, and like we say, let's hope we have a straightforward afternoon with plenty of on-track racing action, but no chaos outside of that. So Melody Keane 5976, thank you for your comment. My son is racing today, I couldn't make it, so this is just wonderful. Thank you, it's our pleasure. Who is your son? Give us a name and a class, and we'll give it a good shout out, and I can fill you in on what he did this morning. Again, some of them haven't. This is the 2nd heat for the Honda Cadets. Most of the classes should have had 2 heats minimum by now, but it has dragged on just a little bit this morning. So what I did during in the lunch break is I quickly jotted down the top 10 in the bigger fields, in the bigger classes, and the top 5 or 6 in the others, so we can just refer back to that and have a look in terms of who finished where in the opening couple of heats. And we can try and paint a picture for the finals, the grand finals, in terms of grid positions. Can't really do that for the cadets yet because they've only had the one race. We can see the 18 kart there of Alfie Mullet on the left. He's going to be out. He's going to be out at the front of this one. But for the others, we can certainly get a picture of who's going to be where. And again, with the KZs and the Superkarts as well, we've only had the one heat. So things will get cracking this afternoon, but we will start with the Honda and the Rotax Cadets. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys on track. And as we've said before, there's obviously 2 races in the one here. So they're all in cadet karts, but some are Honda, some are Rotax. So they're all racing against each other on track, but in their respective little mini battles on the side. So yeah, it's quite an interesting dynamic in this one. And what you'll see is some of the Honda start to work their way through the fields. And if you look on your screen, you can see the yellow, essentially number plates of the karts there. And you can see the difference between the black and the red numbers. There is none on that screen, but when it flicks There we go. There we can see some red numbers. Max Skilton, Harrison Maxwell, Cruz Jenkins. Those red numbers are the different classes. They are the Hondas, the ones in the reds. There are more drivers, but we've got some novices. Felix Finn, Cruz Jenkins, Jamie Daly, Harry Price. They're the novices in the Hondas. So they have a slightly different. So it's confusing, but I'll try and keep you up to speed with who's in what class and who's achieved what and who's doing what. Can't go from there. So yeah, we hope you're enjoying the coverage. And again, any comments, we love to get them. Good, bad or ugly, we'd rather hear than not. So if there's anything you want to add or request or shout out, just let us know, and we will do our best to give everybody a shout out, like I mentioned. So we're just sending the cadets around again here. Hopefully they're ready to go this time. It looks like we are. And it's the 24, 18 and 21 that have made the gate, so to speak. Oliver Daniels, Alfie Mullett and Oscar Taylor. A bit of a spin for the 55 there, which is Oju Storperstis. Unfortunate there. He's going to find himself at the back now, but everyone heads down. Everyone heads out and they're around and they're going round, and we're just making sure that there's no issues. Yeah, no, there's not. Everyone's as they should be and where they should be as they come up through the bus stop. They head up towards midgets for the first time in this race. Everybody through. And a bit of a gap already for our leader. Really pulled out the stops in that opening lap here. 24 of Oliver Daniels. Away he goes. 21, 18, 44. There, hot pursuit. Oscar Taylor, Alfie Mullett and Jackson Haynes. Then we've got Johnny Butterfield, Wilfred Tomlinson, Oakley Simpson, Max Skilton, Reggie Peters and Harrison Maxwell. So the red numbers on the side there. Max Skilton you can see in the 29 car, currently holding 8th place. Max came second with the opening heat behind Harrison Maxwell, who finds himself in 10th. So there's a little mini battle there with those two red numbers on the left, you can see, within our bigger battle on track. But it is Oliver Daniels, and it was Oliver that picked up a penalty in that opening heat. He did finish out front, but picked up a penalty, so finished 4th. So he'll want to get through this race clean to get some good points on the board for that final, and he's doing that at the moment. And if he keeps doing this, he's going to have a very lonely but enjoyable afternoon drive here. Start finish line. 21 of Oscar Taylor still second. Big move from Johnny Butterfield to get himself up into 3rd in that little chasing pack behind. And that battle is going to develop here with the Hondas as well. Max Skilton, Harrison Maxwell. There's going to be a bit of a battle going on there, which we will keep an eye on. As they race down towards the Winchers dip. The lines coming up through there. So there is our leader going through now, and that's our second and third 21-25 of Oscar Taylor and Johnny Butterfield. They're having a bit of a battle as they come through, and that is a move there, I think, from Johnny Butterfield in the 25 up into second place. Going through midgets. Will Oscar Taylor hit back? Johnny Butterfield made it stick. It's definitely Oliver Daniels out front in the air. It's a good move from the 25 of Johnny Butterfield to get up into second ahead of Oscar Taylor. Like Skilton and Harrison Maxwell, they're battling away to be top Honda driver in this one so far, and they're up there amongst the Rotaxes at this moment in time. Somebody with a bit of grass track in there kicks up a bit of dust on the inside. So Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield and Oscar Taylor, they're currently leading the way for the Rotax cadets. And at the moment it's Max Skilton from Harrison Maxwell. They're going to be in a little close battle because they're 7th and 8th at the moment, and then back to Mason Day in 16th as well. So a couple of different battles to keep an eye on. Definitely nothing for Oliver Daniels to keep an eye on. Head down, driving well, and it looks like Johnny Butterfield has pulled away now from Oscar Taylor and the 44 of Jackson Haynes. So there's a bit of a gap there now. And the 29 and 60, the Hondas, they are right on top of each other in 7th and 8th. Max Skilton and Harrison Maxwell. So that's a nice little subplot in this race, is those two battling away for supremacy of the Hondas. Oliver Daniels is definitely stamped his authority on this race and is pulling away second by second. He was 2.5 seconds at the last time around. I think it might be a little bit more when he comes underneath us here in the comms box again. Just trying to keep an eye down the order as well on those Honda plates of Max Skilton and Harrison Maxwell as they battle to be the top Honda in this one. Oliver Daniels is clearing. Let's have a look at the gap. It was 2.5 seconds to Johnny Butterfield last time. And here comes Johnny now. It's about the same. It's not increased much in Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. And then still Max Skilton in 6th and 7th now. Max and Harrison in the Hondas with those red numbered plates. They're having their own little battle out on track. I think Max Skilton is just looking to make a move to go up the inside of Wilfred Tomlinson into 5th on track. And that'll give him a bit of breathing space from Harrison Maxwell. In 7th as the Hondas go toe to toe. Yeah, he's definitely got in front of him. So as they come round, Max Skilton will find himself up into 5th. With Wilfred Tomlinson in 6th and then Harrison Maxwell in 7th. Oliver Daniels is still out front, as he's going to be. Johnny Butterfield is still in 2nd. Bit of a battle going on now for 3rd between Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes. That is a good little battle for 3rd place in this one. And Harrison Maxwell's just going to want to get in front of Wilfred Tomlinson the earliest opportunity, just so that Max Skilton can't get away in that Honda battle. The 3rd place battle for the Rotax is a good one at the moment. So we've got 2 real interesting battles, which is Oscar Taylor and Jackson Haynes for 3rd place in the race and within their Rotax class. And then these two here, as you can see on the screen, Max Skilton, the 29, and at the minute sandwiched between the two of them is Wilfred Tomlinson there. So can Harrison make a move here, going up into midgets? Oh, he had a look, just couldn't make it work, and all the time he's behind Wilfred. There, it's just allowing Max Skilton just to pull away. So 1st and 2nd as they were, 3-second gap now, so no change there. And the 98 now of Reggie Peters is all over the back of Harrison Maxwell. So Oliver Daniels is out front from Johnny Butterfield, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes. Then in comes Max Skilton, Wilfred Tomlinson, Harrison Maxwell, Reggie Peters, Alfie Muller and Oakley Simpson. They make up the top 10. And then Mason Day, Callum Gain, Cruz Jenkins, William Woods, Avir Bhatia, Harry Price, and then Oju Storpershtis. I just lost the screen there for a second, but I will give everybody a shout out once that comes back on. And that battle for 3rd is starting to hot up on track now as well. There we go, Buddy Dorr, Felix Finn, Lucas Oatley, Thistleway. The front 2 are the front 2 as they have been. 3-second gap just over, so that hasn't changed. Then Jamie Daly and Monroe Wilcox bringing up the rear. So now Maxwell has got ahead for 23. Wilfred Tomlinson. So the Hondas, 29 and 60 plates, they're back together in 5th and 6th in this race. And a bit further down the order as well, Mason Day is having a little battle with Cruz Jenkins for 3rd place in the Honda. So we've got some nice little subplots. Whoa, a big spin off there for the 49 right in front of me. And back out and on track. Yeah, so he's okay. That was Felix Finn. A bit of a spin off in front of me. So the front 2 are the front 2. Here comes the rest of the pack underneath me now, and Maxwell is starting to reel in Max Skilton a little bit. It's the last lap. So Oliver Daniels from Johnny Butterfield, they look pretty comfortable and safe. The battle for 3rd is a good one. Keep an eye. Here we go, up through the bus stop. The front 2 are the front 2. That's how it's going to finish and how it's been for the entire race, really. Oliver Daniels and Johnny Butterfield. But then we've got a really good one. There's another climb on the back there. And I think that might have cost, was it Max Skilton there, going up on the back of Jackson Haynes? Possibly as they came through the bus stop. But no doubt in the winner, Oliver Daniels. Tapes to flag, so to speak, for him. 25 of Johnny Butterfield in 2nd. Felix Finn with another spin, just getting that last corner wrong a little bit. And it is Oscar Taylor in 3rd from Jackson Haynes. And right at the end there, Harrison Maxwell did get up above Max Skilton to finish as the front running Honda in that one. So well done, that was a good little battle that was developing there. So Oliver Daniels takes the checkered flag for the 2nd time, but a penalty in the opening one cost him. And that knocked him back a little bit. Butterfield 2nd. Oscar Taylor picks up a 3rd in that one. Jackson Haynes with the 4th. And Wilfred Tomlinson in 5th. And then for the Hondas, it was Harrison Maxwell that did manage to get ahead in the end of Max Skilton. So they finished the same way around as they did the first time. And then just down the order a little bit was Mason Day, the 3rd Honda, with Cruz Jenkins, the 4th Honda. For the Hondas. that's that early spin there for the 55 car. So, Harrison Maxwell has taken 2 Honda class wins in those 2 heats. Max Skilton with 2 second places. Cruz Jenkins with a 3rd and 4th in the opening couple of heats. And Mason Day also picked up 3rd in that race then. And in the Rotax Cadets, 2 5th places for Wilfred Tomlinson, giving him some good points. Oliver Daniels with a 4th and a 1st, 2 seconds for Johnny Butterfield. So the picture there is starting to develop on who we're potentially going to see near the front of the pack. There's the 29 of Max Skilton just making a move. Up the inside, had a good race. Max just lost out to Harrison at the end. And there you can just see climbing over the back through the bus stop. So I think we will move on from here. So again, we'll just keep an eye on it just in case there's any penalties or anything creep in after the event. As it stands, it was Oliver Daniels. This is for the Rotax. Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield, Oscar Taylor, Jackson Haynes, Wilfred Tomlinson, Reggie Peters, Alfie Muller, Oakley Simpson, Buddy Dorr, Arju Storperstis, Lucas Oatley Thistlethwaite, and then Munro Wilcox. And for the Hondas, it was Harrison Maxwell, Max Skilton, Callum Gain got up there into the 3rd. So Callum Gain picked up the 3rd. Well done to him. Callum Gain with the 3rd, and then it was Mason Day with the 4th. Cruz Jenkins with the 5th. So again, that is where the novice plates can add a little bit of confusion, as I did there. So we're going to go back to the Superkarts and the KZs for their second heat, their curtailed first heat. So we're still running with 7-minute heats at the minute, and if everything continues to go to plan, I'm not sure that will change. A very quiet little pit lane. And whether there's any carts on the right hand side that I can't see, as we pan out, we might pick up on a couple. Yeah, there we go. So, all being well, we are going to see 11 carts out on track for this one. And in the 125 KZs, we're going to see Lucas Howell win our first time out. Sebastian Sullivan, Ryan Silverthorne, Oscar White, Reece Paget-Lowe, Jack Price, Milo Anderson, and Anthony Bolton. And it was a win for Lucas Howell, Milo Anderson 2nd, Jack Price 3rd, Reece Paget 4th, and Oscar White in 5th. And in the Superkarts, it was a win for Fraser Everett from Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey in 3rd. Just the 3 of them racing. So looking at our screen there, I can only see Fraser and Daniel. I can't see Joel on our screens yet. I've seen Joel on track and I don't know. Track. We've got 10 carts and only the 2, so we might have lost Joel Hersey. Second Superkart KZ. So much quieter, much quieter grid. Much more space for these guys. So first time out, it was actually a win for Jack Price, as there was that Milo Manderson came in 2nd, Sebastian Sullivan was 3rd, 4th was Anthony Bolton. There we go, 71 and 82. Great start from Milo Manderson. He's blasted his way into the lead. Ahead of Jack Price, the 2 out front. Everybody safely through. So we've got 8 carts in the 125 KZs and just the 2 in the Superkarts this time around as they race down into the Windsors Dip for the first time. And everybody safely through. No bus stop this time. They just go flat out right up into midgets, where they'll take that right-hander. See the 55 of Fraser Everett, holding off the 69 of Reece Paget-Lowe. Underneath the nose for the first time, Milo Manson with the lead from Jack Price. Lucas Howell in 3rd, Ryan Silverthorne, Fraser Everett there in the Superkart. He's leading that little battle from Reece Paget-Lowe, Anthony Bolton, Oscar White, Sebastian Sullivan and Daniel Buckland down in 10th. Okay, plenty of time and space on track for these guys. A much quieter grid, that's for sure. We can keep an eye on how the race develops. Front two, not too far apart at the moment. Milo Manderson and Jack Price. Let's hope that continues, and let's hope that the 19 of Lucas Howell can reel them in and get a three-way battle, maybe even a four-way if Ryan Silverthorne can get his head down and reel them in as well. So we'll keep tabs on it. Everybody round. It is the 42 of Daniel Buckland just bringing up the rear. Second in is, there's only two of them, no Joel Hersey in this one. Our two leaders as they come back round, and Jack Price might have a look at that. It's got up to 2 seconds for Lucas Howell at the moment. Just hoping that Lucas can bring the front two in just to get a bit of a race. Whoa, a bit of contact there through the Haynes loop from the two on screen. 49 in the 19, Lucas Howell and Ryan Silverthorne. That might be Reece Paget low, I think. He's just having a bit of bumping and having the more in there. Flat out, up into. Yeah, starting to string out a little bit. No changes in position out front. Milo Manderson from Jack Price. And still about the same, just under a second. Back to Jack Price, and then just over 2 seconds to Lucas Howell. So no change in that at the moment. They've all got their foot down, all maybe racing on the same lines. That makes it difficult to if you all go flat out to actually reel anybody else in. You never know, there's a bit of action. 61 there up the inside, Oscar White, and the 49 of Ryan Silverthorne. Nice overtake caught by the team. They went up there into midgets, down into climate, right-hander, then a sharp left. He's managed to break at the perfect time to hold that position. Done well there. 61 of Oscar White to get ahead of Ryan Silverthorne. Spinning around at the back is the 42 of Daniel Buckland. Does just look from the naked eye as they go up into midgets that Lucas Howell is just starting to eat into the 2 seconds in front of him, but it is still Milo Manderson. He's bossing, he's leading. Then it is 1.78 and 2.1, so it's a very similar picture. Whoa, 71 of Jack Price has had a problem, hands in the air, he's come off track there and is stranded just on the right as he comes through Parsons. Got his hands in the air, he doesn't know what's wrong. Just seemed to lose all power. All power dropped out of the car, and he just went in a straight line as he came under the start-finish line and onto the grass. So no damage, no problems, but it just does remove a bit of our race that we had in front of us. And, what we've got now is we have just got about 9 drivers just enjoying a Sunday time session, to be honest. Nobody's even close enough to land a blow on anybody else. There's plenty of gap in time, as you can see on the screen, between that 2.29 at the top there. That's gone because Jack's dropped away. He's down. So Milo and Luke are leading the way. There is Milo. Did it from the start, made a great start and got himself into the lead. And he's just pulled away thereafter from there. The guys are still flooring it, still flat out, still getting some good lap times. 36.96 from Lucas. He's got the fastest lap time at the minute. It's like they've got their own little lap time battle going on. Lucas with 36.96. He's the only one in the 36s at the minute. Milo's not a million miles away, 37.09. But that gap is enough to mean that there's no blow to be able to land at the moment. Still Fraser Everett, he's just leading that little mini, very mini Superkart battle today. Just the two of them out on track, no Joel Hersey. So just the two of them. Milo now gets himself down into the 36s as well. So Milo and Lucas are both clocked under 37 seconds now. But still about 2 seconds between them, so Lucas isn't close enough to Milo to make any kind of move, but they're clocking very similar lap times, to be honest, and that 2 seconds between them has been there for the vast majority of this race. They're probably still going to get 2 laps out of this one. I think Daniel Buckland will be seeing both of them before this race is out. So this is going to be the penultimate. We're going to have 2 laps to go here. He's going to be Milo Manderson, who's increased that to 2.5 seconds. His best lap time was his last lap time, Milo. He's pulled that down to a 36.93. Lucas has got a 36.96, so nothing in it at all, but that's the highest one now to Milo as well. Everybody pretty apart from Daniel Buckland under the 40s. He's got 38.8. It's going a little bit quicker than a couple of the 125 KZs. So as we come round, the guys are just coming down. You'll see that checkered flag for Milo. This is the last lap. It's a 3-second gap now. Milo starting to pull away that one lap. It's been a very straightforward race for us all. Enjoyable for the guys out there. Nobody close enough to have a race, so to speak. Almost like a practice time session, but doesn't matter to Milo Manderson as he takes the win from Lucas Howell in second place. Daniel Buckland for the minute. It's going to be the 69 of Reece Paget Lowe in third. The 61 of Oscar White in fourth. 49 will come round with Ron. Fraser Everett, Anthony Bolton. Buckland, who's already got a checker play on there, but his race is done as well. So there we go. Milo Manderson with the win. Second first time out, winning his second one. Lucas Howell. He gets a second. He had a penalty in that first one, which knocked him back a little bit. Reece Paget Lowe with the third. Oscar White with the fourth. And Ryan Silverthorne there in fifth. And Fraser Everett, who won that little mini battle down there. And himself and Daniel Buckland. He takes that win as he did in the first one. Daniel Buckland second as he did in the first one. So a couple of early passes when all the guys were a little bit closer, but as the race developed, it did string out. So there's the 71 off Jack Price. Not sure what the issue was, but just seemed to lose all power as he came over the start-finish line. See his frustration as he ground to a halt on the inside there, and we're going to move on and we are going to see the NFK Superkarts, as it says on screen, coming back out on track just once we get guys back into the pits. So in the Superkarts, good first time out. There was a win for Matt Allner. It was a good race. Second was Jack Bliss, third was Harry Morris, fourth was Matthew Duncan. Marcus Hudson picked up the fifth, and it's Martin Smith in sixth. So you can see the 34 there on the left of Chris Lawson. He will be firing from the front in this one. This is their second heat, and we're going to see Chris Lawson, Reese Woods, Jack Bliss, Jack Rolfe, Dom Brown, who didn't finish the first race, didn't get to the first corner really, unfortunately, Dom. Dan Brown, Adam Brooks, Aaron Powell, Sam Harrison, Tim Woods, Kieran Metson, Nathan Caddick, Ryan Lawson, Matt Allner, Justin Parker, Harry Morris, Martin Smith, Matthew Duncan, David Good and Marcus Hudson. They are our runners in this one. And this will, like I say, be the second heat for these guys. They've still got a third one to come. The 20 karts on track. They will do a grid start. Looks like it Jack Bliss and Chris Lawson on the front of the grid for this one. As again, no bus stop, they'll just race straight up through the bus stop, flat out from bottom to top. They go from the Rangers dip and Anson's and up towards midget. Just to repeat, everybody gets 3 heats, everybody gets a positional start at the front, near the middle, near the back, all randomly picked, so everyone gets those opportunities to start front, middle and back. It's the second heat for these guys. We're just seeing these guys today, they weren't at round 1 or 2, and we're going to see them in 4, 5 or 6. Great to see them here today racing. A couple of familiar names. Morris being one, Duncan another familiar name, and Cadet as well. Some grid lights will come on. Just to the right of our screen, just can't see it on the screen there. Just up above the Collard's sponsors sign. With the lights, they're on and they're off, and we're racing. 24 and the 1 have made great starts. That's just the 30 of Dan Brown, really good starts. Get around Haynes Loop for the first time. Who's managed to steal it? It's the 24 and the 30. So it's Dan Brown who's done really well, and Jack Rolfe as well by the look of it. Made great starts there as the 59 going deep. Sam Harrison into the Winders dip, the 11 here on the start line still of Nathan Cadet, and Nathan Cadet off the start line. Really frustrating for him. We've got going in this one. So here they come round for the first time. It is the 24. Is it 34? 24 of Jack Rolfe out front. From Jack Bliss, Dan Brown, Chris Lawson, Aaron Powell, Kieran Metzen, Tim Woods, Matt Allnut down in 8th. Matthew Duncan in 9th. So not huge gains by anybody. 4 places from Matthew Duncan on the opening lap. They've done very well to get up into the top 10. Really congested. After the leader, which is the number 1 kart now of Jack Bliss, has taken the lead on that last lap. Ahead of the 34 of Chris Lawson, and then the 5 of Aaron Powell. So Jack Rolfe is somewhere to be seen. He's dropped way down the order, so something must have gone wrong down the bottom of the track here. The front 3 just pulling away there as they go down into the Winders dip. It's the 5 kart looking really powerful. Aaron Powell coming out of the corner there as he sets chase up the hill. Is he going to look and move up the inside? Look to try and do it, but Chris Lawson held firm, didn't let him through. So he holds on. So with that battling and jostling, it does mean that Jack Bliss has just pulled away a little bit from that chasing pack of 5 or 6 karts, all in close proximity, close to each other, chasing away. But out front it is Jack Bliss leading the way, and that cluster of karts, a bit of a move there from the 36 of Matt Allnut, as I think he's moved up into 4th place. As he came round the left-hander Johnny's, just put a move in prior to Johnny's. He's got himself up into 4th place there, Matt. It is Jack Bliss out front. Then the 7 karts behind, not a lot to choose between any of them. As they all come round safely. It is Jack Bliss out front, leading the way from the 34, Chris Lawson, from Aaron Powell. Matt Allnut did get up into 4th, from Tim Woods, Kieran Metzen, Matthew Duncan, Sam Harrison, Jack Rolfe, and then Ryan Lawson. They make up the top 10. But Jack Rolfe was the one that went backwards on that opening lap or 2. Was out front, near the front, leading the way with the front of the pack, but then something went wrong at the bottom of the course and has dropped way down now to 9th position. Reese Woods, the 23, has got him going again, but is some way off the pace. But no such problems for this man. Jack Bliss is out front. In the 1.11 gap, what's that now? It's just increased to 1.73, but then the 5 karts chasing, there's nothing between them. So that is an awesome battle, led by the number 5 of Aaron Powell, to Tim Woods, Just in touching distance is Kieran Metzen as well. So that little battle there, that's for second, third, all the way through to seventh. No denying the man out front. Jack Bliss has pulled away. He's got a gap. That's going to probably be about 2 seconds by the time they come round to the checkered flag again. So right half the checkered flag, so start-finish line. There's a left-hander here from Tollies for Jack Bliss. As he comes across that start and finish line, still half the race to go. And that gap is, yeah, it's just over 2 seconds now. Matt Allnut up into third, chasing down Aaron Powell. That little battle there for second, third and fourth is a good one. Keep an eye on Matt Allnut in that 36 car. He's the one to watch as he chases down Aaron Powell. That's the second and third battle there, and fourth with Chris Lawson. Jack Bliss will get screen time in a minute, but at the minute he's on his own as Matt Allnut puts him moving up the inside as they go into midgets. Great move from him to get himself up into second. He's carving his way through the field now. Is there enough time? Does he have enough speed to really the man at the front? That is now the question. 12 places for Matt Allnut in this one so far. 2 seconds behind Jack Bliss out front. Is there enough there for Matt Allnut to get in? So Jack Bliss is just going in now to midgets. A bit of a lead, that's for sure. Definitely down from 2 seconds. So here comes Jack across the start-finish line now. And there's Matt in the 36 car. He's down to 1.74. So he's got 2 or 3 laps to go here, for sure. Maybe even 4. He might be able to reel him in. Let's keep an eye on that close battle out the front. Third place is the number 5 of Aaron Powell. That's pretty set at the moment. Tim Woods is chasing down Chris Lawson. He's made a move. No, he hasn't. Back over the top came Chris Lawson. Doesn't give him that up easily. He holds his position as they race up to the top of the hill. Just got a back marker in the mix here, which Matt Allnut manages to get around. So, does Jack Bliss have the power? Have the power to pull away? Let's have a look. 1.74. It's now 1.44. So, Matt Allnut is definitely eating into that lead of Jack Bliss's. Third place is a comfortable one for Aaron Powell now. And then there's 4 cars behind. They go from Chris Lawson down to Matthew Duncan. That's close. That's a close battle. The back marker just moving out of the way. A message to allow through. And Brooks back there, Reese Woods maybe. So we've got back markers involved now as well. This is going to get tight and congested. Here we go. Here comes Jack Bliss. That lead's definitely shrunk again. It's only 1.14 seconds now between the front 2. Lonely one for Aaron Powell in third. He's comfortable, but the front 2 is the focus now. Jack Bliss and Matt Allnut. That's the race. Lap on lap, that is coming down. We've either got 2 or 3 laps to go here. All depends on when Jack Bliss comes round. I think it's going to be a 2-lap race. We're going to get 2 laps in here, and that's going to be a second or less that lead now. We're going to have a really, really good 2 laps to go. Here we come. Jack Bliss coming round ahead of Matt Allnut, and they are. We've got 2 laps to go on this one, and it is less than a second, 0.67. So where and when can Matt Allnut make that move to take the lead in this race over Jack Bliss, who, to be honest, has led from the front. He's been unchallenged to this point, really. But now the pressure is coming from Matt Allnut, who's eating into that lead all the time. The fastest lap time is with Tim Woods down in 4th at the minute. Fifth Tim, he's got the fastest lap time. There's nothing to choose between Jack Bliss and Matt Allnut. So as they come around Climate left into Tollies. Last lap board is out and we've got a race on because there's nothing between them. 3/10 between the front 2. Keep an eye on Matt Allnut as he looks to line up Jack Bliss to make that move. Where will he make it? He's definitely got the speed. It's just when he can make it. Will it be here? Will he do it early on this last lap? Yes, he has. Matt Allnut up the inside of Jack Bliss, who will look to just tuck in and try and stay on the coattails of Matt Allnut, and he's done that. Whoa, I thought he was going to have a little look there up into midgets, but he didn't. He just held, and that might have been the chance he had, as it looks like Matt Allnut is going to hold on. Yeah, good timing from Matt Allnut. Really well driven race. He takes the win from Jack Bliss, who really was leading and managing that from the front. But we have Aaron Powell. He took that 3rd place in the end. With Tim Woods in 4th. And then Kieran Metzen 5th and Chris Lawson 6th. So there is our final standings on that one. That was heat number 2 for the NFK Superkarts. There we go. Matt Allnut with a win from Jack Bliss. Aaron Powell in 3rd. Tim Woods, Kieran Metzen, Chris Lawson, David Good, Justin Parker, Adam Brooks, Reese Woods, then Dan Brown. Don Brown, Marcus Hanson, Jack Rolfe, David Good, Martin Smith, Justin Parker, Hugh Duncan. It's flipped over twice there, just to confuse me. Just to confuse me. Matt Allnut 1, from Jack Bliss, Aaron Powell, Tim Woods, Kieran Metzen, Chris Lawson, Matthew Duncan, Harry Morris, Sam Harrison and Ryan Lawson made up the top 10. And then Don Brown, Marcus Hudson, Jack Rolfe, David Good, Martin Smith, Justin Parker, Adam Brooks, Reese Woods. And then Dan Brown and Reese and Dan failed to see out the race, unfortunately. And just need a rescue for the 11. Nathan Cadet, who we lost very early in the race, Nathan, unfortunately. So 2 wins for Matt Allnut. He's bossing this from Jack Bliss, who's done really well in to get 2 second places. And we've got a scattering of drivers that have all finished in that top 5. Tim Woods, Aaron Powell, Kieran Metzen in that race. And then in heat 1 it was 3rd through to 6th was Harry Morris, Marcus Hudson, Martin Smith and Matthew Duncan. So we've got drivers that have all finished in that top 5. And it really is only Jack Bliss and Matt Allnut that are bossing at the moment. And we are back to our juniors, and the juniors is now getting interesting. So just a bit of a rescue there. Nathan will make his way back. So this is heat 4 for the juniors. Obviously they have 4 heats due to the number of drivers in it. Now there was a couple of changes in the heats earlier on. We've seen race wins for Travis Rose in heat 1, Ethan Hunt in heat 2, and then Barnaby Grubb in heat 3. But Travis Rose in heat 2, he ended up finishing in P11 because of a penalty. And likewise Stanley Williams, who won heat 2, he ended up finishing in P10 because of a penalty. So I've got the penalties knocking drivers back there. But Barnaby Grubb has finished in the top 4 in all 3 of his heats. There's been 2 top 10 finishes for Ethan Cossins. Travis Rose just that one win so far. Ethan Hunt, really the driver of the day so far, with 2 seconds and a win. Just looking down, a 5th and a 10th, 2 top 10 finishes for Spencer Trahorn. Likewise Harrison Stacey with a 7th and an 8th, 6th and a 7th for Austin Mayhew. But it's really been scattering of drivers in this one that have picked up points. So the grand final, the grid, I couldn't work it out because everybody outside of Barnaby Grubb really and Ethan Hunt have all had a go at the top 10 really. Good scattering of drivers. So we'll see when that race comes around. But this will be the last heat for all of these drivers. This will be their 3rd drive. So we've just got that rescue truck just picking somebody up and bringing them back in. At which point let's have a look at how this race lines up. So junior heat 4. Zoe Cadet and James Finley, they will be on the front of the grid, and it will be Spencer Trahorn and then Alexander Stefanov on the 2nd row, Aaron Nixon Clark and Archie Cameron on the 3rd, Alexander Lecheski and Jesse Whitmore 4th, Max Lavelle and Ethan Critchley. Then comes Stanley Kearley and Stanley Williams, Ethan Cossins and Elijah Douche, Jensen Hookey and John Reynolds, Max Smith and Connor Yu, Tyler Rackham and Fenton Roderick, and then Iris Priest, Elliot Bennett and Oliver Warren. So I would imagine, with the way that the 3 heats have gone so far, there are a lot of points up for grabs in this one, and a lot of drivers are going to want to be getting some good points to aid their starting position in that final. So yeah, the top 10 in this one: Zoe Cadet, James Finley, Spencer Trahorn, Alexander Stefanov, Aaron Nixon Clark, Archie Cannon, Alexander Lecheski, Jesse Whitmore, Max Lovell and Ethan Critchley. They're going to be the ones firing from the front. Let's hope we can get everybody round the Haynes Loop in one piece. All done laps of this track. They all understand how the first turn works here. Got to be. So the 50 and the 67 and the 21, they look like they really blasted from the front, and there is contact and a spin in that middle order there. And we've lost somebody on that first turn. But as they come through, it is the 55 and the 27, 67, sorry, James Finley and Zoe Cadet. They're the ones that have really made a move in this one. Head down, up the hill. They go through the bus stop, back in action after the last couple of heats when it's not in use for the bigger karts. Oh, we've got big action going in at the top there. Big spin off. Is there something down? There must be something on the track there, I think. Everybody's just gone in a straight. I've got like 7 or 8 carts gone off up there. So is the race going to continue? They just seem to go straight, as if they couldn't turn. I don't know if there's anything on the circuit or not. It's really put pay to a lot of people's races here. There's flags and banners and who knows what going everywhere. So I'm just going to try and get my head around what's going out on track at the moment. Still got James Finley out front in the 59. You can see the 67 there. Zoe Cadet has lost out. And the 87. So everybody's slowing down to not stand still by any stretch of the imagination, but chaotic. And we've lost there. There's the 59 of James Finley and the 67. Not sure what we're going to do here, or whether they need to check up there and see if there's anything on the circuit. I definitely think this is going to be slowed down into a stop. There's a lot of work to be done up there in the midgets corner. I often joke, you go straight on there, you end up in Basingstoke. I think a couple of drivers might be in Basingstoke. Let's just watch the route. You can see, look, on the screen there, they're all just sliding off and unable to turn. There's definitely something on that wide entry. 100% something on the circuit, so I think we'll have to stop this one and just get something down. You know, rain in the air, so we can't blame that. They just didn't seem to be able to get any turn to the right as they were going into midgets. It was just going straight on up there. But we'll see. So another chaotic race. We've still got yellows here. We're not under. Just a bit more there. 17 and the 63 of Ethan Cross and Sullivan. So we've now got an order again. Everybody just tries eating a tyre as they come round. So we might well have lost a couple of drivers up there, but I can't see anybody from my eye. Whether everybody got back out on track, I don't know. Yeah, disappointing really, because forward to this race, a lot of points to play for. We've still got the yellows out. Just keeping an eye as we go through the bus stop. So it is, as we are, Jesse Whitmore, Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, James Finley, Benton Roderick, Aaron Nixon, Clark Nixon, sorry, John Reynolds, Archie Cannon, Alexander Stefanov and Oliver Warren. That's the top 10. We haven't actually driven in anger since that top corner going around midgets. 87 is being called in. That's Ethan Critchley's being called in, and I think we're back to racing again. So let's see how this now develops. 87 is being called in. Whether Ethan has seen that and come in or not, I don't know. But they're racing down. So that is our leader, Jesse Whitmore from Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham. So let's see when they go up into midgets this time. Let's have a look and see what's going on. Hopefully everyone just gets round here now. Safely. Yeah, how bizarre. I don't know what that was. everybody just seemed to not be able to turn when they were going in there, but everyone's safely through this time. Whether they're taking a different line or not, but we've got 2.5 minutes plus the lap to go, so let's make a short race out of this. Jesse Whitmore's leading the way from Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, James Finley, Aaron Clark Nixon. That's the top 5, and the top 3, yeah, they're pretty settled. The 56. But Jensen Hookie is in the mix there as well. But again, on our timing screen, Jensen Hookie is near the front of this battle, but on our timing screen is a whole lap down. So this, again, unfortunately is a bit chaotic, but we'll try and make the best of it as we come around. We know the leader is Jesse Whitmore down the 55, Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham. But then I've got the 56 of Jensen Hookie in the mix, who are on track, but on the timing screen isn't in the mix. So James Finley is in 4th from Aaron Clark Nixon and Alexander Stefanov. So I'm not sure what's going on with Jensen Hookie. But he is way down in terms of the timings, but he's sat 4th on track. A little bit chaotic. And Jensen Hookie's just put a move in there to get up into what is 3rd on track. And my timing screen is nowhere near 3rd. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye. Jesse Whitmore's leading the way from Ethan Cossins. That's the 2 out front. Jensen Hookie on track is in 3rd. But Tyler Rackham on screen from James Finley in 3rd and 4th. There's a little battle developing down 74 kart there. I think that was Archie Cannon just making a move and gaining a place a little bit further down the field, gaining a spot on some important points. But just keep an eye, they're going through the bus stop again as they race up the hill. So, still our leader, Jesse Whitmore from Ethan Cossins, Jacob. I keep saying it. I don't know whether he is in that position or not. Jensen Hookie in 3rd, but he is on track. It might not be in reality. We shall see. Another disjointed race. There's some good battles going on down the order, as it were. But our leader, Jesse Whitmore, is pulling away in that 55, 3rd place in the first heat. And he's looking to really hammer home a win here in his 3rd heat. So the 2nd and 3rd now is a close battle between Ethan Cossins and on track is Jensen Hookie. We can take Jensen Hookie out of the equation. This is the last lap of what's been a really disjointed race. And once everything comes in on my timing screen, I'll have a better understanding on what is going on. What I do know is Jesse Whitmore looks like a win is going their way. And that 55 to add to the 3rd place first time out. Let's look like Ethan Cossins. Jensen Hookie just putting Ethan Cossins under pressure for that 2nd place, really pushing as well. Done a big dive there. Jensen Hookie has got 2nd place on track here. But again, I'll just have to wait and see until timings come out, because what I'm seeing on there isn't what I'm really seeing on the track either. I'm seeing Jesse Whitmore, Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, James Finley, Aaron Clark Nixon, Spencer Trahorn, Stanley Williams, Archie Cannon, Matt Lovell and Stanley Kearley. That's I'm seeing as a top 10. But right in amongst all of that, I've got Jensen Hookie. Who I think I'm down to 17th on the timings. Ethan Critchley had a mechanical. You saw the mechanical flag come out, and that brought him in. So on our timing screen, it's Jesse Whitmore with the win from Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, James Finley, Aaron Clark Nixon. And top 5, Spencer Trahorn, Stanley Williams, Archie Cannon, Matt Lovell and Stanley Kearley. They make up the top 10 from Alexander Stefanov, Alexander Lecheski, Fenton Roderick, John Reynolds, Oliver Warren, Max Smith. Jensen Hookie then in 17th, from Zoe Cadet 18th, Elliot Bennett 19 and Connor Yu in 20. So that is how I'm seeing the top 20 on screen, with Iris Crease and Ethan Critchley there as well. But until I get any any change to that. We did see Jensen Hookey come in 3rd place, 2nd place in the end. So I've got Jesse Whitmore down for the win. I know that happened, and that will be good points as they go towards the grand final. And we are going to move on to the 177s. So let's have a look. Confirmed result was, yeah, Jesse Whitmore with the win from Ethan Cossins, Tyler Rackham, James Finley and Aaron Clark-Nixon. That was our top 5. And in all of that melee, Jensen Hookey has ended up down in 17th, but 2nd on track. So, yeah, how that's happened, I'm not overly sure. But a good result for Ethan Cossins there. A 4th, a 7th and a 2nd in the 3 heats. Tyler Rackham up the 3rd, 2nd, 3rd of the day for Tyler. James Finley in the 59, 4th best finish of the day, and Aaron Clark-Nixon, again best finish of the day, picked up the 5th, and some good points for those guys. So we've moved on, and we've now got the 2 classes in one here with the 177s, Max and Masters. In the Maxes we've got Rob Simpson and David Simpson, Oliver Hutchins, Scott Smith, Archie Elliott, Alexander Colantuno, Ryan Taylor Truman, Samuel Cook, Kieran Thompson, Matt Jones, Sophie Jeffrey, and in the Rotax Masters, Jason Gardner, Gary Cox, Dom DeGraff, Carl Churchill, Scott Collins, Matt Angus, Dean Cluley, Billy Clark, Neil Hemming, Daniel Hammett and Simon Trino. So this is the 3rd heat. In terms of the 2 classes, are we going to go around and get racing? I might have to bring you that as we go here, because we are off and we are racing. It is the 54, the 73 and the SC plate out front. Everybody through. To Archie Elliott and Kieran Thompson. Is that Daniel Hammett out there with them as well? As they race down into the Wingers Dip. Right-hander up, then back through the bus stop. Through everybody, so front 3. Again, just tiny gap them 3. Get everybody through. We lost somebody down right at the back end of the field. So let's have a look as they come through. It is the 54 of Archie Elliott from Daniel Hammett, Kieran Thompson, Alexander Contuno, Scott Smith, Dean Cluley, Don DeGraff, Billy Clark, Carl Churchill and Samuel Cook. That's the top 10. Obviously we've got 2 classes all muddled and mixed up in amongst that. And as we go, there's a big move there up the inside, a great move there. We can fathom the 2 different classes as we go. Through the bus stop, a little bit of curb on the inside and then plenty of curb coming out. So the front 2 are the front 2, Archie Elliott and Daniel Hammett. Let's have a look as they come back over. Yeah, it's 54. Daniel Hammett in 2nd. Daniel Hammett has picked up a 3rd place today already. And Archie Elliott has a 3rd and 4th in the max class. So these 2 have done very well in their respective races. And this will only but aid them as they look to get a good start in that grand final. No yellow flags out, even though we've got somebody safely tucked away up behind the barriers in midgets. No danger to anybody else, but front 2 just starting to pull away now. Archie Elliott and Daniel Hammett. They're going to get their own race developing. It's the 64 and 38 of Alexander Colantuno and Scott Smith that are tucked in behind. And then a little way back we've got Kieran Thompson. So that's your top 5 as it stands. And then just trying to hang on to the back of them is the 65 of Ryan Taylor Truman. He's had a win and a 2nd so far today in his 2 heats. So we've had a very, very good race day so far. We'll be looking forward to a nice start position in that grand final with Ryan Taylor Truman. And we'll add to that in this race. So it's really considered the front 6 are starting to string out, but then there's 6 or 7 karts in a real battle for them top 10 places thereafter. And there's contact. You can see it coming all the way. I think that was the Just trying to see what car that was. 29, yeah, the 29. Went in big there, Oliver Hutchins. 2 fifth-place finishes in his class so far. Just put a big move, and they're still throwing at each other down there. Those 4 or 5 karts really are hammering each other. Archie Elliott is out front from Daniel Hammett at the moment. Alexander Colantuno still holding on to third from Scott Smith, Kieran Thompson, Ryan Taylor, Truman, Rob Simpson, Jason Gardner, Dan Cluley and Carl Churchill. That's making up our top 10. The front 4 have pulled away. So it almost looks like a battle for first and a battle for third. And then there's a battle for fifth as well, and a battle for seventh. So we've got a lot of little two-way battles going on at the moment. Before this little cluster of drivers, which is led by the 29 of Oliver Hutchins, who there was definitely a bit of debris. Something came off of one of those karts during that little exchange as they came through Climate. I don't know who it was or what it was, but something definitely came off. But the front 4 now just starting to condense a little bit. They're just starting to close in on each other. And then there's definitely a 5th and 6th. There's a move up the inside there from the 65 of Ryan Taylor Truman. So having a good day so far, as I said a moment ago. Already had a third, a second and a first, and looking to add to that here and now. And the front 4 starting to just eke away a little bit here. And it's still Archie Elliott leading the way. Plenty of grass track in there coming through. From Kieran Thompson, I think that was underneath the window here. Someone's just pulled into the pits. I saw the helmet go, but I didn't see the numbers. I'm not sure who that is. That will develop as the race goes on. But front 4, they've stolen a bit of a gap now, back to 5th. And then there's a 3-kart race thereafter, the 6th to 8th. So let's keep an eye. Underneath my nose comes Archie Elliott from Daniel Hammond, Alexander Colantuno and Scott Smith. That's been the front, and then it still is Ryan Taylor Truman, Rob Simpson, Kieran Thompson and Jason Gardner. That is that battle there within the top 10 to try and get some decent points for that grid start, for that better start in the grand final. So there's less than a second between the front 2. That's only about 3.5 seconds covering all 4 of them. But just looking out on track, Archie Elliott in the 54 just pulled away. He's just stolen a bit of a march on the 3 behind. Just got about, I would say, a second gap, just over now. Back to Daniel Hammett, Alexander Colantuno and Scott Smith. Let's see when they go over. Yeah, it's just over a second now. That battle, there's a move there up the inside. I think that was a great move. As they came through, was that Daniel Hammett? That's the 64. So Alexander Colantuno has come up into second place now. He will lead the chase. But again, all this, Daniel Hammett in third and Scott Smith in fourth. All this is doing is playing into Archie Elliott's hands as he's there forever pulling away, while these are having their own little battle for that second, third and fourth. Fifth is pretty comfortable, Ryan Taylor Truman. Got his own race going on at the moment, as has Archie Elliott at the moment. So Archie Elliott, who's had a third and a fourth, is looking, he wants to hammer a win in here. Alexander Colantuno, as he did earlier in the race, up into second, and Daniel Hammett and Scott Smith. Ryan Taylor Truman still holding on to fifth, and Rob Simpson, Jason Gardner, Kieran Thompson, Samuel Cook and Matt Jones make up the top 10. It's a pretty set top 10 then. Oliver Hutchins, Sophie Jeffrey, David Simpson, Scott Collins, Matt Angus, Dean Cluley, Don DeGraff way down there in 17th, and Carl Churchill as well, Neil Hemming. Billy Clark and then Simon Trinall. Fastest lap so far has gone to Scott Smith in 4th place. He looks to get up there in that 38 car. He's really pulled into 3rd place now. The battle with Daniel Hammett for that 3rd spot. Archie Elliott's pretty unchallenged at the moment, as is Alexander Colantuno in 2nd. And that race for 3rd is hotting up. That's what you can see on screen there. That's the battle for 3rd, Daniel Hammett and Scott Smith. There's some action to come from that, you think, as they go up through the bus stop. Yeah, Archie Elliott has really pulled away now, and is probably going to have a 2.5 lead when they come under the start-finish line here. I missed the last lap, but I think we're going to have a lap to go here. Yeah, we're on to the last lap. So, Archie Elliott out front from Alexander Colantuno. And that battle there, Daniel Hammett and Scott Smith, that's the one that's going to go to the wire, I think. 3rd spot. 5th is comfortable. Ryan Taylor Truman, that's going to add some good points to his tally. let's just keep an eye on that battle there. That's the third place battle we've got. Archie Elliott's got it in the bag, and Alexander Collinson's got second comfortable. That is our battle for third and fourth. Come through the bus stop. A bit more curb from Scott Smith than there was Daniel Hammer. Can Scott land a blow as they go through here? Through midgets down into climber. I think he's running out of corners, running out of space. Not close enough up the inside into Tollies. So it is a win for the 54 of Archie Elliott. He takes the win from Alexander Colin Puno, who gets second place in the max class as well. Daniel Hammer, well, he wins the class for the Masters. Scott Smith was third for the maxes. And then it was Ryan Taylor Truman who picked up the fourth. Rob Simpson with the fifth. And then Jason Gardner, well, he grabs second in the Masters. I think it was Scott Collins and then Matt Angus down there in 14th and 15th. Picked up the third and fourth. Again, I'll double check on that just as we come back round. Starting to move through some heats without incident. So 18 places from the So 13 places for Jason Gardner, up into 7th. That's a really good return from him. 10 places for Sophie Jeffrey, up into 11th. 9 places for Rob Simpson, that's a decent return as well. And Ryan Taylor Truman getting that 5th place to add to a first and a second. So, good day there. So all the points, they can do no more. The points will be worked out for their final. As we move on to the seniors for their final qualifying heat. So, thankfully, I reckon we might have swerved the rain. Well, that could be a commentator's curse, and it's going to come in. So, just along the bottom of the screen there, you can see all of the socials for Forest Edge, from the web through to Facebook, still Twitter. You can call it X if you like. I still call it Twitter. Instagram, and then there's an email address for the track here. So, speaking to Rob earlier on, always welcoming new karts. People come in and try. It's a great community here, Forest Edge. The Kart Club, and as Rob was saying, plenty of success stories down the years, and they're going to be hoping to see a few of these drivers progress and come through and do some things in the future. So our seniors with their final heat. In the first 2 heats, who have we seen success for? Well, there's a win in the opener for Bobby Rosier, and he followed that up with a 4th in heat 2. There was a win in heat 2 for Luke Richards, who picked up a 10th in the opening heat. A couple of top 10 finishes for Zach Burke and Freddie Worlock, 3rd and 7th. 3rd and 7th as well for Charlie Hume. Ben Hicks with an 8th and a 10th, and a couple of solid seconds from Ethan Griffiths down there in the 91 kart. Ben Hicks actually has had an 8th and a 10th, but he did finish in 2nd, I think, in that heat number 2, but because of a penalty, but was bumped back down to 10th. So Ben Hicks in the 84 car, he's going to be looking for a good return in this one to add some points. So we're on to the seniors, and it's going to be Luca Cook and Will Aldist off the front of the grid, followed by Harry Clark and Bobby Rosier, and then it'll be Kian Downer and Dylan Morton, then it'll be Roman Vickery and Oliver Guzman, and then Michael Pugh and Olivia Murfitt, Charlie Hume and Ben Hicks, George Hume and Luke Richards, Byron Sly Hewitt and Freddie Worlock, James Watson, and Jonas Schauskus, Zach Burke, Taylor England, Reese Green, Ethan Griffiths. So Ethan 2 seconds, starting back down in 22nd. Be interesting to keep an eye on that one. And then Lawrence Moss and Ollie White. So a few drivers have got themselves into that top 10. James Watson had a 6th. Jonas Schauskus had a 9th. Reese Green had a 5th. George Hume had a 5th in heat number 2. Castle Coombe would like to wish Buddy Dore a shout out, so Buddy's still got a final to come, and they bounce their way through. Thankfully everybody's safely through. Are they all going to get through Haynes Loop? Yes they do. People having to get off of that racing line, and it's the 12 kart of Luca Cook that's got himself out front, and a bit of grass tracking down the order. You can see the smoke pummeling up there, but it's Luca Cook who's definitely got himself into the lead in this one. Even as they go through the bus stop, Will Aldis is still up there. So let's keep an eye as they come back round for the first time. Climate and the left-hander into Tollies. They're going underneath start-finish line for the first time, and we have a leader in win Luca Cook from Will Aldis, Bobby Rosier 3rd, Harry Clark 4th, Dylan Morton, Charlie Hume, Oliver Gusman, Michael Pugh, George Hume, and then Luke Richards. That's the top 10. Everybody gets safely round, and there's nothing to choose between everybody at the moment. Just a little look up the inside, and a big move I think from Bobby Rosier in the 49 up into 2nd place behind Luca Cook. Bobby Rosier looking to add something to that 1st and 4th in his 2 opening heats. He's on good form today. They all get up through midgets okay, down into Climate. Front 10 have just started to pull away a little bit from what looks like a second 10. So we've got a couple of individual battles coming on here with some big numbers, and a couple of moves there up the inside. Definitely a move there for George Hume in the SC plate. He gained a spot as they came through Tollies. So the front 2, still the 12 and the 49, Bobby Rosier, Will Aldis in 3rd, Harry Clark 4th, Charlie Hume, Dylan Morton, Oliver Gusman. Then it's George Hume who made a move there going through Tollies. Luke Richards and Michael Pugh make up the top 10. And then Ben Hicks, Byron Sly Hewitt, Freddie Worlock, Zach Burke, Roman Vickery, Taylor England, Reece Green. They go down to 17th as the guys go up into, and Bobby Rosier's made a move going through midgets in that right-hander, and he's managed to get himself into the lead in this one. And that's ominous for everybody else, because he's been in great form today as he starts to pull away. Bobby Rosier takes the lead for the first time in the race from Luca Cook, Will Aldis, Harry Clark, Dylan Morton, Oliver Gusman, George Hume, Luke Richards, Charlie Hume, and Michael Pugh. That is our race. Front 5 is a gap now to 6th and 7th. And then there's a little chasing pack after that. So the front 5, they've pulled away from Oliver Gusman and George Hume in 6th and 7th. And then comes the chasing pack. It's really condensed, that chasing pack. But Bobby Rosier will be looking to get his head down. Luca Cook will be looking to tuck in behind and try and hold on to Bobby Rosier. And it is Bobby Rosier with the fastest lap time of the race so far with the 40.07. That will come down for sure as the race develops, but that is there. Oh no, looking down the order, Freddie Worlock. He's got a 40.05 on the board, so Freddie Worlock and Bobby Rosier, the fastest 2 on track. There we can see it on the left. You can see Freddie's time there in purple. Fastest lap time so far. Freddie working his way through. Working his way through the field as well. Up 4 places, 7 places for Taylor England, 7 for George Hume, up into 6th as well. So Bobby Rosier with that lead from the 12 of Luca Cook. Dylan Morton up into 3rd, ahead of Will Aldis from Harry Clark, George Hume, Oliver Gusman, Luke Richards, Mike Pugh. Ben Hicks into that top 10. So the front of the race just settling down a little bit. There's still some more movement, and a good move there from the 71. Reece Green as they came around the Haynes Loop. Really nice move. Might not put it on camera because it's down the field a little bit, but a really nice move round Haynes, through Haynes Loop to gain a position. So Bobby Rosier just looks like that 0.75 on our screen lead over Luca Cook. Might just be a little bit more when he comes underneath us here with 3 minutes and a lap to go in this one. So Bobby Rosier still got that lead. Luca Cook crept over a second now from Dylan Moore, from Luca Cook, Dylan Morton, Will Aldis, Harry Clark. That's our top 5. Not a lot to choose. Someone looks to make a move around the outside in the Haynes Loop. That was the 46 of Harry Clark, was looking to go around the outside of Will Aldis. Looked to put the move in, then thought better of it and just held back. Held on to what he's got as Bobby Rosier just pulling away. I think the battle for second is going to be a good one between Luca Cook and Dylan Morton. Likewise, 2, 4, 6. There's like 6 carts and somebody up the inside, all the way up there at the top. Couldn't quite spot who it was, but there was a bit of movement in that 5th, 6th and 7th spot. Definitely not for Bobby Rosier. He's out front. Just keep an eye on who was the jumper as they went through there. It was George Hume who's made a move from over Harry Clark into 5th. So keep an eye now on that 30 kart of Will Aldis. Can he grab the back of Dylan Morton again and reel him in? Bobby Rosier out front. Really looking to pull away lap on lap here. He's got it to over 1.5 seconds now. And that's only going to increase as time ticks by. Bobby Rosier with the lead from Luca Cook, Dylan Morton, Will Aldis, George Hume, Harry Clark, Luke Richards, Michael Pugh, Oliver Gusman and Ben Hicks. That's the top 10. They come underneath the start-finish line with 1.5 minutes plus a lap to go. Still Luca, Dylan Morton up into 2nd, ahead of Luca Cook now. Made that move on that last lap. Will Aldis and George Hume battling for that 4th spot as well. And points on the board. That's what is important here. They head into the grand final and look just up the inside, and a great move a little bit further down. Might have been Luke Richards. Made a move, and again we'll see as the race develops, really close as they come through. Bobby Rosier is kind of checked out on this one now. Very hard to see him get in touch. He just pulled away lap on lap. And 2nd and 3rd looking relatively comfortable, but then after that there's a bit of a queue building up behind, there we go, that man there in the 30, just getting taken by George Hume. He's pushed out wide, and with the 25 and the 46 of Luke Richards and Harry Clark right there as well, this could be a really tough couple of laps ahead for Will Aldis. Can he hold on to that spot? Will George Hume be able to put his foot down, try and reel in 3rd place? And Luca Cook, can't see anybody catching Bobby Rosier out front. Luca Cook and Dylan Morton in that 2nd and 3rd, looking comfortable at the moment. It's just whether George Hume will be able to get up and challenge. 9 places from George Hume gained in this race, 8 from Luke Richards. And a bit further down, Ollie White, he's only in 18th, he's gained 6 spots and doing well. Hats off to him down the order. Whoa, a bit of movement there from the 31 kart of Freddie Worlock. That was close as they came through Tollies there. But it is Bobby Rosier, Dylan Morton, who's still going to have one more lap to go on this one, plus this lap. And just a spin there in Tollies. Who was that for? Just off screen. That was the 26 of Keelan Downer. Unfortunately just got into a bit of bother coming through Tollies before that home straight. There's the 95 of Olivia Murphy. Chasing at the back at the moment, but there's our leader with a lap to go. There's the last lap board for Bobby Rosier. 2nd place is that 33 of Dylan Morton with Luca Cook in 3rd. I don't think there's enough time for George Hume to get up, but considering 9 places gained, you'd say that that's a great return and a great heat for him. There's space between the front 3 now. 4th and 5th, there might be a bit of a battle between George Hume and Luke Richards for that 5th place with a lap to go. Potentially the race on as they come through. Bobby Rosier is going to take the win, and after his fantastic day so far, 1st, a 4th and a 1st. For Bobby Rosier in great form today. 33 of Dylan Morton takes the 2nd place. Dylan Morton grabbed that 2nd, sorry. Luca Cook with the 3rd, George Hume, great return for 4th. Luke Richards in 5th, Oliver Guzman and Michael Pugh, they made up the 6th and 7th. With Freddie Worlock in 8th, Harry Clark 9th and Ben Hicks into that top 10. All of those guys gained a couple of places to finish where they did. Harry Clark did drop down a few spots. Will Aldis, Taylor England, Reese Green, Jonas Schauskus, Zach Burke, James Watson, Roman Vickery, Ollie White, Lawrence Moss, Kean Downer, Olivia Murphy, Charlie Hume, and then it was Ethan Griffiths and Byron Sly Hewitt. So somebody just up. It was a chaotic start, has to be said. Get through. See a couple of heads going back where there is a bit of contact, a bit too much curve on a couple of occasions. Some good action caught from our guys there. Good overtaking, that was 49 there. Nice move from Bobby Rosier. Picked his way through the crowd. Works his way up that order. Luca Cook gets in the top 3 for the first time today. 4th and a 5th in his last 2 races. Do his points good. The 25 of Luke Richards, who picked up the 5th place to add to his 1st and his 10th. Getting some good points there. 38. Guzman. Oliver Guzman, yeah, he came in 6th in that one. Seventh went to the 27th of Michael Pugh. The 8th was the 31 of Freddie Worlock. So 3 top 10 finishes for Freddie Worlock as well. That's our juniors on track. I think that looks a little bit more like our inters. See the 21 of Amelia Jade Hay there on screen, the 55 of Roma Takata, 44 of Henry Perrin, 99 of Elijah West. So yeah, definitely our inters that we've got coming out in this one. It is their 3rd heat, and again pretty consistent in terms of the top 10 really. It's only Kian Kostler who got a 9th and Rashan Kostler actually who got a 7th. Everybody else has been in the top 10 twice. Arthur Kaiser, Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Freya Bond, Ethan Copland, James Devereaux. 2 wins for Jack Daniels, a 2nd and a 3rd for Zane Williams, and a 3rd and a 6th for Elijah West. So pretty consistent in the top 10. In this one, let's see how this one develops. Oakley Poulter and Warren Atkins, they find themselves up front. Let's see what they can do from there. Something just flown off underneath me. And again, we've got contact, and that could be carnage going across track. Always going to happen there if they came through. Really frustrating when that happens to you in your race. You have a driver stuck on the grass there. That'll be a yellow for the moment, but let's go back to the race. Keep an eye on everybody coming up. I think we're going to have yellows just for the moment. There's no yellows at the top of the course, but they'll pick up a yellow now. Elijah West has got up into 2nd place. We come round, let's take stock of what we've got going on here then. We have the 74, still of Oakley Poulter. Did well to hold on to that. Elijah West up into 2nd. Warren Atkins into 3rd. Ethan Copland 4th, Max Thompson, Jack Daniels, Harry Reid, King Costa, Lucas Gray and Henry Perry. They make up. Need to keep an eye on Elijah West here, looking early to make a move. Push. Oakley Poulter wide. Will Oakley be able to hold on? He's in the wrong spot here, going into the bus stop. Has to come off the gas to allow Elijah West to take that lead. There are yellow flags on certain parts of the course at the moment, because we have got carts. Couple of carts out, but top 5 have settled down and started to pull away, and that top 5 is Elijah West as we come over the start finish line here from Oakley Poulter. And then the 43 of Ethan Copland, Jack Daniels up into 5th, Warren Atkins has got 4th at the moment, King Costa 6th, Harry Reid 7th, Arthur Kaiser 8th. So Elijah West has got out in front early on in this one. He's leading, already starting to pull away a little bit from Oakley Poulter. Those 4 there have got a little bit of a battle going on. You can see just pulling away the 3. Go through, it's tough to pass as you go through the bus stop, but the 43 there of Ethan Copland and the 61 of Jack Daniels. I think Jack Daniels got up into 2nd on the first half of this lap, but coming back is Oakley Poulter. Good strong move to get back ahead of Jack Daniels, but Jack looks up inside Tollies to make that move. Who's going to hold that as they come through? It's going to be the 61 of Jack Daniels. Just holds on. Elijah West is pulling away, taking advantage of these 4 having a battle behind, and those 4 are Jack Daniels, Oakley Poulter, Ethan Copland and Warren Atkins. That's the battle you can see on screen there. That's the 4 that are battling for that 2nd place. There we go. So that is for 3rd place there, and just off track has gone Oakley Poulter. Will he be able to hold that now, or will Ethan Copland take advantage and Warren Atkins? Big mistake unfortunately there for the 74 of Oakley Poulter. That's a shame. But there's Elijah West over the start-finish line, followed by the 61 of Jack Daniels. Then the 43 now, Ethan Copland and Warren Atkins has moved up into 4th. Oakley Poulter dropping to 5th. Kean Costler 6th, Louis Lovell 7th. Arthur KZ, Freya Bond and Lucas Gray, they make up the top 10. Guys race down in 74 cut, still looking Oakley Poulter. He's not getting beaten up at all, he's fighting back. He's just gone across the corner there. And he's gone into position and out, but he's looking to make a move again here on the 22 of Warren Atkins. They're having a real ding-dong battle at the minute, them two, as they race up towards midgets. That is a battle to keep an eye on. To tell you what, Elijah West has got a gap, so has Jack Daniels, so has Ethan Copland. Those three have all got a gap. That battle for 4th and 5th is an interesting one between Warren Atkins and Oakley Poulter. Then starting to bring them in is the 12 and the 23 of Kean Costa and Lee Lovell. Arthur K's of Freya Bond. Not a lot of distance between them either. So the top 10, it isn't a million miles apart, but the front two have definitely taken advantage of the battles that are going on behind them, and they are starting to pull away. Elijah West isn't really getting away from Jack Daniels in 2nd. They are starting to pull away a little bit through the Copland. So it was 1.28 last time around, Elijah's lead over Jack Daniels. Let's see what that is when they come back over the start-finish line here. It's going to be there or thereabouts again, I think. There goes Elijah. So it is under a second now from Jack Daniels. So he is starting to grab the 22 of Warren Atkins. Is still leading Oakley Poulter, but there's nothing between them two. Likewise, the 4 then behind, from Louis Lovell to Kean Cosler, Arthur K's and Freya Bond. That's on screen, a right little battle as well. And again for those top 10 finishes. And we're still in the heats. This is still about points, getting as many points on the board to get yourself a better grid start position in that grand final. So it is about trying to improve on where you're at. And I tell you what, out front, Jack Daniels is slowly starting to bring in Elijah West. And that could develop into a race out front. I think Oakley Poulter might have just made a move on Warren Atkins. Them two are going at it as Warren Atkins comes back again. It is just over half a second, that lead now out front. But this is a really good battle between 74 and 22 of Warren Atkins and Oakley Poulter. They're having a great race down there. As behind is, just trying to look as they come through, there's a 3 or 4-way battle being led by the 19 of Arthur Kaiser. Real battle there as well. I think Louis Lovell has just started to pull away a little bit from that and has got a bit of fresh air. But the front two, we're going to have a race on here with three or so laps to go. Elijah West and Jack Daniels. There's nothing between them two now. Jack Daniels has really held on to the back of Elijah West. And when they come across, this is less than half a second. It was 0.63 before, it's definitely less than that now. That's 3/10 in it. The 43 there of Ethan Copland comfortable. And then we've got that battle, which the 23 of Louis Lovell, he's really pulled that in as well. So Warren Atkins, Oakley Poulter and Louis Lovell got a great battle going on for the top 10 spots for sure. And then again, further down the line, we've got the 12 kart there. Having a battle, Kean Costler. He's had a 9th place finish. And Kean again is in 9th at the moment. A couple of top 10 finishes there. But the front two are going at it, and there's nothing now between the front two. There's a real race on Elijah West and Jack Daniels. That is where the action is, out front with 2 laps to go. Elijah West just holding as they come over the start-finish line from Jack Daniels. The front two having a real race on now. That is where our race is, out front. You're watching a little bit. There we go. There's our race out front. Elijah West and Jack Daniels. There's nothing between them two now. There are battles going on further down the order, but this is for the race lead. This is for the win. Jack Daniels is having a great day so far with 2 wins. Elijah West has bossed the first 2 rounds of this championship. Hasn't had it all his own way today. And look up the inside here maybe. Yeah, you can see him lining that up there. Will Elijah West fight back? Throw it up the inside here. Right on the back wheels. Excellent race between these two. Jack Daniels now leading from Elijah West, as they are going to see the last lap board. It's a shootout, 1 lap for the front two. Ethan Copland's comfortable in 3rd, so the top 3 is set. There is then a battle, Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell and Oakley Poulter, but we've got to focus on this as Jack Daniels has the lead from Elijah West out front. Great race from these two. Ethan Copland's going to have 3rd in the bag. Fine, anything mechanical, he looking comfortable. And then that battle, which we'll try and keep an eye on, but it's a bit down the order. Warren Atkins, Louis Lovell and Oakley Poulter from 4th through to 6th. But let's focus on these two. They come around midgets for the last time. Will Elijah look to make a move? Is he going to be happy with second place and the points that gives? Up the inside here, he has made the move. Can he switch back on a run to the line? It's a great move from Elijah West. Really, really good move on that last corner to get the better of Jack Daniels. Caught wonderfully by our guys with the cams, and Louis Lovell, he's done really well to get up to fourth behind Ethan Coughlin, who took the third. An excellent race that one of the races of the day out front. And I've had some good points on the board from some of these guys as they come over the line. Warren Atkins, Oakley Poulter, Arthur KZ. There we go. Freya Bond, Oliver Dan and Henry Perrin, they made up the top 10. Elijah West nicking it on the last corner. That was a really, really good race. And Louis Lovell adding some great points, and it was Zane Williams, Kean Kostler, James Devereaux, Thomas Gulliver, Matt Thompson, Lucas Gray, Harry Reid, Rishan Kostler, Jensen King and Lenny Dorrington. That took us up to 20. And then the bottom 6, Roman Takata, Amelia Jade Hay, Aurelia Simpson, Ollie Garlinge, Callum Williams and Charlie Dickinson didn't complete the race. So some good action in that one, really enjoyable race. Good battles out front and within that top 10 as well. I think the shout outs go Arthur KZ gained 11 places and Louis Lovell 15 in there. So those guys did really well to work their way up through the order. Get good finishes. 22 of Warren Kings came in 5th in the end. 6, Oakley Poulter was there at the front and just seemed to lose places and just drift back a little bit. Arthur KZ 19 came in 7th. 8th was Freya Bond. She's had 3 top 10 finishes today, Freya. 24 of Oliver Dan picked up 9th place. Again, 3 top 10 finishes for Oliver Dan. The 10th spot went to Henry Perrin, first time in the top 10. So Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Freya Bond, Ethan Copeland, Jack Daniels and Elijah West, they've all had 3 top 10 finishes in the heats. They're looking good for positional starts in that grand final. And there's been a couple of top 10s for Zane Williams and James Devereaux. Scattering of drivers that have got themselves into that top 10 on one occasion, but that was the move. Great last lap, great last corner, and wonderfully done. So excellent race that one, really enjoyable to come on that one. Well done to all the drivers. Yeah, we're just waiting, we've got the recovery car truck out, just going to save a couple of these carts. Just give me a chance to quickly check in on our YouTube stream. If you've got any comments, thank you so much for tuning in and watching. It's great to have you on board. Good to see all of my Raiders carts racing today in the 250 Superkarts NFK race. That's some fullback 250 Superkart Driver 7. Yeah, nice one. That was a really good couple of races they've given us as well. They've still got one more heat to come before their final. And then come on AJ Hay with a party emoji. So we are going to have the last Cadet Honda and Rotax group coming out. Their final heat, just while our 79 kart there gets rescued. Excellent race that one. That's Charlie Dickinson just getting taken back. I'll just switch my papers around a little bit. So we are going to move on to the Honda Heat 3, Honda Cadets and Rotax Cadets, and again 2 classes in one here. Should have 22 karts on track hopefully. In the Honda Cadet so far, it's been Harrison Maxwell with a couple of really good wins, Max Skilton with a couple of 2nd places, a 3rd for Callum Gain, Cruz Jenkins with a 3rd and a 5th. There's been a 4th place for Mason Day and Harry Price, and then a 5th for Felix Finn. That's the Hondas. And for the Rotax Cadets, well, it's been a win for Munro Wilcox and a win for Oliver Daniels, who also picked up a 4th place. I think Oliver did have 2 race wins on track, but a penalty knocked him back to 4th in the opening heat. A couple of solid 2nd places for Johnny Butterfield, championship leader before today, has done his cause no harm so far. And then Buddy Dorr and Oscar Taylor both picked up a 3rd place. Jackson Haynes has managed to get up into 4th, and a couple of top 5 finishes in 5th place for Wilfred Tomlinson as well. So this is the last heat for these guys before we move into the final. And again, I'll just try and keep you up to date on whether they're Honda or Cadet. Honda or Rotax as the race develops, but on your screen you can see the different coloured numbers when the race starts. That does dictate whether they are the Rotax or the Honda. So thankfully this afternoon so far, touch wood, I hope it's not context curse, has been a lot calmer than this morning when we had lots of incidents and lots of breaks in play. We're starting to motor through the races now. So far so good this afternoon. We've had some really good action on track as well. And as we move on to our Hondas and our Rotax Cadets, we are going to see Callum Gain, Felix Finn, Max Skilton, Avia Bartiu, Cruz Jenkins, Harrison Maxwell, Mason Day, Jamie Daly, Harry Price, Max Saunders there in the Hondas, and the Rotaxes is Buddy Dorr, Alfie Muller, Oscar Taylor, Wilfred Tomlinson, Oliver Daniels, Johnny Butterfield, Munro Wilcox, Jackson Haynes, Ojustor Pershtis, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, Ottilie Simpson and Reggie Peters. So they are our 22 drivers on track for this one. This is their last chance to get some points on that board. Get themselves a good position in that final. It's a great last race. So here we go then. And away we go. No, we're going to go around again. Not quite ready. Everyone just a bit too far strung out. So when they go out, they do a couple of tentative laps when it's a rolling start. And essentially what you need is you need the drivers at the front be a little bit considerate. So are we racing or are we not racing? I see a flag, but now I'm seeing the timing going. So are we racing? I'm not too sure. I've got a mixed message. I can see yellow flags and they are calming everybody down, so the clock will continue to tick, but we will start again. So a false start yet. So here we go again. Let's get everybody a little bit closer so the guys at the front can really slow the race down, dictate so everyone can get into position. Here we go, let's try again. The 12, the 98 and the 28 that are out front, and contact on the 28. Munro Wilcox went up in the air then for a moment but got his wheels down, back in line. As we keep an eye as they come round, and it's the 12, the 28 that have got themselves out front. Buddy Dorr and Munro Wilcox has somehow survived that airball moment that he had as his wheels went up. So all safely round, everyone round Haynes Loop, everyone has been down through Johnny towards the Whingers Dip, and they're all through the bus stop as they head up towards Midgets. So everyone just settling down a little bit as we head round Tolly into Tolly's for the first time, and it looks like it is the 28 of Munro Wilcox from the 25 and the 12 of Johnny Butterfield and Buddy Dorr. Reggie Peters up to fourth, Jackson Haynes, Wilfred Tomlinson, Alfie Muller, Oscar Taylor, Harrison Maxwell and Ottilie Simpson. Ottilie Simpson, that's our top 10 as the guys race down through Johnny's to the Whingers Dip for that right-hander. And they come back up again. They'll just have to get off the gas a little bit as they come into the bus stop. But that's your front two. And looking to make an early move is Johnny Butterfield, and he does that underneath Munro Wilcox. Nice clean move. But I thought Munro was just going to look to strike back straight away then. Just thought better of it. But those front six, again, have just started to just get a tiny gap back to 7th. And when they come round, I'll talk you through who they are. But it's definitely Johnny Butterfield out front now from Munro Wilcox. The 98 of Reggie Peters up into 3rd from Buddy Dorr, now in 4th. Jackson Haynes, Wilfred Tomlinson, Alfie Muller. And then the first two Hondas in Harrison Maxwell and Max Skilton, as it's been all day. Those two have finished 1st and 2nd respectively in the 2 heats so far. Here again. So the front three now is that Reggie Peters just starting to hold on to those front two drivers of Johnny Butterfield and Munro Wilcox. So we've got a battle of 3 and then another battle of 3 for that 4th place spot. So the front of the pack is just starting to settle down into a couple of races now. Looks like we've got a race of 3, 3, 4, 3 and 3, which is pretty interesting. Plenty to keep an eye on. As they come over start finish line, it is 25, 28 and 98 as it was. And then 12, 44 and the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson. So we have plenty of little battles going on here, and what's great again is we've got 2 Hondas in 8th and 9th, Harrison and Max. They've got their own little personal battle going on within the bigger picture here, and we'll keep an eye on them as well as that race develops in their own little Honda battle. Just back down the order a little bit, but out front it is Johnny Butterfield, who's just pulled away a little bit from Munro Wilcox and Reggie Peters at the moment. And then Buddy Dorr, Jackson Haynes and Wilfred Tomlinson in that little group of 3. And then comes Alfie Muller and Oliver Daniels, and in between those two we've got the Hondas of Harrison, Maxwell and Max Skilton. So plenty to keep an eye on in this one. A bit of movement there up the inside, a little bit further down the front 3 and the front The next 6 are as they were. Who was the move? Was it the 29? I think it was Max Skilton. And Harrison Max was still in the 8th and 9th position. So a battle of 3, another battle of 3, then a bit of a lonely one developing for the 18 of Alfie Mullett. Then come a couple of Hondas of Harrison Maxwell and Max Skilton. You're looking at 44 there. That was the Buddy Dorr, Jackson Haynes, Wilfred Tomlinson battle. And the 12 through to the 23. Got their own little scrap going on for that 4th place. Johnny Butterfield's just pulled away a tiny bit out front from Munro Wilcox and Reggie Peters. He's got a bit of a gap back to 2nd and 3rd, but then there's a great 3-way battle for 4th place, and a great 4-way battle then for that 7th and 8th spot, which again has got the 2 Hondas in there, so they're nice and close. A nice little subplot to this race. As Max Skilton just looks to make a move up the inside of his Honda compatriot as they go through Haynes Loop, but Maxwell holds on to it. 44 there just looking as well. That is Jackson Haynes. It's a good little battle there with Buddy Dorr and Wilfred Tomlinson, those 3. Who's going to hold their nerves? So look over the shoulder from Buddy Dorr there just to see if there was going to be a move from Jackson Haynes. But that move didn't come, and Munro Wilcox and Reggie Peters are giving it large in 2nd and 3rd as they come through midgets down into Climate. Johnny Butterfield really is comfortable out front now. He's under no pressure from the 2 behind who are battling away, Munro Wilcox and Reggie Peters. And then comes that great little 3-way battle. And Harrison Maxwell has moved ahead of Alfie Mullett, so 1 place ahead of Max Skilton now. And he finds himself in 9th. Just keep an eye as they go around the Haynes Loop. Back to the 55 kart there of Odrus Dorpurshtis. Doing his best there just to hang in there and try and get that top 10 finish in this one. But there are still those 2 or 3 battles developing. This race has gone really quickly because there's plenty to talk about. The front 3, Johnny Butterfield looks comfortable, but there's a good battle for 2nd between Munro and Reggie in the 28 and the 98 karts. They're still going at it, and then there's that 3-way battle as there has been for the whole race, which is still led by Buddy Dorr, Jackson Haynes and Wilfred Tomlinson. And then the 60 and the 29, the subplot we've had, Hondas, Harrison and Max, they're now on top of each other again in 7th and 8th, racing for supremacy of their class. It still is Harrison, as it has been all day in the first 2 heats, with Max in 2nd. And as we look back to see who's in that 3rd place in the Hondas, just a little bit further back we go to find them. Mason Day back there. Bruce Jenkins a little bit further back. So what have we got? We're going to get 2 laps out of this one. Nope, just the 1. We're on to the last lap. It's the 25 of Johnny Butterfield, still from Munro Wilcox and Reggie Peters. And then we've got a really close battle with Jackson Haynes up ahead of Buddy Dorr, Wilfred Tomlinson, Harrison Maxwell, Max Skilton and Oliver Daniels all on top of each other with a lap to go. That's what we're looking at on screen now. Really good battle, which has got that Honda subplot tucked in the middle of it there. You can see the 60 and the 29 yellow and red plates. That's the 2 Honda drivers. Keep an eye here. Max Skilton looking up the inside. Oh, we just lost the cam unfortunately there as that was developing through the bus stop. Keep an eye as Max Skilton made it work. I think he might have done. As he looks behind, looking to see where Harrison Maxwell is. But let's take nothing. Oh, I tell you what, there's been Munro and Reggie Peters have both come off. I was looking at Johnny Butterfield and it's all changed. That's such a shame for the drivers there, as the 44 of Jackson Haynes and Buddy Dorr by default get themselves a 2nd and 3rd. Don't know whether we caught that on camera. You can see it there, gutted for both of those boys. They were 2nd and 3rd, and sometimes, I don't know what the contact was, sometimes you've got to stick with what you've got. You've got to stick with what you've got rather than twist and end up losing out massively. So let's just run through. Johnny Butterfield with the win from Jackson Haynes and Buddy Dorr, surprise, 2nd and 3rd for them. Max Skilton for the first time today gets the better of Harrison Maxwell in their little battle in the Hondas. And then back down the order we can see Mason Day, Callum Gain, Lucas Oatley, Thistlethwaite came in 11th in the end. So that was eventful and ultimately disappointing there right at the end for those 2 guys. that were sat in second and third, and to be honest were so comfortable in second and third they couldn't catch Johnny Butterfield, but they did catch each other. Maybe we caught that on cam or not, I don't know. There was so much going on in that race, it was hard to keep tabs on everybody and everything. But Paul Munro, Wilcox and Reggie Peters were looking for a great finish to that race, but it just didn't come. Some of the footage that we caught during that race. So, rescue truck out. Gutted for both of those boys. They're going to be unhappy with that one. We just got the ambulance coming out. We've got the two guys out, so both the ambulances are just coming out. Just to make sure they're okay. I think they are. I think it was more of a slide off than anything else. But it was hugely disappointing for both of them because they were driving so well. Johnny Butterfield had the win in the bag. Jackson Haynes adds a second to his fourth place. Buddy Dorr adds a second, third place finish for him today. Wilfred Tomlinson, he finished fifth in the race but fourth overall. So 2 fourths and a fifth for him. Oliver Daniels, he adds a fifth to his first and his fourth. So pretty consistent at the top of the order there. And then for the Honda, that was for the Rotaxes, and then for the Hondas, Max Skilton got the better of Harrison Maxwell for the first time today. Mason Day was the third Honda, and one I can see on our list there. And then it was Callum Gain and Jamie Daly. So Callum Gain a third and a fourth, and Jamie Daly first time in the top 5. So we'll just make sure that both those boys are okay before they go off. But it's a real shame because that was a comfortable second and third for them. But I was watching Johnny Butterfield taking tollies, and then I looked up from there and I could see them both just coming onto the grass, so I didn't actually see the incident. So a real shame, but they can live to go again. Munro won his first race today, and subsequently has picked up nothing in the next 2 in terms of top 5 finish. And likewise Reggie Peters, nothing in that one, and was looking for a good ending to his heats, but that's fallen by the wayside as well for him. So unfortunately another small incident here. We're just checking that the boys are okay, that's first and foremost, before we move on any further with the racing. And again, when I look at Alpha Live and see where we're at in terms of the day, we've got 3 more heats to come. We've got a junior, followed by the Superkarts, and then the 125s, and then the NFK Superkarts. So we've got 3 heats to roll with before we get into our finals. So we just wait, just give the boys plenty of time to be checked over by the paramedics, make sure they're okay. Nice busy grandstand, everybody watching there. And again, huge thank you for watching us on YouTube. It'd be really good to have you on board. So just give Forest Edge Kart Club a like and a follow, and give us a subscribe, and then you can keep tabs on our events coming up in the future. We at the Speedway Portal are really proud and pleased and delighted to be bringing you the Forest Edge Kart Club Championship this year. But yeah, give the Forest Edge page a subscribe, and you can keep up to tabs with events coming up. You can always log back in and watch these and previous races as well, if you weren't with us for the first couple. We've got plenty of races. On. So, like I say, we now have got left. Let's have a look. We've still got to do the junior heat 5 because we had so many juniors today. I think we've got a heat 5 for the juniors. And then we'll have race 3, heat 3 for the 125 KZ and the Superkarts, and then the NFK Superkart. So 3 heats to go before we get into the finals, and those finals will kick off with the 177s, the Rotax and the Masters. So yeah, 3 heats to go, all 7-8 minutes long, and they get an extra lap in. So about half an hour, I would say, and then we'll be kicking in with our grand finals. But for the moment in time, we've still got to get through these next 3 heats. Junior Heat 5 is probably our next one. And what that will do is that will give everybody their third heat. It will again be 24 drivers in that Junior Heat 5. And in that Junior Heat 5 we are going to see Austin Mayhew, Harry Pittman, Kai Pepperell, Harrison Stacey, Jensen Collins, Jensen Hookey, Jesse Whitmore, Amelia Johnson, Cody Longdon, Max Smith, James Finley, Lucas Nibbs, Tio Jones, who had that nasty flip earlier on but is okay, John Reynolds, Stanley Williams, Aaron Clark-Nixon, Arthur Way, Jaden Shearing, Travis Rose, Alexander Stefanov, and then our three novices, Thomas Ray, Iris Crease and Louis Merchant. And when we just look at the results so far for some of these drivers, Austin Mayhew has had a 6th and a 7th, so a couple of good finishes. Harry Pittman yet to get into that top 10. Be looking to do that in his last one. Kai Pepperell has had a 3rd place finish. Today did have a 4th as well, but for a penalty dropped him down the order a little bit. Harrison Stacey in the 51 has had 2 top 10 finishes with a 7th and an 8th. Jensen Collins in the 66 has yet to trouble the top 10s, but will want to do that in this last race, this last heat of his. Jensen Hookey has had a really interesting day. Finished 2nd on track in his last heat, but ended up 17th somehow, and then 4th overall in his other heat. That was his other best finish. The 55 Jesse Whitmore, a win and a 3rd, so a good day so far there. Amelia Johnson will be in the 32 and a 9th place finish for Amelia in that last heat of hers. Cody Longdon in the 93, again not troubled the top 10, going to want to do that in this one, try and get some points on the board. Likewise Max Smith in the 64. 59 of James Finley has picked up a 4th place in the last heat. Lucas Nibbs in the 83, again an 8th place finish, so they've been in the top 10, some of these guys. The 70 of Tio Jones, he flipped over at one point, thankfully, and hopefully he's out in this one. He should be back out on track, we hope. John Reynolds in the 22. Nothing as yet. Stanley Williams in the 84 has picked up a top 10, has 1 top 10 finish. Aaron Clark-Nixon in the 34 has had a 5th. So we've got guys here that have been in amongst the front running. Aaron Clark-Nixon has had a 5th as well. Arthur Way in the 47 had an 8th place in his opening heat. Jaden Shearing races in the 54. That's a 6th place finish. These guys have managed to get into that top 10. They'll be looking to do that again to get some points on the board. Travis Rose, a winner first time out in his first heat, but then has subsequently not had a top 10 finish in his next one, so we'll be looking to put that right in his 3rd heat. Starting way back though, got work to do. 21 of Alexander Stefanov has had a 9th place finish, and then the 46 of Thomas Ray is yet to trouble the top 10. Likewise Iris Crease, and the 82, similar story for Louis Merchant. But those 3 novice plays, they're learning as they go in, those guys. So we can see the 76 on screen there of Austin Mayhew. He's had a 6th and a 7th finish. He's going to be off the front of the grid in this one, just in front of Harry Pittman in the 28, and Harry hasn't troubled the top 10s. He's going to want to do that as well in this heat.
It's going to be extended like the football. Yeah. It's going to be extended like the football. Going into extra time.
So we're just waiting. I think we've got the carts in. I think we're just waiting for the paramedic actually. Both those boys just had to get looked over. And that's just what we're waiting for at the moment. And then we'll get these guys out on track to complete their heats. So again, 5 heats we've had today in the juniors because of the number of drivers, which is essentially what we want to see. We want to see racing. Just waiting for them guys to come out. And again, all this is all about championship points for a lot of these drivers. Guys and girls looking to add to their tally that they've picked up in the opening couple of rounds. And round 2 was relatively quiet. It was Easter weekend, so it was a quieter one than the opening round. So there wasn't as many drivers at that one. So a lot of drivers will potentially take that as their drop round. in the championship. So we're just going to wait for the paramedic to make their way back over. So again, the bottom right hand corner of our screen, as the event and the race day has developed today, you've seen our sponsors Collards, BKC Racing, DJR Motorsport Services, DVS Vehicle Solutions, IKD Kart Store, and Alfano RG Racing. So they're our sponsors, and if you just scroll down on the stream, you can see links to all of their websites and Facebook pages, where you can go on and get all the information about those guys. Any imagery we use is courtesy of Stu Stratton, and again, scroll down in the comments here in the information here. You can see Stu Stratton's website and BERG Digital as well. So big thank you to everybody for their contributions, and we are just waiting to go on this heat before we move on with the last junior. That will be followed by, I think, the last KZ and Superkart, and then the last NFK Superkarts, and then we'll be into the finals and those winner take all situations. So it's been eventful today, that's for sure. You hope you've enjoyed it. It's been plenty to talk about, plenty of incident, a couple we've caught on screen, a couple of thankfully we haven't caught on screen. You don't always want to see them, that's what everyone tells anybody anyway, but thankfully everyone's okay. Our marshal that got struck, wonderful news, is okay, slightly battered and bruised, a few tyre marks up legs, but is okay, which is great news, because that was a bit of a sickener when that happened, but thankfully okay. So we're just waiting now. We've had to rescue a couple of the karts for those boys in that last race, which was a tough call really for Munro and Reggie, as they had second and third comfortably in the bag until an incident for both of them came together. Off they came. And that presented a couple of other drivers with a top 5 finish. So just for the moment, we've got the paramedics over. They're still in chat. So I can see the reverse lights coming on one of them. So if that paramedic and that ambulance can get back over to the left hand side of the circuit where it's positioned, I think we'll be good to go again. So we'll just keep tabs. Rescue truck seems to be delivering water to the marshals. Love that, love that. So we can just see the guys there getting ready to go in pit lane, but at the moment they're not going anywhere. So rescue truck just making its way out. Calm before the storm, as they say. So just while we've got this bit of downtime, just a couple of shout outs. Alfano.co.uk, RG Racing Limited, official agent and retail outlet for Alfano products in the UK. Used across many motorsport disciplines, Formula 1, club races, motorcycle racing teams, and obviously kart racing with us today, and power boats as well. Best quality products from RG Racing, guaranteed. The team do offer test days as well, data analysis, coaching services. So yeah, www.alfano.co.uk. Check them out. Rob Wilshire, and again, great to have them supporting us today. An MS UK trained coach. The team are enhanced CRB checked, coaching and training provided to pass the ARCS test. You know, sometimes you just want to do anything to get some better lap times. These guys can help with that. They do support race teams internationally, club meetings up and down the country, private track hire. 10 karts across Bambino, Cadet, Micromax, school holidays as well. So yeah, plenty to offer there from the guys. Coaching sessions, trying to get the best out of your racing. So yeah, big shout out to those guys and their support of the championship. And likewise again, just on the stream, if you scroll down in the information in the detail below, you can see all of our sponsors: Collards, BKC, DJI Motorsport Services, DVS Vehicle Solutions, IKD Kart Store, and Alfano RG Racing. Big shout out to those guys. Check out the links there to Facebook and web pages. Get in touch. Any questions? The best people around to talk to. So we are just getting everybody and everything back in place. The paramedic and the ambulance is now over on the left hand side of the circuit, just a little bit down, up from the bus stop and down from Midgets where they need to be parked. So we have an ambulance on either side of the track, and a rescue truck which is headed now back into the pits. Again, has had a busy day, but not a busy day in the wet, which is just marvellous. Rain has held off and has been good to us. But you know what that means? Bank holiday Monday, when we've all got the day off tomorrow. Well, not all of us, I know. A lot of us have got the day off tomorrow. It's going to rain. You know it is. It's bank holiday. Always rains on a bank holiday. At which point my youngest son will wake me up, give me my goalie gloves and tell me we're going to the park. That will happen in the pouring rain. So I'm quite enjoying my warm comms box here as we wait, prepare. Here we go for the junior Rotax. Heat number 5. So again, we've had 5 heats because of the numbers of drivers we've got in this class today. So this is the 3rd and final heat. All of these drivers, 50 overall. Alpha Live. We'll see the guys out, and yeah, it is Austin Mayhew and Harry Pittman on the front of the grid. Rolling start. Kai Pepperell and Harrison Stacey come next, followed by Jensen Collins and Jensen Hookie, then Jesse Whitmore and Amelia Johnson, followed by Cody Longdon and Max Smith. Then comes James Finley and Lucas Nibbs, Theo Jones and John Reynolds, followed by Stanley Williams and Aaron Clark Nixon, and it'll be Arthur Way and Jaden Shearing, Travis Rose and Alexander Stefanov, and then our 3 novices, Thomas Ray, Iris Crease and Louis Merchant. So any of these guys that have not had the best finishes in their opening couple of heats are going to really want to try and get something out of this to get themselves into that, directly into that A final, or you're battling for the top 4 spaces in the B final. So let's see. Are we off and racing? I think we might be. And the 28 and the 76 have made the gate. Harry Pittman and Austin Mayhew, they were the 2 that were leading from the front, and it looks like they have indeed done that. Looking at who else is in the mix there. Onto the grass. Is that the 64 on the grass there of Max Smith? I can't see much with all that dust bellowing up. I've lost sight of most of the drivers there as they came through. That's the 55 of Jesse Whitmore, 3rd and a 1st. In the 2 heats, so he's had a great couple of heats so far. We'll be looking to add to that here, and I think already Jesse Whitmore on screen there on the left. The 55 is in 8th. I think we might see in the top 3 when they come round for the first time. Amazing opening lap, 76 of Austin Mayhew from Jesse Whitmore, Harrison Stacey, Jensen Collins, Amelia Johnson, Jensen Hookie, Max Smith, Cody Longdon, Jaden Shearing. Plenty of activity in that opening lap. Some good, some bad for drivers. The drivers have dropped way off from their opening position. 17 for Kai Pepperell has gone down. Harry Pittman 20 and James Finley 12. Jaden Shearing gained 10 places, the big winner on that opening lap. So let's see how it calms down, pans out now. This is the last heat in the juniors. Points on offer for all of these guys. And it looks like Austin Mayhew really settled down out front at the moment. Really comfortable from Jesse Whitmore, and then the 51 of Harrison Stacey. Jensen Collins, Amelia Johnson there holding on to that 5th place from Jensen Hookie 6th, Max Smith 7th. Not much movement in that top 10 on that opening lap really, on that 2nd lap. After the opener, and plenty of movement for a couple of those drivers. Pepperell has already gained a couple of places after losing many. Trying to get back into the mix here, and some good points on the board. He's had a 3rd place finish. Did have a 4th, but for a penalty in the opening heat. So it seems to have settled down already, the front 4. The front two, Austin Mayhew and Jesse Whitmore, are in touching distance, but then behind comes the 51 of Harrison Stacey with a bit of a gap through to Jensen Collins, then Jensen Hookey, then Amelia Johnson, Cody London. There's a bit of a gap between all of those before we get into a little pack of drivers then fighting for that top 10 spot. And then points on the board. Jesse Whitmore right on the tail, right on the back wheels of Austin Mayhew. And again, we saw it in that last heat. You don't have to do it. Sometimes the points are good enough. A race is a racer. When you've got to win for getting podiums and rostrum finishes, then it's a different story. But in these heats, sometimes those points you're getting in that position is good enough. Sometimes it's better to twist, to stick and not twist. So a bit of movement a little bit further down the order there in the 93 kart of Cody Longer, bouncing off the curbs and fighting his way through into a position. Maybe gained a spot a little bit further down the order and got into that top 10, which is well done at this stage. He's just lost one place. Jaden Sheeran is getting 12 up into 7th, so a really good race so far for Jaden. Amelia Johnson's gone up a couple. Everybody in the top 9 has gained a place apart from Austin Mayhew, who started from the front and is still at the front. Austin can only go one way at the minute, holding off Jesse Whitmore in that battle on screen there for the lead of this one. Third comfortable at the minute for the 51, and a move from Jesse Whitmore as they go through the Haynes Loop. Made it stick against Austin Mayhew. Took the chance while it was presented in the sunshine. And the guys are enjoying this. So that's our front two. Jesse Whitmore started the lap in second, is now leading the race from Austin Mayhew, Harrison Stacey, Jensen Collins, Jensen Hookey, Amelia Johnson, Jaden Sheeran, Matt Smith, Aaron Clark Nixon, Stanley Williams. They make up our top 10 as we've had a few minutes of this race gone already. Again, it's gone quite quick, this one. The front 5, wow. Nobody really in touching distance. Jesse just looks like we'll start pulling away here from Austin Mayhew. 56 of Jensen Hookey, who I think we've talked about a lot today. Jensen is now on the back wheel of third place Harrison Stacey, and there is a bit of a battle going on there for that third place. And just look at the guys, the 84 there coming through of Stanley Williams. Has had a top 10 finish, Stanley. Looking to try and build on something here, get a little bit more up into the points. Guys, and a big move there, up into third. Goes Jensen Hookey ahead of Harrison Stacey. Let's keep an eye. Yeah, looks like it was. Big move there from the 56 of Jensen Hookey. He came through midgets up there at the top in that race down towards Climate. He's gained that spot. So Jesse Whitmore, Austin Mayhew, Jensen Hookey and Harrison Stacey, Jensen Collins. That's now our top 5. In this final heat of the juniors. So Austin Mayhew for the first time isn't leading the race. Jesse Whitmore's gained 6 to take the lead. Jaden Sheeran gained 13 up into 6th position. Travis Rose has gained 11 up into 9th. And a bit further down the order as well, Alexander Stefanov has gone up 7 into 14. And Iris Crease, the novice today, has gone up 5 places into 18th. So that is a good return for Iris so far. So Jesse Whitmore still leading the way now. Just 1.29 ahead of Austin Mayhew. Jensen Hookey really wide there from the 34. Wowzers. Dust bellows up in front of me. Aaron Clark Nixon thankfully got back on track, but definitely lost out on a few places there. Bounced across in front underneath our noses here in the comms box. But thankfully back on track. Back onto the tarmac and back into racing mode. So the front 4, pretty comfortable. Not too much to shout about there at the minute. Really the front 6, potentially unchallenged, and then there's a little battle for 7th and 8th with Amelia Johnson and Travis Rose. Travis has gained 11 places up into 9th and starting to make noises. Has now picked off Amelia Johnson as well. Into 7th goes Travis Rose. So again, our championship leader before today did win his first heat. A bit of a penalty issue in the second heat. Ended up 11th. Looking to something more positive here. That's 13 places gained from Jaden Sheeran and Travis Rose in the 6th and 7th positions. They've done really well. Iris Crease again, big shout out at 5 places into 18th. A little bit further down the field, but Jesse Whitmore's got this one tied up really. We are going to get 2 laps left of this race. And then it is the 76 and the 56, still of Austin Mayhew and Jensen Hookey. followed by Harrison Stacey, Jensen Collins, Jaden Shearer, Travis Rose, Amelia Johnson, Stanley Williams, Aaron Clark Nixon. Then comes John Reynolds off the way, Max Smith, Kai Pepperell, Alexander Stefanov, Cody Longdon up the spot into 16th, Lucas Nibbs, Iris Crease, Harry Pittman, James Finley, Tio Jones, maybe feeling a bit second hand after that incident earlier on, Tio, Thomas Ray and Louis Marchand. So there's a couple of contact warnings, but nothing more than that. There's quite a lot of contact warnings, to be honest, but nothing more than that at the moment. Only a couple for certain individuals. But we're into the last lap, and it is Jesse Whitmore. But we've got a real battle going on here for second. Jensen Hookey and Austin Mayhew, third and second at the moment. And a move from the 16 kart, Travis Rose, but then there's contact. Will he be able to fight back underneath the inside here, Travis Rose? No. Just losing out to the 74 kart. Might be the 54, Jaden Sheeran, I think 54. But Jesse Whitmore is miles ahead. This win's in the bag. Battle for second is a good one. Austin Mayhew and Jensen Hookey. Jensen looks to make a move up the inside, has not made it work just yet. So Jesse Whitmore is going to take second heat win of the day in the 55. And just keep an eye as they come round for the last time. It is the 76. Kart of Austin Mayhew that holds on to second place from Jensen Hookey in third. Harrison Stacey, Jaden Sheeran, Travis Rose got up. Jaden Sheeran and Travis Rose both gaining multiple places to get up into their top 5-6 positions. Stanley Williams, Jensen Collins, Amelia Johnson and Clark Nixon made up our top 10. But again, some good action in that one. Jaden Sheeran did extremely well to gain so many places, as did Travis Rose, so they'll be delighted with their performances. Jesse Whitmore, Austin Mayhew, Jensen Hookey, Harrison Stacey, Jaden Sheeran top 5, Travis Rose, Stanley Williams, Jensen Collins, Amelia Johnson, Aaron Clark Nixon made up the top 10. And then it was John Reynolds, Arthur Way, Max Smith, Clyde Pepperell, Alexander Stefanov, Lucas Nibbs, Iris Crease well done in 17th, Harry Pittman, James Finley, Tio Jones made up the top 20. And then came Thomas Ray, Louis Marchand and Cody Longdon. That's how we finished. I don't think there's any penalties to be given. Couple of contact warnings as the race developed, but nothing more. So 6 places gained from our novice 71 plate Iris Crease down there, well done. But the big movers were in 5th and 6th, Jaden Sheeran and Travis Rose. Just seemed to pick drivers off left, right and centre for the entire race. 12 laps completed and 14 passes within that. Jesse Whitmore got up 6th to take the win in that one. So what that does mean is Jesse Whitmore with 2 wins and a third in 3 heats. Going to start on the pole. Barnaby Grubb got 4th, 2nd and 1st in the next 3 heats. Jesse Whitmore, yeah, first and second, first and third, sorry. Austin Mayhew, 2nd, 6th and 7th. So those guys have put themselves in good positions for that final. And in due course we'll get you the running order for that final. Which will be coming after our last 2 heats of the KZs and Superkarts, which is next, followed by the NFK Superkarts. They're already out on track, these guys, not messing around. They're getting moving on this one. So, let's see how many guys we get out on track for this. Should have 8 125s, and we have got 3 Superkarts here today, but we did lose Joel Hersey, so it was only sorry chaps, Daniel Buckland and Fraser Everett for the last 2 in the Superkarts. Around here, they will grid up. And the 19, Lucas Howell and Sebastian Sullivan, they find themselves on the front from the 71 of Jack Price and the 99 of Anthony Bolton, and the 61 and 49 of Oscar White. So a great start from the 99 car of Anthony Bolton, looking to make a great gate. And we do have Joel Hersey back out in this one in the 13 car, so we have our full quota of drivers for this one. Again, a much quieter track and grid for this. Good to see everybody out, including Joel Hersey there in the 13. So no bus stop, as there hasn't been all day for these guys. They'll go flat out from top to bottom. Price had that mechanical failure in his last one, and that cost him dearly. He won the first one, he was in place for a second in that next one until that mechanical failure. Out front at the minute is the 19 of Lucas Howell, who's had a first and a second. Jack Price has had a first. In third at the minute is the 82 of Milo Manderson, who's also had a first and a second. So those two have dominated, three drivers have dominated really. But we have seen Sebastian Sullivan, Ryan Silverthorne getting that top 5, and Anthony Bolton. So there are drivers there that got in amongst it when the others have missed out a little bit. And with our 3 supercarts, at the minute we can see the white-plated Fraser Everett there down in 8th. He's leading those supercarts from Daniel Buckland, the 42, and then Joel Hersey, the 13. So let's just get everybody round, get these guys a full heat, a full race. And let's just see if any of these guys can catch up. A nice lead at the minute for Lucas Howell. 1.39 and then 2 seconds, 2.56, 2.99. So not too much between that second through to 5th. But they're not within touching distance of Lucas Howell out front at the moment, that's for sure. Oh, just off track a little bit there. 69, that's the 69 of Reece Paget Lowe, just off track there. With a bit of grass tracking. Just got caught out. So as they come round, second and third, now nice and close, Jack Price and Milo Manderson. It was 1.39, it's now 1.4, so exactly the same, no distance change really between second and first, but there is a distance change as Milo Manderson has reeled in Jack Price in that battle for second. So are we going to have a race on? That would be good. That's the 82 kart there of Milo Manderson. So a bit of a gap for Lucas Howell as he screams up the hill, followed by Jack Price and Milo Manderson. And Milo really reels in Jack there as they go up into midgets before dropping down into climate. So there is a battle for second going on, which is what we've got you on screen right now. So Lucas Howell is out front, leading the way. There's our battle for second and third. Nothing between those guys, Jack and Milo. And too far back, we find Oscar White and Reece Paget Lowe. But that battle for second is the battle. That's the race. That's what our focus is going to be on. If they work together for a few laps, maybe they could reel in Lucas Howell out front. Let's look quick. The fastest lap has gone to Milo Manderson in third at the moment with 37.26. But the front 4 drivers, including Oscar White, are all down in the 37s. So those guys are hot on the pace. I think we've lost power there for, is it Joel Hersey in the 13 maybe? Yeah, Joel Hersey has lost, we'll see the race out, but out front, 1.58 seconds. The gap between first and second, but then nothing between Jack Price and Milo Manderson. 2 on screen, that's the race we've got, that's the battle. That's the good action that we're seeing. As a move up the inside from Milo Manderson on Jack Price as they go up into midgets. Can he hold it? Will he run wide? No, keeps it in line. Gets it straight and then the tight right down into climate before the left into Tollies. Well executed move there from Milo Manderson to get himself up into second. But that lead to Lucas out front is almost at 2 seconds now. So that lead is just being stretched while these two battle it out. But with 3 minutes plus a lap to go, are they going to work together? Can they reel in Lucas Howell? He is quick. He is looking really quick. His fastest lap time is now coming in 37.15 from Lucas. Again, the front 4 are the 4 in the 37s at the minute. And then from Reece Paget Lowe all the way down to Anthony Bolton in the 38s, 39s for Fraser and Daniel. 1.75, so not pulling away, but it's there or thereabouts with the gap between first and second. And Jack is just now really trying to hang on to Milo Manderson in that second and third. And realistically, these 3 are going to be the 3 that are going to be fighting for the win today, because Lucas Howell, this will be 2 wins in a second, if he can hold on. We've got plenty of race to go, I know. Milo Manderson will have 2 seconds and a first. Jack Price will have a first and a third. So it's going to be these 3 guys going for the win in that grand final, you feel. In the battle of the supercarts is Fraser Everett, Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey in that order, as it has been in the opening 2 heats as well. So Lucas Howell out front, from Milo Manderson, Jack Price. That's your 3 leaders. That's the 3 that are leading the way. There's the 82 of Milo Manderson on screen. There's the 19 of Lucas Howell now. Tests up towards midgets, flat out, plenty of speed. Into that right-hander, into another right-hander, and then it's a left. Into Tollies. Now it'd be interesting to see, 1.71 seconds was the gap. It hasn't really differed at all, to be honest. It's there. Once Lucas got that gap of just under 2 seconds, he's maintained that fantastically well. He's been able to just keep that gap between himself and Milo, stroke Jack, who are chasing down hard. And then Oscar's not a million miles away before there is a bit of a gap back to Ryan. And Oscar's had a 5th and a 4th. Ryan has had a 5th. Anthony Bolton has picked up a 4th. So those guys, I think, really are chasing for that 4th place spot after Lucas, Milo and Jack. And you never know, when you get to that grand final, anything can happen. Take much. That gap 1.8 is still the same. Lucas still got the fastest lap of the race, but only a fraction from Milo Manderson now. 3.15 to 37.15 to 37.18. So there's nothing in the speed of the front two. And Jack Price with 37.33, not a million miles behind either. So we have 2 laps left on this one. 42 kart just coming underneath me of Daniel Buckland. Going to sit second in that little battle there with the superkarts. But here we go, on to, we're going to get 2 laps to go. 2 laps remaining on this one. It's a 1.64, so that's the lowest it's been, that's the smallest gap we've had. As Milo's got it down to 37.16 now, 37.15 for Lucas, so absolutely nothing in it between those two in terms of fastest lap time. Milo did put that lap in on the last lap, so he's really got his foot down now and is chasing, but there will be too much to do for that last lap board is going to come out. And I think as it has been, they've kept it interesting. They've been pushing the entire race, these three. The gap is coming down, maybe because Lucas is just taking his foot off the gas a little bit. But just seems to have to get this really wrong to not win this heat. Looks like that is going to be the 3 as they race up. Just picking up the back enders now, the Daniel Bucklands and the Reece Paget Lows and the Joel Herseys. But here comes the checkered flag for the 19 car. Oh. Lucas Howell from Milo Manderson, from Jack Price. And there's the 61 in 4th place of Oscar White, who's had 2 4ths and a 5th. So that best of the rest as he chases down those top 3, he's certainly doing that. Ryan Silverthorne, he's going to pick up the 5th there for the 99 of Anthony Bolton. 55 of Fraser Everett, 42 of Daniel Buckland. That's the 69 of Reece Paget Low. I don't think I'm going to see anybody else come through, so it was a win for Lucas Howell. Milo Manderson 2nd, Jack Price 3rd, Oscar White, Ryan Silverthorne, there we go, Anthony Bolton, and then Fraser Everett, Reece Paget Low, Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey. And then Sebastian Sullivan a little bit further down the order there. So that is the last and final heat for the 125 KZs and Superkarts. And we'll then do the maths and get their final grid line worked out. We see what is now our final qualifying heat. We welcome the NFK Superkarts back out on track. You can't see it on screen because you're watching some of our awesome replays from the cars, but grass track in there. There's plenty of smoke bellowing out of the pits. There's the smoke bellowing away. Our NFK Superkarts for the last qualifying heat for those guys. Seconds until these guys come out. We will be off and racing. Here we go. around the back. Now the exhaust of these guys. So again, no bus stop for these guys, just flat out from Winger's Dip all the way up into midgets. Great to see you watching today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Give the page a like and subscribe. Following our Rotax Kart Club streams as the season develops. This is round 3. Plenty more to come as the year ticks on. We're going all the way through to November, first Sunday of every month. Tabs and enjoy the racing. Give me a shout out for anybody who would like me to pick up on. Just give us a message. So here we go for the last time with our NFK Superkarts. They will grid up, and that grid's going to look like Nathan Cadet and Tim Woods on that front row. Justin Parker and Ryan Lawson, second row. Aaron Powell, Sam Harrison, third. Adam Brooks and Matt Allnut on 4. David Good and Marcus Hudson on 5. Matthew Duncan and Mike Smith on 6. Kieran Metzen and Harry Morris on 7. Jack Rolfe and Dan Brown on 8. Don Brown and Chris Lawson on 9. And Reese Woods and Jack Bliss on 10. Now, interestingly, Jack Bliss, 2 second places. He starts right at the back. That's going to be one to keep an eye on. And Matt Allnut, 2 first places so far for Matt. He starts 8th. So there's 2 drivers to keep tabs on. And everybody else, we've had a real mix. Apart from those 2, we've had a lot of different drivers in the top 5 or 6. So let's see. No jumping at the start. The lights will come on and the lights will go off. And we will be racing on this last NFK. It's been great to see these guys today. Plenty of power. Speeds of 100 mile an hour as they race up through the bus stop, past the bus stop and through it. So lights on, and away we go for the last time with the NFKs. And the 11 car really making a good start there. Nathan Cadet, he is out front. Let's have a look who has managed to settle in around Nathan. It is the 4 and the 13. Tucked in behind off Tim Woods and Justin Parker. So as they started, as they're going, the smoke bellowing out there at the back of the 41. Harry Morris. So already a positional change. It looks like it's the 4 of Tim Woods. They race up the hill. Whoa, it's quite close going into, as we go into midgets for the first time. The front 2 have stolen away, and that is the 4 and the 11. So Nathan Cadet and Tim Woods, not in that order. They cross the start-finish line together for the first time. Aaron Powell got himself up into 3rd. Sam Harrison, Matt Allnut, Ryan Lawson, Matthew Duncan, Marcus Hudson, Kieran Metzen and Justin Parker. They make up the top 10 from that opening lap. And looking down, Jack Bliss, who started right at the back, he's already gained 8 places up into 12. I dare say by the time we see him come round to take the start-finish line for the next lap, he's going to have gained a couple more as well. A little look there from 59 of Sam Harrison, but couldn't make that work. But out front, number 4 of Tim Woods has really taken the scruff of the neck on this one. From the 11, 5, in 2nd and 3rd there, Nathan Cadet and Aaron Powell. Matt Allnut moves up into 4, looking to get another win on the board from his first 2 heat wins. Sam Harrison, Ryan Lawson, Matthew Duncan and Jack Bliss, he's gained another 2 up into top 10. So Jack Bliss is coming for everybody at the front of this race at the moment. He's gained 10 places, Jack Bliss up into 10th. So a bit of movement out front, and I've got a funny feeling that's Matt Allnut out front in 2nd place of that battle. It is still definitely Tim Woods out front, but Matt Allnut has taken that little group by storm there and up into 2nd from the 5 of Aaron Powell and then Nathan Cadet and the 59 of Sam Harrison. Everybody else has followed suit coming through. Ryan Lawson, Matthew Duncan, bit of movement for Martin Smith down there. They're still holding on to that 10th spot. The 5 car of Aaron Powell just chasing down Matt Allnut now. Matt Allnut likewise will be chasing down Tim Woods, who's got 2.5 second lead at the start of that lap. Matt Allnut is going to look to move into Tim Woods. Came 4th in the last race, so he has been near the front of the race, and he's out front in this one. Matt Allnut, what we are, 2.18. Clock's coming down. And I'll tell you what, from the 11 car of Nathan Cadet, we've got a real group of drivers down to 10. Marcus Hudson, there's nothing to choose between those guys, really tight as they go through Haynes Loop. Nathan Cadet might have just lost a spot there, potentially, but we'll keep an eye as they go round and up through the bus stop. Still Tim Woods from Matt Orner and Aaron Powell, and then it's Sam Harrison. Those four are pretty comfortable in their four respective positions. Nobody close enough to do any damage to there. To lower their colours at the moment. Tim Woods, what is that lead to Matt Orner? It is 1.94, less than 2 seconds for the first time. 59 of Sam Harrison goes through. Yeah, Matthew Duncan, Ryan Lawson, Jack Bliss. Nathan Cadet drops way down the order, way down into 11th place. Jack Bliss up into 7th, looking to add to those 2 second places. And on screen, that is the number 1, the fast moving, ever moving up the order. Jack Bliss into 7th. 13 places gained from the back of the grid on starting Matt Orner. It's gained 8 to get up into 2nd place, and Matthew Duncan's gained 7 to get into 5th. So some big movers. What's that lead as they come in front of me? It's 1.5 seconds now. We're watching the 53 and the 1 there of Jack Bliss. He looks to try and improve on that 7th place that he's got at the moment, and there's not a lot to choose between that little pack there. It's fair to say there's a little group of 4 or 5 karts there that could change hands quite comfortably, and I think Ryan Lawson in the 53 is still holding Jack Bliss off in 6th. But 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th have all got fresh air. That's not a race out there at the minute. Tim Woods from Matt Orner, who is ever catching, but not at the moment. Aaron Powell and Sam Harrison. Front 4 have all got their own races, all just trying to catch up. 1.5 when it's down to 1.08, so that lead is coming down. Has Tim Woods got enough to hold off Matt Orner? It's going to be a tough one. Jack Bliss up into 6th ahead of Ryan Lawson now. So Tim Woods from Matt Orner, ever decreasing lead. Aaron Powell, Sam Harrison, Matthew Duncan, Jack Bliss, Ryan Lawson, Kieran Metzen, Marcus Hudson and Jack Wolf. That's the top 10. Then comes Don Brown, Martin Smith, Nathan Cadet, Chris Lawson, David Good, Justin Parker, Adam Brooks. A move there from the 1 car. You saw that on screen. Going past Matthew Duncan, up into 5th. I think we're going to see a straight shootout in this grand final. That number 1 kart there of Jack Bliss and the number 36 of Matt Orner, who's now 0.65 behind the leader. And with 1.5 minutes plus that lap on the board, he does have enough time to reel in that leader, that's for sure. Tim Woods will be head down, foot down, just trying to keep as much distance as he can. But you can see there as they go up, you can see how much Matt is catching up as they go into, and there's red flags. Something has happened I can't see in my eye line. There is an incident somewhere. So I can't see it in front of me, whether it's behind me or is it at the top. It's at the top in midgets. Didn't see anybody go in, but I can see some barriers moved. There we go. Straight on. Didn't see that on screen. You might have called that. I might have been looking out the window if the guys did catch it on screen, but I didn't catch that. So a lot of speed that they carry going up into midgets from Winger's Dip, because they obviously bypass the bus stop, so they're flat out 100 mile an hour. They can pick up speeds going up into that top right-hander, and just trying to see if I can work out who that is. Who's left on track? The guys are getting out. We are going to have a bit of a break here. Everyone's getting out. So concern is whoever that is that's gone up through the Winger's Dip there. It's such a fast part of the track. Just I can't see the number 5 of Aaron Powell at the moment. But there's the 27. 173. It might be the number 5 of Aaron Powell. A couple of karts are side by side on the track, so I can't see the numbers, but I have a feeling it might be the 5. So again, just another unfortunate delay. Hopefully whoever it is up there is okay. I'm looking at the car numbers on track and I can't see the number 5. So I've got a little suspicion it might have been Aaron Powell. He's going flat out up there. It just gives the guys a chance to take helmets off. So what we might do, because this looks like it might just be another long one, we'll just give you a holding screen just for a few minutes while we just take stock. But don't go too far away. Keep the volume up and then you'll hear me talking, and we'll be back with the action in a moment or two. everybody, welcome back. Thank you for your patience there, just while we got a couple of bits done. And we got the paramedic off track, and the cart was rescued, and yeah, it was Don Brown in the number 3 cart. So fullback 250, Superkart driver 7, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't see, I was watching the track rather than, I was watching the screen for that moment rather than the track, and you just missed that moment. So yeah, thank you for that. So we are moving swiftly on, we're not hanging around, and that race was called. So we are straight into our B final. So this is lose or bust for these guys. They've got to get into the top 4 in this junior B final. That is what they're aiming for, to make into the A final. And we're going to see 20 drivers out in this, as they do battle to make that A final. And we're going to see Ryan Taylor Truman, Jason Gardner, Archie Elliott, Alexander Colantuno, Don DeGraff, Scott Smith, Oliver Hutchins, Samuel Cook, Rob Simpson, Matt Jones, David Simpson, Kieran Thompson, Daniel Hammett, Sophie Jeffrey, Scott Collins, Carl Churchill, Matt Angus, Dean Cluley, Neil Hemming and Simon Trinol. That is our lineup for this B final. Oh no, it's not, that's the Rotax Max Lee. Wake up, here we go, and we're off and running. And it's a 9-minute final. Alpha Live isn't giving me a lineup for the B final here, so I'm going to try and call this from what I can see. That's the 64 there on screen of Max Smith. So Alpha Live's just not updating at the minute, so I can't actually see. Let's go back into live timing. So we're just going to keep tabs on this as best we can. We just haven't got Alpha Live updated, so we're not getting the live updates to our screen. But coming in front of me, 65 and the 12. Go, sorry, we're just trying to, Alpha Live's not updating us here, so just trying to catch up on everything, then we'll be live with you again. It is our final of the 177s, that's where we're at. That's why we've got the right information on the screen. Now we're motoring, there we go, so it was the right lineup to start with. So the finals have been shortened somewhat because of the delays we've had this morning, so we are back and racing, and it is the 177 Max and Masters. And Ryan Taylor Truman has got himself out front from Archie Elliott, Jason Gardner, Scott Smith, Samuel Cook at the moment, Don DeGraff, Rob Simpson, Alexander Colantuano, Oliver Hutchins, Matt Jones. They make up the top 10. So again, we've got the 2 different coloured plates on screen, the white and the black numbers. That dictates the 2 different classes. So 2 different races in one here for this grand final. And it is the 54 of Archie Elliott leading the way at the moment from Ryan Taylor Truman, Jason Gardner, Samuel Cook, Scott Smith, Rob Simpson, Don DeGraff. But obviously what we're looking for in this is we're looking for the 2 different classes and that running order. So at the minute, Jason Gardner, he's out front and he is winning his class for the Masters, even though he's sat in 3rd on track. Archie Elliott, Ryan Taylor Truman and Samuel Cook, that's the top 3 in the Maxes. And then it's Jason Gardner, Don DeGraff, and I think Daniel Hammett down there in 11th is holding the 3rd place at the moment for Masters. So let's see how this race develops then. But out front, Archie Elliott, again, doing really well here. He's got himself out front and is leading the way from the 65 of Ryan Taylor Truman. Jason Gardner still holding 3rd on track, 1st in his class, with Samuel Cook, Scott Smith there as well. Then we've got the top 4. And then Don DeGraff, he's fit in there for the Masters in 2nd place at the moment, and we have to go down to 11th for Daniel Hammett to find that 3rd place finisher at the moment for the Masters. So let's keep tabs as we go. But Archie Elliott is definitely out front. He's just starting to break out a little bit of a lead from that chasing pack of 9-12 karts there in close proximity to him. But he is out front and leading the way. It was a 0.75 second lead last time around, and we are now at 0.74 pretty much on the nose again, so he's not pulling away from that chasing pack, which is Ryan Taylor-Truman and Jason Gardner, and then Samuel Cook. But there's a gap nonetheless, and there's a little bit of a gap now developing in second with Ryan Taylor-Truman. Back towards Jason Gardner, Samuel Cook and Don de Graaf. That little group of chasing karts there. Again, we've got that subplot of two different races within the one here, two different classes within the one race. And that's what we will try and do our best to keep tabs on. So it is Archie Elliott out front, no doubt about that. Ryan Taylor-Truman in second, no doubt about that either. But then we've got that little cluster of karts being led at the minute by Jason Gardner. And then it's the 15 of Don de Graaf who's got up behind his classmate, as it were. So, interesting race starting to develop with two Rotax 177 Masters out front. One Maxes out front in Archie Elliott and Ryan Taylor-Truman. And then we've got two Masters in Jason Gardner and Don de Graaf. So two interesting races developing here in one. And we have to go back again to Daniel Hammett, who's got himself up into 9th place, but essentially holding 3rd place in the Masters. At the minute it's Samuel Cook in 5th spot, but 3rd place overall. So as they come over the start-finish line here, Archie Elliott, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Jason Gardner, Don de Graaf, Samuel Cook. No change in the order. Scott Smith, Oliver Hutchins, and then down to Daniel Hammett in 9th, who's holding 3rd place in the Masters. As I just look out that back door as they race down into the Windsors dip, into that right-hander before carrying the speed up through the bus stop. So we are going to get the two races in one here, which is good. We like that. Jason Gardner currently leading for the Masters from Don de Graaf, with Archie Elliott out front from Ryan Taylor-Truman. So that's the 1st and 2nd in both the classes. Samuel Cook is holding off Scott Smith at the minute in 5th/6th on track. That would be for the 3rd place overall in the Maxes. And down to Daniel Hammett, currently in 9th in the 86 kart. He is currently holding on to 3rd place in the Masters. So two races in the one, just about halfway in this one, and it's I'd say a comfortable lead for Archie Elliott out front, but his classmate Ryan Taylor-Truman is hot on the tail. It's not far behind. So that's the two Maxes out front, and then we've got the two Masters in Jason Gardner and Don de Graaf. They've got their own little battle going on. 3rd place in the race, but top step in their class in the 12 and 15 karts. So an interesting development there with the 12 and 15 in 2nd and 3rd. 3rd and 4th in the race. But that's their own little battle going on. Samuel Cook still holding on to 3rd place in the Masters, and Daniel Hammett for the Maxes down the bottom. So through the bus stop goes Archie Elliott. He holds that lead from Ryan Taylor-Truman. Then come Jason Gardner and Don de Graaf in the Masters. Left-hander through Tollies over that start-finish line. Archie Elliott from Ryan Taylor-Truman. 15 of Don de Graaf ahead of Jason Gardner now in that battle. Samuel Cook still holding on to the 3rd place, as is Daniel Hammett way down the order. They race down into the Windsors dip before that right-hander to come back up towards the bus stop. So we'll keep tabs. Yeah, you can see the gap there now from Archie Elliott. It's about a second between him and Ryan Taylor-Truman, but that gap with Don de Graaf and Jason Gardner, Samuel Cook, Scott Smith, that's a tight little battle in there, those 4 karts now. Not a lot to choose between them. Over that start-finish line, 1.5 minutes to go plus the lap on this one. Archie Elliott from Ryan Taylor-Truman, as it has been, with Samuel Cook holding 3rd place in that class, with Don de Graaf, Jason Gardner, as it has been with Daniel Hammett. So not a lot of changes going on at the moment in terms of positional changes on track or in terms of the podium class finishes. Bear in mind, this is their Grand Final. This is what they're racing for. This is for top step. And Archie Elliott is looking in control out ahead of this race. Ryan Taylor-Truman has got the buffer of those 2 karts behind him in Don de Graaf and Jason Gardner, the 2 Masters, before Samuel Cook comes in 5th, but essentially 3rd in that class. And Daniel Hammett, Neil Henry just trying to reel Daniel Hammett in a little bit down the order, but I'm not sure he's going to make that work. As we have 45 seconds plus the lap to go on this one. We'll just look out the left-hand window of the comms box. As into shot comes Archie Elliott, still with about a second lead from Ryan Taylor-Truman in second, and then it's still that little group chasing. Oh, it is starting to just close a little bit with those top 4 or 5. But Archie Elliott's looking comfortable. He's going to have 2 laps to go on this one. And it is the 65 still of Ryan Taylor-Truman, and the 15 of Don de Graaf, and the 12 of Jason Gardner. Samuel Cook still holding on to 5th, which is 3rd place overall. And Daniel Hammett has got a really nice buffer between himself and Neil Hemming, who is the other master that's chasing him down. So at this moment in time, it's looking relatively safe for all of those top 3s in the respective races. I think Jason Gardner and Don de Graaf, that is where it potentially could change. That's where we could get a change in play as we look out onto track now. On to the last lap board, and it's going to be Archie Elliott into that last lap, leading the way from Ryan Taylor-Truman. And then it's the 15 of Don de Graaf and Jason Gardner. And as I said, Samuel Cook is still holding that 5th place on track, which is 3rd in his class. And Daniel Hammett likewise is in 8th, as he has been most of the race, but he's holding on to that 3rd place as well. So that's going to take something pretty major, I think, in this last lap to adjust those final positions. It looks like our winner in the race and in his class is going to be Archie Elliott. He's going to take 1st place from Ryan Taylor-Truman, and he certainly does. Winner Ryan Taylor-Truman, and 15 goes across, which is Don de Graaf, as he takes the win in his class. From that's Jason Gardner, who was chasing him down hard. And it's been those 2 at the front all day long, and Archie Elliott and Ryan Taylor-Truman. It looks like Samuel Cook managed to hold on to collect 3rd place. He was the championship leader at the start of the day. And Daniel, and it's hard for Daniel to know where he's at, but he has picked up that P3 and 3rd place finish today. So congratulations to everybody in the 177s. I've got through that. Archie Elliott, Ryan Taylor-Truman, and Samuel Cook, the top 3. Don de Graaf, Jason Gardner, and Daniel Hammett, the top 3. And in amongst that top 10 as well was Scott Smith. Always clicks off just as I'm about to read it. So it was Rob Simon, Jason Gardner, Don de Graaf, Carl Churchill. So we're starting to motor through these now. So we will give you a rundown on everybody as we progress. We'll try and get you a little bit of a replay before the next. Just juggled the orders a little bit. There's plenty going on in that one, but once it's settled, the front 3 of their both the 2 respective races was pretty set, to be honest. So we move swiftly on. It's 10 to 5 now. Racing should normally be done by now, but we are still going strong here with our finals, and it is the senior Rotax. Bobby Rosier. It's been a shout out all day long, really. Freddie Warlock, Luke Richards, Oliver Gusman, George Hume, Ethan Griffiths, Zach Burke, Ben Hicks, Charlie Hume, and Luca Cook. They make up the top 10. Then comes Harry Clark, Michael Pugh, Will Aldis, James Watson, Reece Green, Dylan Morton, Jonas Schauskus, Ollie White, Taylor England, Kian Downer, Roman Vickery, Byron Sly Hewitt, Lawrence Moss, and Olivia Murfitt. They make up our field here. It's going to be that rolling start. So there we can see the guy come. A great shot that is as they come up there towards the button. That's the speed that you want to see from the guys, so they can get themselves in order and they can make a good clean start to the race. So this is our final. Bobby Rosier, 2 wins and a 4th place. He heads up from Freddie Warlock as a 3rd and 8th and 7th, just consistent in that top 10. So here we go. Let's see what happens from this start line. Bobby Rosier and the 31. Freddie Warlock have made a great start. And then I think it's the Luke Richards and Oliver Gusman. I think everybody held their position. Let's keep an eye as they come round. 49. 31, 26, 20. Yeah, I think everybody's essentially held their position to a degree there as they go down into the wind just dipped for the first time. And they'll come up and take in the bus stop. Bobby Rosier has led from the front in this one, as he has done in a couple of his heats so far. 2 wins and a 4th in the qualifying heats. He finds himself out front. Not much to choose between everybody as everyone's cleanly through there. The right-hander of Climate into the left-hander of Tollies. Now let's get a running order as we go through. It's definitely Bobby Rosier out front from Freddie Worlock, Luke Richards, then comes Ethan Griffiths, Oliver Gusman, George Hume, Ben Hicks, Zach Burke, Charlie Hume, Luca Cook. That's your top 10. Michael Pugh, Harry Clark, Will Aldis, Dylan Morton. So a bit of movement there, but not masses. Pretty evens. There's only 2-place swings for Dylan Morton up 2 places. Byron Sly Hewitt up 2 places, as is Ethan Griffiths. Apart from that, everybody is as they started in this one. So there is a race to be won and a race to be lost. But everybody's pretty much as they started this race. Bobby Rosier out front made a great start. Led going into the Haynes Loop for the first time and hasn't looked back. But he's not pulling away here from Freddie Worlock. That's for sure. Half a second down to Luke Richards, then Ethan Griffiths, Oliver Gusman. George Hume, Ben Hicks, Charlie Hume, Zach Burke, Luca Cook. They make up the top 10. And again, as they come round the Haynes Loop down into Ninja's Dip, everybody's just in a nice train trail at the minute. Great shot that is as they come up the hill into the bus stop. Love that angle. As they then race up, as they charge up towards Midgets into that right-hander. There we can see that. As they come around, Bobby Rosier looking comfortable at the moment from Freddie Worlock and Luke Richards. Front 3 looking comfortable, but there's not much between them. A little bit of movement there. Is that the 84 of Ben Hicks? He's made a move up the inside, but has he made it stick? No, he's lost back out to George Hume. A nice little battle between them two, and that makes it condensed as they go into the Haynes Loop, and 2 or 3 driving side by side. Plenty of movement there. I think George Hume managed to get that position back from Ben Hicks as they traded over the start-finish line. Bobby Rosier has just got his head down and racing away. All the action is behind. And there's that movement from Luke Richards up into second. I think it might have been a second, third and fourth now. There's nothing to choose between those guys. And I think it's Luke Richards who's got up into second place. Yeah, from Freddie Worlock. And the 91 of Ethan Griffiths has really reeled them in. Likewise, Oliver Gusman's really starting to pull them in as well. So we've got a race on for second for sure. Bobby Rosier, he doesn't. He's just got his head down, and movement here up the inside. No, just had a look. Whoa, was there contact there on the 31 of Freddie Worlock? Not sure there was. Bobby Rosier doesn't know what's going on behind him. But that 4-way battle for second place, Luke Richards, Freddie Worlock, Ethan Griffiths, Oliver Gusman, is a great one as they go up through Midgets. Really tight. And what this is allowing is Bobby to pull away. This is exactly what Bobby would have wanted to have happened. He made the gate, got himself out into that lead. And there's a battle here. There's a movement again up the inside. Goes the 91, bit of curb from Ethan Griffiths. Can he make it stick? He's on the outside through Haynes Loop, which doesn't always work. And it hasn't worked on this occasion. As the 31 of Freddie Worlock has held that position. But those 4 are still trading places from second, third, fourth and fifth. That's a great race at the minute. You can see the distance Bobby Rosier's got there now. Over 2 seconds. And that gap through that chasing 4. And then there's a cluster of karts chasing in behind. We've got 3 or 4 different groups here trading places, but no one's trading places with Bobby Rosier out front. He's got 5 minutes plus a lap and he's comfortable out front. He's just got to get his head down and drive. That battle for second is really starting to pick up. Freddie Worlock, Ethan Griffiths, Luke Richards, Oliver Gusman. That's the battle for second, third, fourth and fifth. That's what we're keeping an eye on for the minute. That's really tight. 91 again. Ethan Griffiths having a look. Will he look up the inside here? No. He's got enough room there, Freddie Worlock, to hold it. Oh, a tiny bit of contact potentially there as they come up towards the bus stop. Loving that shot as they race up and come through. Not much inside curb, but plenty as they come out. As they race up towards Midgets into that right-hander. Bobby Rosier's checked out. Every time he comes round, he just looks like he's a bit further forward than he was on the last lap, and that is indeed the case at the minute. 2.56 is going to increase for sure, but it's still Freddie Worlock in second from Ethan Griffiths, Luke Richards and Oliver Gusman. That is that battle. That's what we're focused on. And has there been a place there? Was that Oliver Gusman on Luke Richards? I think it might have been. Yes, it was. So Oliver Gusman's now going to take up the charge behind Freddie Worlock and Ethan Griffiths. Luke Richards just dropped down to fifth just for this moment. That 4, and what that 4's allowing, them 4 battling away, is just giving the opportunity to Charlie and George Hume, the 2 Hume brothers, 2 Hume boys there in 6th and 7th. They've just managed to get on that back battle. Whoa, big move up the inside there. And that went big, got it wrong, and has lost out. And I tell you, the big winner in all of this is Oliver Gusman, who started this lap in 5th, is now 2nd with Luke Richards, Freddie Worlock, Ethan Griffiths. And then come Charlie and George Hume in 6th and 7th. So, movement, a big effort there to make a move that backfired. And he's just lost a little bit of composure and possibly another position there to the Humes, maybe both of them. This has gone from bad to worse for Ethan Griffiths. He was on the verge of that 2nd spot and is now potentially going to be in 8th when, or 7th when they come back round to take the checkered take the start-finish line for the next lap. No such trouble for Bobby Rosier out front. He's coasting. This is in his hands. It's his to lose and win. But the big winner was Oliver Gusman there. And look, all the way down, Ethan has just lost all composure and has dropped down now as somebody comes off underneath me here. And I think that was a Hume. I think that was Charlie. Just underneath me. Might have been George. I think it was George actually. We've lost George underneath us here. So Bobby Rosier has checked out. He's way out front. He's got a lonely but looking like a successful drive out front. We've now got a 3-way battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, which is Oliver Gusman leading at the moment from the 25 of Luke Richards. And then comes Freddie Worlock. So that is the 3 that are chasing for their podium spots. The 55 of Charlie Hume. He's still holding on to the coattails. There's a bit of movement there. Freddie Worlock looking. And Luke Richards in that 25. Still holding on to 3rd place ahead of Freddie Worlock. So unfortunately for George Hume, he's now sat just behind me here in the comms box. He came off underneath me here over the start-finish line, was in a great position, but unfortunately just something happened as he was coming over the start and finish line. So, 1:40 to go here. Bobby Rosier's got this in the bag, as he has done in this race from the outset, but also 2 race wins in his 3 heats as well. The battle is Oliver Gusman, Luke Richards and Freddie Worlock. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th battle. The 55 of Charlie Hume still holding on. Looking to get back in amongst it. Looking to reel in the front 3. Probably about a 2nd back from that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That is our focus, and you can see that on screen there. Oliver Gusman has got it from Luke Richards, Freddie Worlock, and then comes Charlie Hume. That's the battle. It's 3-way at the minute. I think Charlie's just a bit too far back to get involved in it at the moment. And with 2, maybe 3 laps to go here, Bobby Rosier's got this in the bag. But the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, that's what we're focused on. That's the shot there coming through screen. That's the 3. 55 of Charlie is not a million miles away, but he's going to need these 3 to start battling and trading places to be able to reel them in. That's what we're focused on. There's a train of karts behind. A couple of shout outs for big movers down the order. So let's keep focused on that battle for 2nd and 3rd and 4th. 8 places by Dylan Morton to get up into the top 10. That's a great effort there. That's a big shout out. But what we're focused on is, with 2 laps to go, that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bobby Rosier really has checked out. He's got a good 4.5, 5 second lead now over this chasing pack of Oliver Gusman, Luke Richards and Freddie Worlock. Charlie Hume just trying to keep tabs. With a couple of laps to go, anything can happen. But at the minute, Oliver Gusman on that crazy lap went from, I think, 5th up to 2nd. When Ethan Griffiths, who was in a really good position, just went big and got it wrong. And that cost him dearly and just lost composure in a few places thereafter as we go into the last lap. And it does just look like the challenge from Freddie Worlock has dropped away. Oliver Gusman in 2nd, Luke Richards in 3rd, as we possibly are going to watch out the entirety, the end of this race with Bobby Rosier out front. That is still our battle for 2nd. There's Bobby Rosier going through, up into midgets for the last time. Really commanding drive and race. Really 2 heat wins out of his 3, 4th place in the other one, and a race win here. It's been Bobby Rosier all day in the senior Rotax and in this final, has commanded, has led from the front and has taken the checkered flag brilliantly. We've just got to focus on the second and third just in case anything happens, which it didn't. Oliver Gussman comes in second from Luke Richards in third. But Bobby Rosier deserves that win, has been fantastic all day and did the business there. Oliver Gussman is going to be a really happy recipient of that second place, because in all that chaos he managed to get himself up into into second place. Great racing from him. And then it was Freddie Worlock, Charlie Hume, Michael Pugh, Zach Burke, Ethan Griffiths, who, went big, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It didn't on this occasion. Dylan Morton, Ben Hicks, that makes up our top 10. Harry Clark, James Watson, Reese Green, Jonas Herschelskus, Kian Downer, Roman Vickery, Taylor England, Will Aldis, Ollie White, Lawrence Moss. And then came Olivia Murphy, George Hume, Luca Cook and Byron Sly Hewitt. So Archie Elliott, Don DeGraff and now Bobby Rosier are 3 final winners so far in the 177s and the seniors. And I think what we may see now potentially is our B final. But I will keep tabs on that for you and let you know who we're going to see. It may be the Inters, actually. We're going to move to the Inter final, I think. So it is going to be our Inters next. Just waiting for the timing to go live so I can see a grid start for this one. Rolling start, of course, but who's sat on pole? Can't see it being anything other than Jack Daniels after an incredible 2 wins and second in his 3 heats. And then a first, a third and a 6th for Elijah West. He's sure to be at that front as well. So well done Bobby Rosier, Oliver Gussman and Luke Richards. They were the top 3. Freddie Worlock battled away. Michael Pugh did really well to gain 6 places to get up into 6th. George Hume on Luca Cook. They dropped out of the race late on. So just waiting for an update on the timing. So the sun is beating down on us here and we have lost one of our cameras. So I hope that doesn't interfere too much with your enjoyment of the day, but we've just tried to get it running and we can't, unfortunately. So we've still got plenty of cams on the track. We've still got plenty of good angles. And by default, one of the good angles we've seen is the climb up from the Whingers Dip into the bus stop, where we get a long view of the carts coming up over that little bit of a lip before they challenge the bus stop before progressing up the hill further. So we are deep into our finals now. Thank you very much everybody for joining us and watching. There's just a bit of a hold up here. Just a bit of a hold up here as I look towards the pits. They're just waiting to get the next race out on track, which I think is going to be the Inters. So we are going to see, not necessarily in this order, I'm still waiting for the order to jump up on my screen. But like I say, I can't see anything other than being Jack Daniels out front with Elijah West near the front as well. Zane Williams as well will be up near the front of the order, as will Arthur Kayser. And then I don't think we'll see Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Ethan Copland that far back in proceedings either. And Zane Williams for sure. So what we've done is we've switched to the Junior Bs. The order's just been disrupted by all of the incidents. So we're going to go with the B final. So the key to this one is finishing in the top 4. So that is what these guys have to do, is get into that top 4 to make the back of the grid for the A final. And we are going to see Zoe Cadet, Harry Pittman, Connor Yu, Iris Crease, Ethan Critchley, Oliver Warren, Max Smith, Elliot Bennett, Louis Merchant, Tio Jones, Thomas Ray and Cody Longdon. So a smaller grid here for this Junior B. It's a 6-minute race. The goal in this one is top 4. That's what these guys are aiming for. That's what they want to get out of this. Is a top 4 finish. So there we can see on screen now Zoe Cadet, Harry Pittman, Connor Yu, Iris Crease, Ethan Critchley, Oliver Warren, Max Smith, Elliot Bennett, Louis Merchant, Theo Jones, Thomas Ray and Cody Longdon. So here we come into start finish line. We are going to get the lights out and we are going to go, and it's the 66 and 77. The 67 and 77 of Zoe Cadet and Connor Yu into Haynes Loop for the first time. They come out of it in the front, followed by the 84, and I think Connor Yu might have just dropped down a couple of places there early on, but we'll keep tabs on it. There's a great shot as they come up into the bus stop. Right and left, then right again as they race up towards midgets for the first time into that right-hander. So top 4, that's the goal. 12 karts, you've got to get in the front third of this grid, the front third of this field to make your way into the back of that A final and have a shot at some good championship points as they come over the start-finish line. It is the 67th of Zoe Cadet leading the way from Ethan Critchley. Connor Yu did drop down behind Max Smith as well. Elliot Bennett, Iris Crease, Harry Pittman, Theo Jones, Cody Longdon and Louis Merchant. That's the top 10 with Thomas Ray and Oliver Warren just outside at the moment. So 5 minutes and a lap to go at the moment. Zoe Cadet, Ethan Critchley, Max Smith and Connor Yu are going to get an extra race out of today as they will go on to the back of the A final for the juniors. So there are the 4 places. So the more distance Zoe Cadet, Ethan Critchley and essentially Max Smith can put between themselves and Connor Yu, the better, because then it'll be Connor Yu that's there to be shot at by those chasing pack of Elliot Bennett, Iris Crease. So Elliot Bennett and Iris Crease there, you can see the black plates. That is the novice plates. So if they could get into that A final, that would be a great return from those guys today. But at the minute, they're just outside, running in 5th and 6th. Behind Zoe Cadet there, leading the way from Ethan Critchley, Max Smith and Connor Yu. That's your front 4, and then Elliot Bennett and Iris Crease, sorry. That's the 5 and 6. So they're the 2 that are aiming. And again, the front 3, you don't really need to do anything. You'll go 1 place up in terms of a starting position in the final, but you don't need to do anything silly here. Front 2 should really just be locking in and working together, Zoe and Ethan, because they could just pull away here from the chasing pack. They're starting to do that. To be honest, it was 0.85 seconds, the gap between them 2 and 3rd. And it's, yeah, increased a tiny bit. But Connor Yu is the person in 4th, and that is the spot that everybody is after. And we can see Elliot Bennett and Iris Crease aren't that far behind Connor Yu here. They're going to be looking to try and get into that 4th spot. As we watch them race up, still the same. Front 4 hasn't changed, front 6 hasn't changed. And that is what matters. The front 2 just need to work together. Nothing silly needed from those front 2. All they've got to do is keep focus, work together. Like I keep saying, it is the Connor Yu in 4th that's there, ready to be shot at by Elliot Bennett and Iris Crease. They're the 2 that can get into this A final at the moment. There's a bit of a gap going back towards Cody Longdon at this moment in time. Again, great shot as they come up there. The front 3. So the front 3 are starting to pull away from Connor Yu. And Connor Yu is the one that knows that he's vulnerable. Front 2 look quick as they come around there, chasing each other. Zoe Cadet. And there is a bit of a move there. 87 and 80, 67 swap places. Now Ethan gives the finger, gives the hand. Come on, Zoe, let's get our head down and pull away. As Max Smith is just going to be trying to keep tabs on them as well. Just pulling away from Connor. Safety in numbers out the front for those 3, 2 or 3 if they can do that. So as they come up through the bus stop, you can just see that there is a gap there between Max and Connor in 3rd to 4th. Just getting slightly wrong through the bus stop there. Iris Crease has dropped down behind Cody Longdon now. Oh, there's a big battle going on there for the 5th spot behind Connor Yu. Let's keep an eye as they come over here. So there's no gap at all between Connor Yu and Cody Longdon now, who is starting to push. Got ahead of Elliot Bennett and Iris Crease. And it is now Cody Longdon starting to push Connor Yu, and Connor Yu knows he's vulnerable. Knows he's in a position to be shot at. You can just see their heads coming over the top there. Loving that shot at the minute as they come round. The front three have gone. Then comes the two. That's the focus at the minute. Connor Yu in fourth. Cody Longdon in fifth. That's the two. That's the focus. And there you go. I think Cody Longdon has got ahead of Connor Yu into fourth place. Did that as they came out of midgets down towards climate. And indeed, Connor doesn't seem happy with something there. But it is now Cody Longdon in that important fourth spot. Can Connor fight back? Is Elliot in a position to get in amongst it as well? The front three are looking comfortable. Ethan and Zoe out front. They've just got a bit of a gap. Second and a half or so back to Max Smith in third. Fastest lap on the race so far. Looks like it's with Cody Longdon now. Yeah, Cody's got the fastest lap, 41.41. But the front two are working together and pulling away. They're doing the right thing. They've got that gap. 1.27. It's not increasing, but it's not. They're not dangerously in a position to get caught at the moment. So front two, third looking comfortable. Max Smith. Cody Longdon's got that all-important fourth. And we've got a lap plus this one to go. And the front three looking very comfortable. That's in the bag. And I think now Cody Longdon has just grabbed the authority on that fourth and that last spot for the A final. So these guys will go in. There'll be a few heats before they come back out again for that A final. But last lap board is out. And it is the 87 of Ethan Critchley from Zoe Cadet, then Max Smith, then Cody Longdon. There is now a gap to Connor Yu. Looks like he's just going to miss out after holding on to fourth for the first half of this race. Elliot Bennett, Iris Crease, the novice plates in 6th and 7th. Harry Pittman, then T.O. Jones. Back to Thomas Ray, Louis Marchant and Harry Pittman. So, as we just keep focus, yeah, Harry Pittman's just got something wrong there and has dropped way back. But the front four is looking like the front four as they come round midgets for the last time. Into the right-hander at Climate, then the left-hander into Tollies over the start-finish line. It is going to be the front four of Ethan Critchley, Zoe Cadet, Max Smith and Cody Longdon. They make the A final. Congratulations to them. Well done on all the drivers in the juniors, those that didn't make that A final. Connor Yu put up a great battle. Elliot Bennett and Iris Crease, the two novice drivers, did extremely well to come 6th and 7th there. But that is our A final confirmed. Ethan Critchley, Zoe Cadet, Max Smith and Cody Longdon, they will join the back of the grid for that A final. That will be our final race of the day. There we go. Ethan Critchley, Zoe Cadet, Max Smith and Cody Longdon. That's the important factor. Those four, they were the four that made it into that A final as they crossed the line in those first four all-important positions. So, we've still got quite a few finals remaining. Feels like we should be going home, but we're not. We've still got some racing to watch. We've still got the Cadet final. We've got the Rotax, the Inters final, sorry. We've got the 125 KZs and Superkarts, plus the NFK Superkarts as well. So, just looking across the pit lane, I think we were going to have the Inters out now. So, as you can see, this hasn't, between races, we've had a familiar shot up till now, but we've just lost a cam. I think it's boiled, boiled to its death. So, we've lost one cam, so we've just got a different shot there over into the pits as these guys come out, and it is going to be the Inters final. And as expected, Jack Daniels, Elijah West, Louis Lovell, Ethan Copland, Arthur Kayser, Freya Bond, James Devereaux, Oliver Dan, Zane Williams and Kean Kostler. They make up the top 10 and the front 10 in this final. Then comes Henry Perrin, Rishan Kostler, Oakley Poulter, Lucas Gray, Warren Atkins, Thomas Gulliver, Harry Reid, Lenny Dorrington, Mass Tomsit, Jensen King, Charlie Dickinson, Aurelia Simpson, Roman Takata, Amelia Jade Hay, Callum Williams and Ollie Garlinge. So we have a packed grid for this one. This is the final of the Rotax Inters. We have a full grid coming out, and as expected, that full grid is being led by Jack Daniels, Elijah West, Louis Lovell, Ethan Copeland and Arthur KZ. Not as expected, they all have really consistent heats. And then not too far off that list is Freya Bond and James Devereaux. So here we go, we're off and racing, and it is the 61, the 91, as they've taken that start finish off. They go, Jack Daniels and Elijah West. As they go through Haynes Loop for the first time, Jack's managed to hold off Elijah in that opening exchange. And then Louis Lovell is in third place at the moment as they go down into the Windsors Dip. And then they'll race up through the bus stop. Let's see how it develops through here. Yeah, the front four as they were. Louis Lovell has managed to hold on to that third place. Ethan Copeland looks like he's held on to fourth. A little bit of a look there into midgets, but you can lose it this early in the race, but you certainly can't win it. So nothing crazy from these guys. They just need to consolidate the first couple of laps, get a good holding on the race. So here we go, over the start-finish line for the first time. And it is Jack Daniels from Elijah West, Louis Lovell, Ethan Copeland, Oliver Dan moves up, Freya Bond, Arthur KZ, James Devereaux, Zane Williams and Kian Kostler. They make up our top 10. But the focus here and now is on those front two of Jack Daniels and Elijah West. Then comes Louis Lovell and Ethan Copeland in third and fourth, and Freya Bond, Oliver Dan and Freya Bond in fifth and sixth. So the front two just starting to get a tiny gap back to Louis Lovell and Ethan Copeland as they race for that third place at the moment. Elijah West just having a look up there in midgets, but doesn't go for it. The field just starting to train in and move. Louis Lovell holding on to that third place. Louis Lovell has held on to it. Will he be able to nail it through here as well? Yes, he does. Holds on to that third place, Louis Lovell. So out front is Elijah West now. Made the move on Jack Daniels to get out front and has already stolen 2 or 3 kart lengths on him into this lap. He's just starting to eke away, but Jack Daniels won't let that go lightly. He's had 2 wins and a second, Jack Daniels, so far today. Plenty of racing to be done in this one, with Elijah West out front, Jack Daniels in second, Louis Lovell in third, and Ethan Copeland in fourth at the moment. But when you look at them racing up there and a move up the inside, had a look underneath Louis there, Ethan did, but didn't go for it in the end, thought better of it. Just held his position in fourth. Get that wrong, it would be a disaster, but a move up the inside there, big move. Was that Oliver Dan? Certainly was. Oliver Dan upside the inside of Ethan Copeland there into fourth place, with Zane Williams still holding sixth from Freya Bond, Arthur KZ, James Devereaux and Kian Kostler. So your top 10 is the same, apart from that movement there with Oliver Dan. Louis Lovell still holding on to third place. Jack Daniels right in behind Elijah West. We've definitely got a race on in this one. The front two do just have a little bit of a gap back to third place, which is Louis Lovell at the minute. But then there's nothing to choose. You look at that for third, fourth, fifth and sixth, all on top of each other. Then there's a small gap back to Freya in seventh. So the front two, Elijah West, Jack Daniels, have dominated racing this afternoon so far. But keep an eye on these 4 chasing. Really exciting looking pack of Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Ethan Copeland, Zane Williams, and then back to Arthur KZ and James Devereaux. Freya Bond just drops a place. But Jack Daniels now again right on the back wheels of Elijah West. We've got a race on with these two out front. It's going to be about a second and a half gap, I would have thought, by the time they come back round. Down to third place, which is a race of its own with the following 4. Louis Lovell, Oliver Dan, Ethan Copeland and Zane Williams. That's a race in itself. And again, just looking up the inside and has made it work this time. Louis Lovell just comes off that racing line and has lost a couple of places. Might have even lost all 3 places. Whoa, contact. And they've ridden each other, and that's a disaster for them too. But it does happen. And all of a sudden, Louis Lovell is back. Arms raised in the air. I don't know who to blame on that one, but the grass here is very bumpy. So once the carts come off, it's really difficult to get them back on. They're going to try, but I don't think they're going to succeed. That is the 68. Really disappointing for them 2 drivers there. Really, they were in the mix going into the midpoint of this race, but they are both out, hands on heads, and it's all changed now. Ethan Copeland and Louis Lovell in third and fourth, but the front two is still Elijah West and Jack Daniels. That's the battle out front for the gold, for P1 in this race. That's the gold and silver battle, and that's Ethan Copeland in the 43 and Louis Lovell, who managed to avoid all that carnage in that 4-way scrap, which is now down to the 2 drivers. So it's 2 and 2 First and second battle, second and third and fourth battle, and then there's a three-way tie then, really, with Arthur KZ, James Devereux and Freya Bond just tucked in behind. But what you see on screen is our race leaders. That is Elijah West and Jack Daniels. That's the race, as it has been in a lot of these races this afternoon. Jack Daniels has picked up 2 race wins and a second. Elijah West has picked up a win, a third and a sixth. They've both been in the mix at the front. And they're pulling away, and Ethan Copland and Louis Lovell, they're trading places for that third place at the moment. And what that will do is that will allow those drivers behind, which is currently being led by Arthur KZ, James Devereux, and then comes Freya Bond. It will give those guys the opportunity just to reel them in a little bit. And another overtake through Haynes Loop. And it does look like the 46 of James Devereux on Arthur KZ. So James Devereux now moving up into 5th place, but that's still our front 2. That's still the main focus on this one. Nothing to choose between Elijah West and Jack Daniels. And Louis Lovell, he's still looking. He wants to get that 3rd place back from Ethan Copland. He wants to do it early. Just Arthur KZ pulling away from James Devereux and Freya Bond in 5th place, as he looks to try and keep tabs on that 4th spot. So, out front, Elijah West. Jack Daniels in 2nd. Ethan Copland currently holding on to 3rd from Louis Lovell. And then Arthur KZ, James Devereux, Freya Bond, Lucas Gray, Thomas Gulliver up into 9th from Kian Costa in 10th. That's your top 10. But the focus really has to be out front with these two at the moment. Elijah West and Jack Daniels going toe-to-toe out front. Likewise, Ethan Copland and Louis Lovell as they battle for that 3rd place. So 2 races in one here. Keep an eye as they come through climate here, down into the left-handers of Tolly. 2.5 minutes plus the lap on the board. Race for 1st. Currently a race for 3rd. And then Arthur KZ was just pulled away a tiny bit from the 46 and 37 of James Devereux and Freya Bond. He's looking to try and keep tabs on that 3rd place if he can. Elijah West still keeping Jack Daniels at bay in that battle for the lead as they come up towards the bus stop, and you just get the feeling that sooner or later Jack Daniels is going to want to try and make a move and get himself into the lead in this one. And he's looking up the inside here as off the line comes Elijah West. Up goes Jack Daniels. Great camera work from the guys there as they manage to do it. But as Elijah West come back straight underneath, he has. And he pushes Jack Daniels wide. Great bit of racing from those two. Ethan Copland has still got that 3rd place from Louis Lovell. So that is the lead. Changing hands a couple of times. Elijah West to Jack Daniels, then back to Elijah West. Those two doing the business at the moment out front. Ethan Copland still holding on to that 3rd place from Louis Lovell. And then there is just that gap back to the 19 of Arthur KZ, James Devereux and Freya Bond. They are the chasing pack. As off track there, just doing a bit of grass tracking. Was behind the front 2. It wasn't the front 2. As their front 2 go through midgets down into climate. And there's still a real battle going on, and looking up the inside there, just had a look, but didn't go for it, was Jack Daniels. We've got a minute plus the lap on the board here. Exciting race out front between these two. Likewise for 3rd place as Jack Daniels again just looks up the inside, going through the Haynes Loop, but Elijah West has got enough to stay out front. Ethan Copland still holding on, holding Louis back in that 4th battle for 3rd and 4th. Battle for 1st, battle for 3rd. 2 races in one here to focus on as we push into the minor laps of this race. And the back markers are going to start getting picked off here, and they could be interesting as we go into midgets at the top, down into climate. There is a back marker. Elijah's through, Jack is through, so both have got through safely there. Well done to that back marker. I think it's the 49 of Callum Williams. Moved out of the way, well done. Allowed the race to continue. It's not all about winning the race, it's about track craft as well, and did well there, the 49 of Callum Williams. So, 3rd place is still with Ethan Copland, but Louis Lovell is still looking. Jack Daniels is still looking for 1st place with Elijah West. As Elijah West, I thought he locked up for a second there, but he hasn't as they come up towards. We've got a 2-lap race now. Jack Daniels just looking again on Elijah West. Those two out front. Now, Ethan Copland and Louis Lovell, they're coming up to that back marker as well. Just keep an eye as they go through midgets. Jack Daniels again having a look. But Elijah West has got enough in the tank at the moment to hold on to this lead. So it's now stick or twist for Jack Daniels in 2nd place as we move into the last lap. Blue flag for the 49 kart of Callum Williams just to move out of the way of the 43 and 23 fighting for that third place as Louis Level looks up the inside. But Ethan Copland holds it out front. There's just a gap now. Elijah West to Jack Daniels. Ethan Copland holding on to third place at the moment. You can just see that gap on screen there now. Has Elijah West done enough from the beginning of that lap through the Haynes Loop and Johnny's just to give himself the breathing space to get this win? Ethan Copland really can't rest though, because Louis Lovell is right on his back wheels. 2 corners to go really for Jack Daniels. Can he get a move? Big one coming in here. He's too far back. It's going to be a win for Elijah West. 3 wins out of 3, and that was a great race. Just keep an eye as they come through here. Ethan Copland and Louis Lovell. Now it's going to be Ethan Copland as well. A great race by those two as well. So Ethan Copland picks up that third place from Louis Lovell, who has done extremely well there in 4th spot, but just couldn't make that work. And Elijah West, well, it looked like Jack Daniels was going to be his day today. Arthur Kayser picked up 5th from Freya Bond, James Devereaux, Lucas Gray, Thomas Gulliver. And Kian Kostler, they made up the top 10, but it was a great race between Elijah West and Jack Daniels out front, as it was with Ethan Copland and Louis Lovell in that Louis Lovell in that 3rd and 4th battle. Then Henry Perrin in 11th, Oakley Poulter, Rushan Kostler, Warren Atkins, Max Thompson, Jensen King, Aurelia Simpson, Harry Reid, Charlie Dickinson, Lenny Dorrington. They made up the top 20. And then came Roman Takata, Ollie Gorringe, Callum Williams, Oliver Dan and Zane Williams. They were the unlucky 3 really. The 68 kart of Zane Williams in front of me, distraught after that. And Oliver Dan, because they were in the mix for podium finishes, and it just got tight coming through there for a moment or two, and them two were the losers. And really Ethan Copland was the big winner as he managed to hold on to 3rd place from Louis Lovell. So it's a shame for those two boys. They're just getting their carts pulled out from underneath the start marshal post here. So excellent race. Congratulations Elijah West from Jack Daniels, Ethan Copland in 3rd. That's your top 3. And Elijah West joins Bobby Rosier, Don DeGraff and Archie Elliott as our winners today so far in round 3 of this championship. It looks like we are going to see our cadets, Honda and Rotax, coming out. And our grid for this one is going to be Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels, Wilfred Tomlinson, Jackson Haynes. They make up the front 4. Buddy Dorr and Oscar Taylor, they're 5 and 6. Oatley Simpson and Alfie Mullett, they make up 7 and 8. Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite in 9. Arjus, I'm going to try and say this right, Store Pershtis, makes up the top 10. And then comes Reggie Peters, Monroe Wilcox, Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins, Harrison Maxwell. Now, Max Skilton, the 29 there, and 60, the Harrison Maxwell. They are the two fighting for top of the tree in the Honda class. Everybody else to that point has been a Rotax cadet. And then comes Cruz Jenkins. Cruz Jenkins actually ahead of Harrison Maxwell in that battle for the Honda supremacy. Then comes Mason Day, Callum Gain, Harry Price, Jamie Daly, William Woods, Avia Bartiu and Felix Finn. So the guys will again just put in a couple of tentative laps here before we get racing, but it is Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels, Wilfred Tomlinson and Jackson Haynes making up the front 4, and then we just have to look down to a really interesting 13, 14 and 15 position for Max Skilton, Cruz Jenkins and Harrison Maxwell. That is the battle for the Honda top of the tree. So it'd be interesting to see how that little battle develops as the race progresses. But Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels and Wilfred Tomlinson, they have really dominated in the Rotax cadets. And we're off and we are racing, and it is the 25, 24, 23. They've all got through cleanly. Oh, a bit of grass tracking, a bit of movement there, lots of movement. A couple drifting off out wide. It is the 23 and the 24 chasing Johnny Butterfield in that 25. So those three have made their mark early in this one. 25 of Johnny Butterfield there being chased by the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson, who's just got the better of Oliver Daniels at the moment. And then we go back to there's plenty of movement going through there, so we're definitely going to see some movement in the from the starting positions that we had. As that second place, I think Wilfred Tomlinson and Oliver Daniels have just traded places again. Let's have a look as they come round for the first time. Our leader of this cadet race is the 25 of Johnny Butterfield, and it is the 24 of Oliver Daniels that got that position back from Wilfred Tomlinson. Then came Buddy Dorr, Munro Wilcox, Jackson Haynes, Reggie Peters and Max Skilton, and was the big loser in there, that's for sure, as he's dropped way back, as has Cruz Jenkins. Yeah, Cruz Jenkins got in an awful mess going through Haynes Loop. No fault of Cruz, I don't think. It was just lots of karts and less track. So Harrison Maxwell in the battle for Honda. The Honda win has really been given a bit of a gift with that collision and bits that we had going through the Haynes Loop for the first time. So the race has settled down at the front a little bit. The front three, there is air and distance between all three of them. As Johnny Butterfield in the 25 comes over the start-finish line in the lead from the 24, then the 23 as was. Then it's the 12, Munro Wilcox and Buddy Dorr. They're battling away for those 4th and 5th positions. Harrison Maxwell really has got a lot to do to lose this race. And again, doesn't necessarily know what's going on around him. But Harrison at the minute is a good 5 places now ahead of Max Skilton, who's down in 12th. Then we go back to, I think, all the way down to Callum Gain, I think. Looks like he might be in 3rd place in that Honda battle. But we'll keep tabs on that as the race evolves. Out front, it is still Johnny Butterfield from Oliver Daniels. But now we've got a battle. Wilfred Tomlinson on Munro Wilcox for that 3rd place. Munro has joined the party at the front. So we have a battle for 3rd. 1st and 2nd looking comfortable at the moment. Then comes a little cluster of karts. And the 29 of Max Skilton is a million miles away behind Harrison Maxwell. But there's plenty of karts between him and Harrison. So work to do. But the front two looking comfortable out there. And then the green helmet of Munro Wilcox now on that back wheel of Wilfred Tomlinson for that battle for 3rd place. As we look down the order a little bit, and I think Avir Bartiu might also be a little bit further down. Is Avir. Front two are the front two. Munro still chasing down, but that little pack there chasing for 3rd place is starting to get a bit closer. With the 23 of Wilfred Tomlinson, Munro Wilcox, and I think Reggie Peters has joined the party there as well. Was unlucky in his last outing, Reggie, so he's looking for that 3rd place and that podium. Max Skilton is gaining positions on Harrison Maxwell. Harrison is currently the leading Honda in 7th. Whoa, and a spin and contact there as they came through. And I think that was the 23 car of Wilfred Tomlinson. That's a disaster. But Wilfred, and a bit of grass tracking, has got it wrong again, I think, going through there. So definitely a bit of an adjustment in the order. And we'll keep tabs on that as we come through. As they go up through the bus stop towards Midgets into that right-hander. But the front two are definitely the front two. Johnny Butterfield has led from the front. Oliver Daniels has tucked into 2nd, pretty much from the front of the race as well. There's only about half a second between those two, but now there's a change in the order as the 98 of Reggie Peters finds himself in 3rd. Harrison Maxwell is in 4th, Buddy Dorr, Jackson Haynes, Alfie Muller, and then comes Max Skilton in 8th. So the front three for the Rotax cadets at the moment is Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels and Reggie Peters. They are the rostrum 3 as this moment stands. For the Hondas, Harrison Maxwell in 4th, and then we go down to Max Skilton, the 29, in 8th position. And then I think, just wait for that screen to flick over so I can see who's in 11th. Yeah, it's Callum Gain. So I think Callum Gain at the minute is holding 3rd place in that Honda battle. So out front, these two are really getting close now. Johnny Butterfield and Oliver Daniels. They're leading the race. Reggie Peters is tucked into 3rd place. Comfortable now for Reggie, to be honest. And then comes a little cluster of karts, which has got the leading Hondas of Harrison Maxwell and Max Skilton. Pretty much 4th through to 9th is pretty close. And that's where the Honda battle is at the moment. And it was, we've lost Cruz Jenkins in there as well. That's a real shame. And the 21 of Oscar Taylor back there as well. Wilfred Tomlinson's recovered into 15th place. It's way off of the front runners. But these are the front runners. This is our front two of Johnny Butterfield and Oliver Daniels. They've pulled away from Reggie Peters, who has a comfortable 3rd at the minute. And likewise in 4th, Harrison Maxwell has a comfortable lead over At the minute, Max Skilton, that 20 and the 29 car, is down in 9th, but there's 5 karts between him and Harrison. And with 3 minutes plus a lap to go, Max has got some work to do to get back up in the mix. In that battle for the Honda top 3, Callum Gain at the minute looks like it's holding 3rd place, the novice number 10 plate. Callum Gain looks like he might be in position to grab the 3rd place trophy. But there's our front 2, nothing to choose between them, that's for sure. They're going to race this down to the wire. Johnny Butterfield, when will Oliver Daniels look to make the move? That's your front 2. Reggie Peters has a lovely, comfortable drive for him, as does Harrison Maxwell, currently holding that 4th place, but first in the Hondas. Let's look out for Max Skilton, who has gained a spot. He's up into 8th, so only 4 karts now. 3 karts, sorry, between himself and Harrison Maxwell. So that race might develop over the next couple of laps if Max Skilton can gain a couple more places. So just a bit of a gap there now has developed between Johnny and Oliver out front. Reggie Peters has a comfortable 3rd place. Harrison is in 4th at the moment. Harrison Maxwell in the 60 car. And then comes Buddy Dorr, Jackson Haynes, Munro Wilcox, and then Max Skilton. But I think Max has got ahead of Munro here. So he's gained a spot. The front 2 pull away even more so. Good 6 seconds between Johnny Butterfield, Oliver Daniels, and Reggie Peters now. But Reggie is a comfortable 3rd place at the moment. Harrison leading the way, and let's just keep an eye. Yeah, Max is working his way through. Only 2 karts now between Max Skilton, the 29, and Harrison Maxwell, the 60. And their red numbers indicate they are Hondas. So they've got their own little race going on, that little subplot behind the leaders. Trying to keep my eye on every element of the track here. Just looking up as we go. It is the 25 of Johnny Butterfield. He wears the more red helmet than Oliver Daniels, who's got that blue top on his helmet. Just having a look there. No, can't make it work. Down into the left-hander at Tolly's. Over that start-finish line. A minute plus the lap to go here. So we've got a great battle out front. Reggie comfortable in 3rd. 4th on the track is Harrison Maxwell, but he's 1st. And Max Skilton looks to make a move on Munro Wilcox. They've traded places a few times, and really that's holding Max up from challenging Harrison Maxwell, that is for sure. With still those 2 or 3 karts remaining between the 2 as they race down. Fastest lap is with Johnny Butterfield at the moment, but joint absolutely nothing to choose between him and Oliver Daniels. 47.13, both of them have nailed the same lap time. So that race is really exciting out front. Reggie Peters has a comfortable 3rd, that's for sure. We are going to get 2 laps left out of this one, and it is still the 25 from the 24. Then is Reggie Peters in 3rd, comfortable. And then 4th is Harrison Maxwell, who's now looking comfortable with 2 laps to go. Max Skilton has got himself back ahead of Munro Wilcox here in that mini battle that there is going on with the 44 and the 40 and the 12 of Buddy Dorr and Jackson Haynes. But I don't think Max is going to get up there to challenge Harrison. But that battle out front, there we can see them coming up towards the bus stop. That's the battle we're focusing in on. That's the leaders of the race, the leaders of the Rotax cadets, Johnny Butterfield and Oliver Daniels. They've both labelled. Actually, Oliver's now gone quicker with a 47.04. So is there a bit more pace in 2nd place, Oliver Daniels, or is it because he's tucked in behind? He's just looking there. He's going to look up the inside Tollies. No, he's going to hold on to that. We're on to last lap territory. Still the 25 and the 24, Johnny Butterfield and Oliver Daniels, they're out front. Reggie Peters is looking comfortable for the 3rd, and I think Harrison Maxwell has done enough to win the Hondas. We will keep an eye on that, but the real close battle is out front with the 25 and 24 of Johnny Butterfield and Oliver Daniels. Max Skilton, yeah, he's still got karts in between. Munro Wilcox has got him back again. So it looks like Harrison Maxwell is comfortable for the win in the Hondas with Max Skilton in 2nd. And it looks like Callum Gain might get a 3rd place in the Hondas. But let's focus on the front 2 as they have a couple of corners to go here. It's still Johnny Butterfield. When will Oliver make his move? Will it be here? Or is he going to try and get him as they come into Tolly's here up the inside? Will he look? He has looked, but there's not enough room. And Johnny Butterfield is going to hold on to take the win from the 24 of Oliver Daniels. Now, Reggie Peters with the 3rd place. I would have thought he'd be happy with that. Harrison Maxwell comes across. He's won the Hondas. Max Skilton just couldn't get the better of Munro Wilcox. They had a whole battle in that race behind Buddy Dorr and Jackson Haynes, with Max trying to get up. And just looking down the finishers, it looks like Callum Gain in the 10 might well have just picked up that last podium spot, but I will double check that once we get all the drivers over the start finish line. Congratulations to all these guys. There's been lots of little independent battles going on down the order, but we've really focused in on the front 2 or 3, obviously, with Johnny Butterfield taking the victory from Oliver Daniels in second. Those two have been near the front the whole day, and Reggie Peters with a solid 3rd place. I thought he'd be relatively happy with that. Reggie was unlucky in his last outing. That is your top 3. Harrison Maxwell, Max Skilton, and just checking, I'll have a look and see who did eventually pick up the 3rd in the Hondas. And I think it was Callum Gain with that novice number 11 plate in 3rd. So Harrison Maxwell and Johnny Butterfield, congratulations to them. They join Bobby Rosier, Archie Elliott, Don DeGraff and Elijah West as our winners so far this afternoon. Great race, that one. Plenty to watch. Couldn't keep tabs on all of it. It was stretched out all over the track. But in that last one, in the Rotax Cadets, this afternoon, Johnny Butterfield, 2 seconds and a win. A 4th, a 1st and a 5th for Oliver Daniels. Them two battling it out at the front all day long, really. And they were the 1st and 2nd in the end. And Reggie Peters, who hasn't had a top 5 finish before that final, did really well to get himself into 3rd to hold on to 3rd place and take that 3rd in that race. Zoe. I said Zoe because I looked at the messages on YouTube and I can see a Go Zoe Go message. That's from the race earlier on. Sorry, I was a bit fixated with what was going on in that last one. That's why I said let Zoe. Harrison Maxwell, Max Skilton and Callum Gain, they were the top 3 in the Honda. So congratulations to all those drivers. They've given us plenty of entertainment today. And we are going to move on with a much calmer grid of the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. So it'll be 10 or 11 karts on track for this one. So we come out, we have got the 125 KZs and the Superkarts. So this is their grand final, and we are going to see at the front Lucas Howell, Milo Manderson, Oscar White, Jack Price. No surprise there really. Then comes Reece Paget-Lowe, Ryan Silverthorne, Anthony Bolton. Then comes the 3 Superkarts in Fraser Everett, Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey. So that will be our grid. They will come round after this this lap and get themselves on that start-finish line. So we have 3 finals to go for you. The 125 KZs and Superkarts racing together in this one. And then we'll see the final of the NFK Superkarts. And then we'll round our day off with our juniors, where we'll have a packed grid, hopefully no incidents, and wonderful racing and a worthy winner. But I'm keen to see the front 4 in this one. Lucas Howell, Milo Manderson, Oscar White and Jack Price. That is the front 4. Lucas Howell, 2 wins and a 2nd. Oscar White, 2 4ths and a 5th. Jack Price, a 1st and a 3rd. And Milo Manderson, 2 2nds and a 1st. Those 4 have dominated the front of the grid here. And then at the back, we've got the 3 Superkarts. Great start from the 19 and the 82. 19 gets the drop there, which is Lucas Howell. And again, it looks like the screen's going to give him as a jump start, but I don't think it was. I think it was just a great start from Lucas Howell out front. He's currently leading from the 82 of Milo Manderson. Definitely wasn't a jump start then, just a terrific start. I think he just starts quicker than anybody else, Lucas Howell, as he's done for the 2nd time this afternoon. So as they come down into Tolly's left-hander to come back underneath me, it is Lucas Howell and the 82. And this is going to be a great race between these two. Milo Manderson, Jack Price is tucked into 3rd. At the moment, the 49 of Ryan Silverthorne's got the better of Oscar White early on in this one. But the front three, they're starting to pull away. Lucas Howell, the 82 of Milo Manderson, and the 71 of Jack Price. Now, Lucas Howell again is on the bottom of the screen there, but that was 100% not a jump start as far as I'm concerned. It was just a great getaway. So he's at the bottom of your screen there, and he'll be a lap behind everybody, but I don't think he is. He is out front and leading the race. So I wouldn't have said that was a jump start at all, just a great start. But these front three are going to give us something to talk about in this one. Lucas Howell, Milo Manderson, Jack Price. That is your front three. Don't be led away by the fact Lucas Howell is in 10th on your screen and a lap behind. He's not. He's out front and leading the way in this one. But he is being chased hard by the 82 and 71 of Milo Manderson and Jack Price. Definitely wasn't a jump start. Just early on in this race as well, it looks like Jack Price has got the bit between his teeth with the 38.06. Milo Manderson also in the 38s. Lucas Howell 38.2. So those three are the three in the 38s at the moment. 39 for Ryan Silverthorne. But Jack Price has just got into a bit of trouble and dropped back there. So turned into a two-horse race at the moment with Lucas Howell and Milo Manderson. And Jack Price now about 3 seconds behind. Something must have gone wrong there as he came through. Bit of smoke just coming out the back of the 82 kart there of Milo Manderson as he chases down Lucas Howell, who is leading this race. There's no question about that. He's into the 37s. Both of those two guys now into the 37s as they go up towards midgets, down into the right-hander. Another right-hander of Climate before they have to keep tight into a left-hander. You don't want to come off the curb here because you can lose position. The 19 kart there does not do that. Lucas Howell holds on to that position from Milo Manderson. Those two are out front from Jack Price in third, and just looking down the order, Fraser Everett, Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey, they're all within close proximity of each other as well, especially the 55 and 42 karts. There's a race there between Fraser Everett and Daniel Buckland to be the top superkart. Only three of them in the race. Joel Hersey has just dropped off that running a little bit, but is running third in that little battle. So we've got two races to keep an eye on. Milo Manderson and Lucas Howell, they're out front. They're leading the way in the 125 KZs. Nothing to choose between them. Literally nothing at all. Jack Price close third, but has just dropped down to about 3.5 seconds behind. But then there's a great battle here in 5th and 6th on track, but 1st and 2nd in the superkarts between Fraser Everett and Daniel Buckland. They're right on top of each other as well. So a great race to keep an eye on. Two races in one here. On screen you can see Lucas Howell and Milo Manderson pulling away out front, leading the way. Reese Paget Lowe is in 4th, third on the screen, but 4th from Ryan Silverthorne in 5th. Round they come. Here we go. 19 and 82. 982, good year. Lucas Howell and Milo Manderson, they're leading the way. From Jack Price in 3rd. And then as we look down the order a little bit, what have we got? We've got the 69 car of Reese Paget Lowe from Ryan Silverthorne, but then comes Fraser Everett and Daniel Buckland, still in that same 1 and 2 position. Joel Hersey is just a little bit back then in 7th spot on track from Anthony Bolton. We've lost Oscar White. So again, I think we've got problems. There is problems, and do you know what? There was a bit of smoke coming out of the back of Milo Manderson earlier on. I did spot that, and that has brought him to a grinding halt in a quite a tricky spot there. He's broken down just on the edge of Climate. He'll get that car off track, and that's a real shame because we were developing into a really good race there. But in the lap before, I could see some smoke coming out the back of that 82 kart of Milo Manderson. I don't know what it was. I don't know whether that's the reason that he's ground to a halt, but it has caused him to stop, and what that has done by default is pushed Jack Price up into 2nd and Reese Paget Lowe into 3rd. So it is still Lucas Howell there on screen leading the race. Timing says he's at the back. He's certainly not at the back. He's definitely at the front. He's definitely leading the way in this one. He's Lucas Howell has got the fastest lap as well with a 37.48. That won't be beaten now. 37.88 for Reese Paget Lowe, so he's down into the 37s as well as Jack Price, 37.69. So them guys are getting their lap times down now as well. In that battle for the superkarts, Fraser Everett in the 55 has now pulled away from Daniel Buckland in the 42. So that race looks like it has been put to bed pretty early, which is a shame. Hoping them two are going to keep on top of each other, but they haven't done that. There's the 19 kart coming through underneath me. into your shot. That is Lucas Howell, who's not 8th, as it says on screen. He is leading the way here from Jack Price in 2nd and Reece Paget-Lowe in 3rd. So we've just got a yellow flag out up around midgets down into climate just because of the location of Milo Manderson's kart. It's quite close to the curb there as the guys come around that curb. The 55 of Fraser Everett just comes past me over the start-finish line. He is leading that little battle with Daniel Buckland for top superkart in the day. Joel Hersey in the 13 has got 30. There's only 3 of them, so the 3rd place is his. But he's just trying to stay ahead of the 99 there of Anthony Bolton, just in their own little personal race. So, we've got 2.5 minutes plus the lap to go. That's the man we're focused on. He's our race leader. And again, I'll just apologise, we have lost the camera. And so we're working hard just to try and cover the track with some of our freer cameras. So if it's a bit shaky at times, that is why. It's because we're working a bit more freehand. Unlike that one there, up in the corner in midget. It's a great shot, nice and still. But we've got a bit of movement from our camera team. Eloise and Paul are working hard to try and keep the racing on screen and the action on screen. Doing very well with it because they are battling away up there. They were moaning about the rain coming, but the rain's never come. So they've had a lovely day out in the sun. While me and Andy directing here have been in the sweat box of the comms room. So they won that battle in the end. On track, it is Lucas Howell that's winning the battle. He's way out front. He's got 37.48. Jack Price and Reece Paget-Lowe are both in the 37s as well, so they're clocking some good race times. But they are quite a way behind, to be honest. So it's Lucas Howell's to lose there on screen. Jack Price in 2nd, Reece Paget-Lowe in 3rd. And then we've got Fraser Everett and Daniel Buckland from Joel Hersey in that battle there for the superkarts. So Lucas Howell's working his way through the field. He's actually leading the race, but he's managed to overtake half the field as well as he looks to push his way through everybody again. He has led from the front. Real shame for Milo Manderson. That was a terrific battle that was developing between the two, and that was going to go the full course. It was going to be an excellent race to the flag, but unfortunately that just dropped away with a mechanical issue and I think we've got the same here for the 19 kart. We've lost Lucas Howell as well. Can you believe that? Pretty much in the same spot. So Jack Price now moved up into 2nd because of Milo Manderson, has now moved into the lead because of a mechanical failure for Lucas Howell. Would you believe it? The fastest 2 drivers on track that were leading the way have both had mechanical issues, and they've both stopped pretty much in identical places. I can't believe that. That was Lucas Howell's all day long. I might have just given him the commentator's curse there. That's a real shame for the front 2. So that now means that we've got Jack Price out front from Reece Paget-Lowe and Ryan Silverthorne in 3rd. So that's our new race leader there, the 71 of Jack Price. And he will see both those karts as he goes through. And I think, as far as I know, it's still Reece Paget-Lowe and then Ryan Silverthorne. I'm just trying to get my head around where everybody is on the track here, because that's Ryan Silverthorne that's just come through there. Whether he's already done Anthony Bolton or not, I don't know. But Jack Price is our leading driver at the minute. I think it is Reece Paget-Lowe in 2nd from Ryan Silverthorne in 3rd. Fraser Everett is leading the way from Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey in the superkart battle. But what a shame, we've lost 2 of our better drivers in this one that were out front and leading the race and were going to pick up the gold and silver. That's now passed them by, unfortunately. And it looks like Jack Price is going to take the checkered flag here, and he's been consistent all day long. Jack Price are winning his first, the 3rd in his 3rd heat. So he's been up there, there's no question about that, battling away behind Lucas and Milo. So he has been the 3rd best driver on the day here for sure. And you've got to take your chance when it comes. That does come in mysterious ways, and it's done that today as he comes round for the checkered flag and a victory. He's happy with that, Jack Price. Well done to him, he's in the right place to take advantage. And I think that 99 there isn't the 2nd place driver, Anthony Bolton, and 69. I think the 69 there of Reece Paget-Lowe. I'll have to wait till the timings come in. I'm not too sure who's finished 2nd and 3rd in that because everybody was so spread out. What I do know is Fraser Everett has won the superkarts from Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey. That is the top 3, no question about that. And that has been the running order all day long in the Superkarts. And I'm pretty certain, well, we know Jack Price took the victory. Congratulations to him. And we are saying Reece Paget-Lowe and Ryan Silverthorne at the moment, but I'm going to double check on that once timing creeps and catches, and it gives me a confirmed order, which it will in due course. So congratulations to Jack Price and Fraser Everett. They join Harrison Maxwell, Johnny Butterfield, Elijah West, Archie Elliott, Don DeGraff and Bobby Rosier as our race winners today. And we will move on to the NFK Superkarts in due course. I'm just going to keep... Here we go. So our confirmed finish was Jack Price from Reece Paget-Lowe and Ryan Silverthorne. That was our top three. And then it was Fraser Everett, Daniel Buckland and Joel Hersey. So congratulations to all of them. There are podium finishes. I can see some smoke bellowing from pit lane. That tells me the Superkarts are going to be out in due course. So here, 6 o'clock. We are late into the day. We have to get the rescue truck out because we have a couple of karts stranded, which was, to be fair to them, the top two in that class, in Lucas Howell and Milo Manderson. But that race did end. And we will just need to get the rescue truck out to rescue those guys. And then we will go live with our NFK Superkart final. And that will be followed quickly by the Rotax Junior final. So our Superkart final lineup is going to be, no surprise to see Matt Allner and Jack Bliss on the front row of the grid. They will be followed by Aaron Powell and Matthew Duncan. Then will come Tim Woods and Kieran Metzen. Then Sam Harrison and Marcus Hudson, followed by Ryan Lawson and Harry Morris, Martin Smith and Chris Lawson, David Good and Jack Rolfe, Nathan Caddick and Justin Parker, Don Brown and Dan Brown, and then comes Adam Brooks and Reese Woods. Now it was Don Brown that went off up in midgets in the final heat, so we're hoping he's okay and he's good to take his place in this race. He will be starting in 17th. We hope he is all right. It was a nasty one. He had collision with the bollards and a couple of the banners, I think, up there. He carried so much speed going through. So I am just going to take a seat for a second as we just prepare for our final two races. Big thank you for joining us, whether you've flit in and out or you've stuck with us for the entire day. It's been great to have you on board. The comments have been okay. We had a bit of a battle with the heat today in our cameras, but I think we've gotten through it. And the guys are making good. So if some of the camera work for these two last finals are a bit shaky, it's because the guys are working overtime with more freer cameras, shall we say, than the fixed cameras that we had earlier on. But that's the nature of filming outside. And we're expecting rain, so we're all prepared with bags and to cover connectors and connections. But we've ended up with just the sun out all day, which has been lovely. And the guys have enjoyed it. But it does prove slightly testing for some of our camera equipment. But we will fix it, get it right before round 4, which will come at us first Sunday of every month. So we can have a look at the calendar and see when that first Sunday is. So we won't go until the 7th. It's a little bit of a later start in June. That first Sunday falls on the 7th, so that is when we will see you again for round 4. So we've had 3 very, very differing rounds so far. We had a wet and a dry opening round, and then we had a dry Easter, quieter round 2. And today we've had beautiful sunshine, but an event-packed, chaos-filled, carnage ensuing at times day to day. Thankfully, everybody we hope involved in the incidents have come away unscathed from it, and they're all okay. That's what that's the main thing. That's the most important thing. And but we have seen some good racing. We've seen some good battles out front. And what we have seen today, a bit more so than the last couple of rounds, is we've seen that battle that battle for first and second, and then we've also seen a battle for third, fourth, fifth, sixth at times. So there's been 2 or 3 races going on in the one. And ultimately, top three step is where people want to find themselves. But championship points, everybody's accumulating those that go towards our season total. So we are just waiting for these guys to come off track now. And then we can get rolling. So here we go. We are moving forward, and we have the NFK Superkart. Superkart final. These have been really entertaining to watch today. 3 fantastic heats. And we now move on with their grand final. And again, no surprise, Matt Allnut and Jack Bliss out front. Aaron Powell and Matthew Duncan, they'll be on the second row. Tim Woods, Kieran Metzen, Sam Harrison, Marcus Hudson, Ryan Lawson, Harry Morris, Martin Smith, Chris Lawson, David Good and Jack Rolfe, Nathan Caddick and Justin Parker. And then the Browns, Dom and Dan. And then Adam Brooks and Reese Woods make up the 20 karts we will see in action. They'll just put in these 2 warm-up laps, and then they'll grid up. And we will go with a 9-minute winner takes all NFK final. Great to see these guys today. It's great that they've visited and given us some good action on track today. Some fast racing, really fast racing. You see the guys going flat out, and you obviously see it on screen, stating the obvious. But the speed that these guys carry as they go from the Windgers dip up past the bus stop up into midgets is incredible. They carry so much top end speed, and if you could see them out in real life, so to speak, it's fantastic to watch. So a big thank you and congratulations to all of them for giving us some entertainment today. But like I was saying, no surprise to see Jack Bliss and Matt Allnut out there leading the way. Obviously their third heat was just called slightly early due to the incident with Don Brown. Thankfully he is okay. But it really has been Matt Allnut and Jack Bliss that have been firing away at the front. And they are the 2 that find themselves on the front. Aaron Powell and Tim Woods have had decent afternoons as well. So just getting everybody into position. 9 minutes plus the lap. You can see middle of the top of your screen there. Big shout out to our sponsors bottom right, as we have done all day. You can see the websites and Facebook groups for those just in the detail on the stream underneath in the detail. So here we go then. This is our NFK Superkart final. 20 karts. It's a good start from the number 1 kart there of Jack Bliss, who's got the better off the start line of Matt Allnut. A little bit of grass tracking by somebody there as they came through Parsons. As we keep an eye as they race down, and it is 5 and 4 as well. Aaron Powell and Tim Woods has got himself up there as well, ahead into the top 4. So Jack Bliss made a great start off the inside to get ahead of Matt Allnut. Aaron Powell and Tim Woods in 4th, 3rd and 4th at the moment. As we keep an eye as they come round for the first time. Tolly's over the start-finish line. It is Jack Bliss from Matt Allnut. Then comes Tim Woods from Aaron Powell, Matthew Duncan, Kieran Metzen, Harry Morris, Marcus Hudson, Sam Harrison, Jack Rolfe. They make up our top 10. Everybody safely through. But those front 2 already starting to pull away from the 4 and 5. And then there's a little cluster of karts there from Matthew Duncan back to maybe Harry Morris or Marcus Hudson. They're all racing pretty close, but these 2 are up the inside. An early move from Matt Allnut. Does he see it through? He's pushed Jack Bliss wide there in midgets to dominate the start of that race there, coming off of that corner. So what answer has Jack Bliss got? Can he scrap back? Can he fight back? Matt Allnut taking the lead here with Tim Woods, Kieran Metzen moving up the order as well a little bit into 5th place. So Matt Allnut leading the way from Jack Bliss. Tim Woods, Aaron Powell, Kieran Metzen, they make up the top 5. From Matthew Duncan, Harry Morris, Sam Harrison, Marcus Hudson and Jack Rolfe. That's your top 10. So it's ominous for me now that Matt Allnut has got himself out front. Jack Bliss did incredibly well to get himself into the lead from the start. It only took a couple of laps for Matt Allnut to get his wheels in line and get the speed going up into midgets to get the better of Jack Bliss. But he's not pulling away. 0.37 seconds. It was 0.27 last time round. So can Jack Bliss hold on to the coattails of Matt Allnut in third? And just a bit of a gap now for Tim Woods in fourth as well. Back to a second or so back to Aaron Powell in fourth place, sorry. So just settling down a little bit, the front four. Really, there is a bit of movement lower down. But at this moment in time, the front 5, 6 are all pretty set as they come through. You can see the back end as they come round there, down into the Haynes Loop. And we'll pick them up again as they come down towards midget. So Matt Allnut, Jack Bliss, Tim Woods, Aaron Powell, Kieran Metson, Harry Morris. That's your front 5, as it pretty much has been since the start of this race. Just that one swap of Matt Allnut and Jack Bliss, 0.47 seconds. It's just increasing little by little, lap on lap. And if that's going to be the pattern that this race evolves and develops, then Matt Allnut will just slowly pull away. We hope Jack Bliss just keeps on there though. 0.47 and it is 0.43. So Jack just holding on at the minute to Matt Allnut out front. Those two guys are fast. The fastest lap time at this moment is going down to Harry Morris, down in 5th. He's got that fastest lap time at the moment. The top 6 karts all in the 37s. And there is a 37 down from Don Brown, down in 12th at the moment as well. So a few of the karts reaching that 37 number, but 38 for the majority of the field, and some 39s, 40s in there as well. So the front 2 are close. Let's give Jack Bliss a lot of credit here, because he's not been left at all and he's actually reeling him in. And Matt Allnut and Jack Bliss have got a race on here. Tim Woods has got a little bit more of a comfortable drive in third at the moment from Aaron Powell and Harry Morris, but the front 2, they are already catching up with the 13 kart there of Justin Parker, safely through. No effect there on either Matt Allnut. And just keep an eye on Jack Bliss as they come up into it. It really catches Matt Allnut up as they carry the speed going up there into midgets. But again, as they come out of the corner, Matt just pulling away and getting the foot down, getting the speed. There's not a lot in this front 2. Let's hope this goes the full entirety of this race, about half a second or so. And I'll tell you what, the 41 kart of Harry Morris now is really pulling in the number 5 kart of Aaron Powell in that battle for 4th. And if Harry can get the better of Aaron Powell and then get on to just get focused and dialed in, he might be able to catch Tim Woods up in 3rd place. You never know. But I tell you what, the front 3, there is a gap between them all, that's for sure, but it isn't really extending hugely as we come to about halfway in this race. It is Matt Allnut leading the way from Jack Bliss, and then comes Tim Woods, then comes Harry Morris from Tim Woods from Harry Morris and Aaron Powell. So it's just stretched out to about a second in that last exchanges of that last sector 3 of that last lap. Harry Morris is the only driver down in the 36s now, 36.89. So he's threatening Tim Woods in 3rd place, that's for sure. Aaron Powell now 5th. Matt Allnut gets safely past another back marker. He's just going to hold Jack Bliss up just for that split second. But then comes the 4, then the 41, and Jack Bliss is grass tracking there as he goes up the inside of that back marker. That might have just cost him in terms of hunting down Matt Allnut, but what it's done is it's allowed Tim Woods and Harry Morris to reel him in. So we've definitely got a race on in this one. Some great action from these guys, but it is Matt Allnut out front. You can see the gap he's got there over Jack Bliss. Not much of a gap now. Back to Harry Morris and Tim Woods. They're still scrapping away there with him as they come round, climb it into that left-hander Tollies, back underneath the start-finish line. And it is really close now, the battle out front, as the 4 and the 41 of Tim Woods and Harry Morris have really pulled in Matt Allnut and Jack Bliss. So we've got a race on here. The front 4, nothing to choose between them now. Aaron Powell is sat in that 5th place in his plate number 5 plated car. but he's just a bit further back. So the front four is the focus. Matt Allnut, Jack Bliss, Tim Woods, Harry Morris. That's our race. That's our front four. And a bit of fresh air to Aaron Powell, likewise. A bit of fresh air then to Kieran Metzen in 6th. A bit further back is Sam Harrison, Marcus Hudson, Don Brown and Martin Smith making it the top 10. But we have a race on. Matt Allnut is not having this all his own way. That is for sure. As Jack Bliss, Harry Morris and Tim Woods are all within 1.23 of him. So we have a race on. We do feel that if the 41 car of Harry Morris can get the better of Jack Bliss, he might just be sat better placed. He's got the faster lap times. He's still the only one in the 36s. Matt Allnut is very close, as is Jack Bliss. But it's only Harry Morris in the 36 at the moment. Just trying to keep my eyes on all over the track as they're starting to catch up to the 82 David Good now as well. He's going to want to get a blue flag just to move out of the way. He hasn't received it here, but he's pointed. Fair play to him. Well done to David Good there as he sends all 4 of those drivers through in that race for the front running positions. And just the number 4 car of Tim Woods has just dropped back a tiny bit as the 41 looking up the inside there. Harry Morris didn't make it work, but definitely had a good look there. And that possibly cost him. He had a look, couldn't make it work, and has just dropped back a little bit. But Matt Allnut out front, as he has been since those opening exchanges with Jack Bliss, who is still sat in second with Tim Woods, Harry Morris in third, with Tim Woods in the number 5 car in 4th place with Aaron Powell in the number 5 in 5th. Getting me numbers confused here, but we have a race on them because we're catching up the back markers, starting to get interesting. There's our front 3, 36 of Matt Allnut, Jack Bliss and Harry Morris. That's our front 3, but they are catching up to those back marking karts. They're going to want to pick them off as the 2 they're chasing now as they go up. There's an interesting shot and it's getting busy. Everybody through. Yes, all 3 of them through. Front 3. All through. Matt Allnut, Jack Bliss, Harry Morris. So we're going to get 2 laps to go on this race. And it's going to be 2 fantastic laps as the front 3 are really going at it. There's nothing to choose between Matt Allnut, Jack Bliss and Harry Morris. Excellent race from these 3 out front. Really giving us something to talk about and watch and cheer in this one. Not sure who my money's on. It could be Matt Allnut just because he's been in control for the vast majority of the day. But there is nothing in it with Jack Bliss in second, Harry Morris in third. You can see them coming through midgets there down into climate. They are going to just reel in another back marker here, all 3 through. Well done, the 82 of David Good again. So here we go. We are in last lap territory. We are Matt Allnut from Jack Bliss from Harry Morris. That's going to be your front 3. Unless anything drastic happens, we want to see it 1 on the track as Harry Morris looking again to make a move on Jack Bliss, but couldn't make it work there. Tricky place coming out of Haynes Loop into Johnny's to pass, but there's contact. I didn't know, was there a machine failure for Matt Allnut there? And I think there was, and that cost Jack Bliss a position. I think we might have lost out of screen Matt Allnut there, I think. That is such a shame. Commentator's curse. As I think that is a win for Harry Morris in the 41, or was it Tim Woods? Crazy coming off of there. It was commentator's curse again. Matt Allnut was my one to win, but something happened as they came through. The wind just dipped up towards the bus stop and they were going flat out, and I don't think the flag bearer knew when to put the checkered flag out there. I think it was Harry Morris with the win from Tim Woods and Jack Bliss. I think that was what I think. Jack Bliss was caught up with Matt Allnut for a second there. And that really was, Matt Allnut, I apologise when you watch this back, because that was a commentator's curse, because that was your race. You led from the front, had been fantastic all day. And then just coming around, wind just dipped up into the bus stop. Something went wrong and mechanical failure, I think, caused Jack Bliss to be involved in that as well. And Harry Morris and Tim Woods might well have taken advantage. Wow, what an end to that race. I didn't see that coming, that's for sure. So Dave Woodhouse, I can just see you've put a comment on the YouTube stream there. We've had the Inters final. That was a little while ago, the Inters final. And that was won by Elijah West from Jack Daniels, and Ethan Copland and Louis Lovell in 4th. So the Inters final has been. We've only got one final to come. That is the Junior Rotax. So chaotic end to that race. What a shame that it ended the way it did. We're just looking at live time and we're just, I think, establishing exactly what happened at the end of that race. And it was a win for Harry Morris. Harry Morris from Tim Woods, then Jack Bliss. Matt Allnut, such a shame. Such a shame. But it was Harry Morris that ended up taking that win. So we are on to our last and final race. It's been a long old day, that's for sure. So it's our junior final. It's our busiest track. And there come the guys. Ethan Hunt, Barnaby Grubb, Jess Whitmore, Ethan Cossins, Austin Mayhew, Travis Rose, Tyler Rackham, Max Lovell, Harrison Stacey, Spencer Trahorn, Jaden Sheeran, Stanley Williams, Jensen Hookey, Aaron Clark Nixon, Kai Pepperall, Amelia Johnson. I'll wait till it flicks back. My screen hasn't updated. There we go. Amelia Johnson, Alexander Leszewski, Jensen Collins down in 19th, Alexander Stefanoff down there in 20. And then comes Arthur Way, Archie Cannon, James Finley, Lucas Nibbs, Fenton Roderick, Ethan Critchley, Max Smith, John Reynolds, Zoe Cadet and Connor Yu. Connor Yu moves up into the final. So the 23 and the 15 have made the break. I think we're going to go again. Yeah, we're just going to bring them around one more time. I think that was a pretty uneven start there. So they'll just do this half lap again before they come back around. And we will get on with our junior final. Connor Yu on the back of the grid. Being moved up after that B final. Zoe Cadet, Ethan Critchley and Max Smith joined from that B final. So here we go. Are we going to get going this time from the start? And we are, and it's the 23 and the 55 of Jess Whitmore has got up into 2nd place. Great start, everybody through. Haynes Luke, please. Yes, they do get through. So Jessie Whitmore has got up into 2nd place. I still think we've got Ethan Hunt out front there in the 23. Barnaby Grubb drops behind Jessie Whitmore. And then it's Ethan Cossin, Travis Rose, Max Lovell. Let's see how this pans out as they go through the bus stop. It's our final race of the day. Jessie Whitmore looking early to make a move, but you can't win it early. You can certainly lose it, so not too much too soon. As the front 4 just create a tiny gap. Here they come over start finish line for the first time. And we do have the 23 of Ethan Hunt out front from Jessie Whitmore, Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Cossins, Travis Rose, Max Lovell, Austin Mayhew, Jaden Sheeran, Spencer Trahorn and Tyler Rackham. That is our top 10. As that front 5 just pulling away a little bit, down to Travis Rose in 5th. From Ethan Hunt, Jessie Whitmore made a move early on to get up into 2nd place. Barnaby Grubb 3rd, Ethan Cossins as they come through the bus stop. That front 5, you can just see that little gap that they've created back to the 6th place car of Max Lovell. So the front 5 just starting to pull away. Somebody else on the grass at the back there. We've lost somebody at the back, but let's concentrate on the front for the moment as Jessie Whitmore's got that wrong and gone back to 5th from 2nd. Ethan Hunt, Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Cossins, Travis Rose and Jessie Whitmore just looked to make a move, I think. It didn't really work out, wanting to fight back early but not able to do so. Travis Rose just gives the hand gesture. Let's go, let's work together. Let's try and catch up to those front 3 because it's Jessie Whitmore and Max Lavelle. Travis Rose and Jessie Whitmore in 4th and 5th. They're going to want to catch up to those front 3, but what it's done is it's just again condensed the field a little bit. Max Lovell has just worked his way back up a bit closer. Oh yeah, there's some debris on the track there. Somebody with a big collision there. Got to get that off track. Could have done with a yellow, possibly not seen by the team there, but hey, Ethan Hunt is out front from Barnaby Grubb. Ethan Cossins in 3rd, Travis Rose, Jessie Whitmore. That's your top 5 with Max Lovell. Again, just a bit of a gap back to Max, and then a bit of gap from him back to the 41 of Spencer Trahorn. So that is how things are proceeding at the minute. And again, just bear with us, we haven't got all our full cameras. The sun has played its part in our camera work today. So the guys are working really hard to keep the action on screen and keep you up to date with what's going on. But we do have a front five that have broken away just a little bit from Max Lovell in 6th place. A move up the inside there into 2nd place for Ethan Cossins, ahead of Barnaby Grubb. Travis Rose still 4th with Jesse Whitmore 5th. And again, Max Lovell has worked well just to get onto the back of this grid as well. Jesse Whitmore trying to make the move and is battling with Travis Rose and has pushed Travis Rose off track. And a minute ago, Travis Rose was giving the hand gesture to work together. Obviously, that memo didn't reach Jesse Whitmore. He's put the move in to get back into 4th early, and what that's done is that's really hampered Travis Rose's race, because Travis ended up on the grass there. He's in 4th on screen, but he's certainly not in 4th on track anymore. But what is for sure is the 23 car of Ethan Hunt out front from Ethan Cossins, Barnaby Grubb. Travis Rose, you'll see, has dropped way down to 7th place after that move from Jesse Whitmore. And we've got 2 karts on track as well going through there. I was just preparing to look down into Winger's dip at the bottom, and we've managed to get 1 kart back out on track, but we have lost the blue helmet there, and that is such a shame. There's plenty of smoke coming out the back there as well of someone coming through. So let's just get hold of this race again after that action. Just stay where you are. It's a tricky spot there, the yellow helmet, the yellow flag, blue helmet there. Just stay where you are just for the moment. So we have Ethan Hunt out front from Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Cossins, Jesse Whitmore, Spencer Trahorn, Max Lovell and Travis Rose. That's your top 7. So disappointing for, we've lost there in the middle of the screen, but the front 6 we've got 7 karts out front now, so there is a gap of 7 from Jensen Hookey in 8th at the moment, but Jensen's been foot down all day and probably will catch up here. So let's see how they sit as they come through. Ethan, Barnaby, Ethan, Jesse, Spencer, Max, Travis and Jensen, Harrison, Austin, top 10 as it was at the start of the lap, still the same train of karts. Travis Rose was a big loser a moment ago, dropped back down to 7th. And that's where he sits for the minute. But Ethan Hunt leading the way from Barnaby Grubb, Ethan Cossins, Jesse Whitmore, Spencer Trahorn, Matt Lovell and Travis Rose. But there is nothing to choose between that front pack really. Front 5 just now eking away a little bit from 6th and 7th, and then a gap to 8th. So let's keep an eye as they come round here. Ethan Hunt still has that lead from Barnaby Grubb in 2nd. The 17 of Ethan Cossins, Jesse Whitmore, Spencer Trahorn gets the better of Jesse Whitmore there. Just goes up into 4th. And again, that will help. Lots of dust flying as the guys come through under my window here. More battling that goes on in front. And again, Travis Rose just gives Max Lovell the finger. Come on, let's go. Let's work together. Waves that finger in the air to chase and work together. Tries to catch up with those front 5. And it looks like they're doing it already. 71 of Irish Crease. So yeah, there has been movement out the front, but back comes the Ethan Hunt. Whoa, big contact there. And the 15 of Barnaby Grubb, who was out front, lost out in that battle. So really we've got 7 karts out front here, all throwing the car at each other. And now our leader is Ethan Cossins. Ethan Hunt's dropped down the way a little bit. Spencer Trahorn, Jesse Whitmore, Barnaby Grubb, Travis Rose, Max Lovell. They're the ones that are in that battle there at the front. It's hard to know where to keep your eyes at the minute. The front 8 now have pulled away. Jensen Hookey has caught onto the back of that front pack. And we've got 8 karts out that have pulled away. We've got a minute and a half plus a lap to go here. And it is now leader Ethan Cossins from the 41 kart, Spencer Trahorn. Then Jesse Whitmore, Travis Rose. It's back up into 4th. Ethan Hunt, Max Lovell, Barnaby Grubb, the big loser that came through, lots of contact as he drops down into 7th. So Travis Rose and Jesse Whitmore, well, there was contact between those two potentially earlier on, and that's what caused Travis Rose to drop back down the order. But with a minute and a lap to go, this is really hotting up. 8 karts out front, all within a couple of seconds of each other. Less than 2 seconds covering the front 8 karts, which is being led by Ethan Cossins from Spencer Trahorn. Jesse Whitmore's back up into 3rd. Then I think it's Travis Rose in 4th at the moment. Yes, it is. From Ethan Hunt, Max Lovell and Barnaby Grubb, Jensen Hookie. That's your top 8. The winner is going to come from those 8, that's for sure. Who it's going to be, I do not know. Really close as they head down into the Whingers dip, into that right-hander, and carry plenty of speed up as they have to get on the gas a little bit as they go through the bus stop. So Ethan Cossins is out front. He's the leader at the moment. I think we're going to be in last lap territory because we've only got 8 seconds and counting. They're not going to get over the start finish line, so we have a 1-lap race here. This is a 1-lap shootout between, really, I would say the front 4, 5 potentially. A little bit too much for Ethan Hunt and Max Lovell to do, sorry. So Ethan Cossins leading into this last lap from Spencer Trahorn, Jesse Whitmore, Travis Rose, Ethan Hunt, Barnaby Grubb, Jensen Hookie and Max Lovell. That's your top 8. They have stolen a march on everybody else. And just a little look from Travis Rose up the inside on Jesse Whitmore. Those two have history in this race. Is there more to come as they come up towards the bus stop? Ethan Cossins out front, Travis Rose looking to make a move, wants to get a podium spot. Travis Rose is pointing to Jesse Whitmore, but there's not enough laps left, there's not enough corners left. Somebody's got to make a move. It looks like Ethan Cossins has got it in the bag. Keep an eye on 3rd and 4th, that's where it might change. No, it's going to be fixed here. Ethan Cossins with the win. From Spencer Trahorn, from Jesse Whitmore, Travis Rose, Ethan Hunt, Barnaby Grubb, Jensen Hookie and Max Lovell. They made up the top 8 with Harrison Stacey, Alexander Lecheski making up the top 10. And then came Max Smith, Jensen Collins. So we will have to wait and see if there were any nudges or bumps or anything going on in that race, because there was plenty to see, plenty to watch. There was a couple of contact warnings. That's for sure. Maybe Spencer Trahorn has picked up 3 contact warnings. That might, just might, affect his race. There was a couple of other contact warnings in amongst it all, but the 3 for Spencer Trahorn. It's the 3 that are jumping out at me. So there on screen is your finishing order. I'm going to read through it once it's been confirmed. 8 places from Spencer Trahorn to get up into 2nd, but is that going to be taken away because of those contact warnings? Ethan Critchley down the order gained 11 places up into 16th, did very well. Likewise, James Finley gained 11 spots up into 14th. Alexander Stefanov 10 places into 11th. Alexander Lecheski 8 places up into 10th. So some good movement down the order from some of those guys. But we are just going to wait and see if Spencer Trahorn, I think he's going to be given 2nd place. It is a win for Ethan Cossins from Spencer Trahorn and Jesse Whitmore. That is your top 3 in the juniors. Our final race of what seems like a day. That has gone on forever. Travis Rose and Ethan Hunt just outside that top 3 and Barnaby Grubb. But the top 8 there down to with Jensen Hookie and Max Lovell. They made for a great race final there. They were all pushing all the way through there. And a few contact warnings for a few of the guys, but it hasn't affected the final positions in that race. And Ethan Cossins does take the win. And I tell you what, it's a 4th, a 7th, a 2nd, and he follows it up with a win there on the day. So what a long day that is. So let me just quickly go through. Ethan Cossins has joined Fraser Everett, Jack Price, Bobby Rosier, Archie Elliott, Don DeGraff, Elijah West, Harrison Maxwell and Johnny Butterfield as the winners on round number 3, and Harry Morris in the NFKs as well. So congratulations to all of our drivers today, all those that have picked up podiums, PBs and maybe best place finishes. Thank you for your patience. We had a little bit of camera issues due to the weather, but from Paul and Eloise on camera, Andy directing, myself, Lee commentating, and all the team here at Forest Edge. Thank you for joining us. It's been an eventful day. Congratulations to all the winners. We will see you again in June for round number 4. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Thank you again for joining us. Goodbye.